Chapter 460. Painful Lash. Charm. Pleasure Whip. As Chris flew past them, all the Nell beetles became stiff. Streaks of pink light quickly spread from Chris's body and quickly enveloped the Nell beetles. A shocking charm power spread from Chris's body. Don't look at her. Aiton's expression changed drastically. He immediately closed his eyes and turned around. The drows and duergars around him also quickly turned around. Although Chrissy's charm wasn't targeted at them, it still had a very powerful effect on them. Whether it was Eden, the drows or the grey dwarves, none of them had the confidence to resist this ability. Only Su Len could resist Chris's shocking charm. As the pink light flashed past, the dozen Nell beetles below were instantly controlled by Hathaway. The 16 Nell beetles obediently formed a neat formation under Chris's command. Master, they're all under control. The little succubus Chris obediently landed beside Su Len and said. Only then did the duergars and drows around Su Len open their eyes in fear. They turned around and looked at Chris with eyes full of fear. How long had it been? In the blink of an eye, those troublesome Nell beetles were easily controlled by her. If the maid was so powerful, then how powerful was the master? At this moment, both the drows and the duergars had a deeper understanding of Sullen's powerful strength. Su Len affectionately reached out and patted Chris's head, encouraging her. The little maid had done well during this period of time. She needed to be caressed and praised. With over a dozen Death Nell beetles, Su Luan's group was able to move about more easily. The Death Nell beetles were strong and had thick carapaces on their bodies. Their speed was not slow either. They looked like tanks. These Nell beetles had many other uses. Not only could they be used as mounts, but they could also be used to transport goods. The roads in the underground world were rugged, but the Nell beetles could move as if they were walking on flat ground. They could quickly transport goods and had many uses. If these Nell beetles were used to form a knight regiment, not many armies could stop their charge. Even if there were sturdy city walls, they would still collapse under the earth-quaking mountain. Su Len was already considering forming a knight regiment of Nell beetles to give it a try. With these Nell beetles as mounts, Su Len and the others moved much faster. Many of the monsters they encountered along the way avoided them when they saw the Nell beetles. Some stubborn ones were directly torn in half by the Nell beetles' ferocious pincers. My lord, I've explored this area when I came last time. There's a group of kobolds in this passage. There are about 1,000 of them, and there's even a dragon-born kobold warlock among them. There are some undead creatures in this passage. I was almost killed by the spirits there last time. The grey dwarf said with lingering fear. But those spirits and zombies can't leave this place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. The underground passage extended in all directions, and they encountered several forks along the way. Other than the underground orcs and kobolds, there were also some minotaurs living here. However, there were not many minotaurs, only about 30 of them. There were no cities of grey dwarves or drows. Although the drows were said to be the strongest race in the underground world, they did not control much territory. These drows were fond of infighting, and there were more than 10 families in each city. If they wanted to expand, they would need the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, to give an oracle. In a remote underground world like this, there were basically no drows in the city. My lord, the gold mine is just ahead. We'll be there once we get out of this passage. The grey dwarf said excitedly. Su Len nodded. As long as it's true, your reward will be given as soon as we return. Thank you very much for your generosity, my lord. I'm willing to serve you until death do us part. The grey dwarf immediately patted his chest to express his sincerity. Soon, the group walked out of the passage. At the end of the passage was a huge underground cave. After arriving here, Su Len found that there were many pale gold ores scattered on the ground. This vein was mainly chalcopyrite, and there were also gold ores. Adamantine and gold ores were buried here together. Su Len picked up a piece of ore and examined it. He found that the copper content of the ore was relatively high, and it was a high-grade ore. In addition to the gold ores, there were also some silver ores, but there were not many of them. The area of the vein in front of them was very large. Although he did not carefully observe the vein, it was obvious that it was a large comprehensive vein. There were not only gold ores here, but also many other ores. However, the grey dwarf would need to explore in detail to know how many ores there were.
However, there was one more thing that needed to be done before the exploration, and that was to clear out all the monsters around the vein.
Sullen's group was quickly discovered. After all, more than a dozen Nell beetles were too conspicuous. However, what made Sulen feel strange was that there were more than one race of monsters secretly watching them. This was a little strange. In the underworld, unless one race had enslaved another race, this kind of situation rarely happened. However, this did not matter. Even if they all joined forces, they would not be able to do anything. Not long after, just as the gray dwarves were collecting ores, the monsters in the vein slowly approached in the dark and quickly surrounded them. After confirming that Sullen's group was surrounded, the monsters showed themselves. There were kobolds, underworld orcs, bugbears, and minotaurs. In total, there were a few hundred of them. What surprised Sulen even more was that these monsters of different races were not chaotic at all. These monsters were all wielding weapons and wearing armor. Although they looked a little crude, they were all metal weapons. Although the underworld was rich in mineral resources, there were not many races that knew how to smelt metal.
This army of a few hundred was actually equipped with armor.
It looks like these people don't welcome us. Sulen looked at these monsters in front of him.
His eyes kept scanning them as if he was looking for something. At this moment, Sulen suddenly saw a sphere with a diameter of about 6 feet from the corner of his eye.
He immediately turned around. Behind these monsters, a large meatball was floating in mid-air. This meatball had a ferocious bloody mouth filled with sharp teeth. In the middle of the meatball was an eye that took up 1/3 of the entire meatball. In addition to this eye, there were more than 10 small eyes that were connected to each other extending out from the top of the meatball. After seeing these ferocious and deformed creatures, Sulen immediately knew the name of these monsters: Beholder. These horrifying and deformed creatures were first born in the astral plane. It was said that their ancestor was a powerful creature that was comparable to the gods. Beholder was a monster that existed widely in the multiverse. They were best at mind control, and Beholder had a large army. In this aspect, perhaps only the mind flayers were better than them. Beholder was a ferocious, violent, and evil creature. They were born with strong psionic powers and could use this ability to enslave other races. It was obvious that this mine had been occupied by the Beholder. The armor and weapons on these monsters were also forged under the command of the Beholder. Looks like they're treating us as fat sheep. Seeing so many monsters surrounding them, Sulen was not nervous at all. Chris, command these Nell beetles to charge. Chris's eyes moved and said softly, "Yes, master." Although the Beholder controlled a large number of monsters, after controlling so many monsters, it could not perform precise operations. Although the army of a few hundred people was large in number, as they continued to move forward, the formation became loose. Seeing such a flaw, Chris naturally would not let go of it. After going through a few battles, Chris's commanding experience was obviously much better. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she immediately ordered 16 Nell beetles to attack. More than a dozen behemoths, each weighing 1 to 2 tons, rushed over. That earth-shattering aura was terrifying, but the monsters did not react. These monsters were all controlled by the Beholder. They basically did not have self-awareness, so naturally, they would not be afraid. However, could they block the charge of the Nell beetles just because they were not afraid? The answer was that it was impossible. The dozen Nell beetles were like a dozen heavy tanks as they crashed into the army of Beholder. As soon as they made contact, the armored underground orcs were sent flying without any chance to retaliate. How strong was the impact of the Nell beetles that weighed over a ton when charging at full speed? The armor of the orc that was sent flying was immediately deformed. There was even a dent where he was hit. The huge impact penetrated his armor and acted on his body. Blood and pieces of his organs kept flowing out of his mouth. It was obvious that this orc could not be saved. The Nell beetles were like bulldozers that charged into the enemy's formation. Wherever they went, the enemies were either sent flying or torn in half by their ferocious pincers. There was no enemy at all. This Beholder probably had not commanded a large-scale battle before. It completely did not realize how destructive the Nell beetles were to such a loose formation. The ground shook. The Nell beetle's 10 legs quickly tapped the ground while it was charging, and a special sound wave spread out. In the next second, there was a rumbling sound, and the ground around it shook violently like waves. The surrounding orcs, minotaurs, and kobolds fell down instantly, and the original encirclement had a large gap. Chapter 461. More than a dozen Nell beetles launched earthquake at the same time, causing the surrounding ground to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. After the enemies fell, the dozen Nell beetles didn't slow down at all and continued to charge towards the beholder. Seeing this situation, the huge eye devil let out a furious roar. The monsters under its control sped up and charged forward. At the same time, 6 purple rays shot towards the few Nell beetles that were charging at the front. Charm monster. The 6 Nell beetles that were hit stopped and even their bodies began to tremble. Not good. The beholder is fighting with me for control of the Nell beetles. Chris's expression changed slightly. As the 6 Nell beetles stopped, the beholder once again shot out 6 purple rays. The Nell beetles that had just circled around from both sides were instantly hit by the rays. The charging Nell beetles were instantly petrified into 6 lifelike stone statues.
It's not a beholder, it's a broodmother's eye.
Sulen instantly reacted. The beholder and the broodmother's eye were almost identical in appearance. The only difference was that the broodmother's eye was much bigger than the beholder. However, it was Sulen's first time seeing a beholder and he was a little far away. He didn't have a clear and accurate understanding of the beholder's body. He originally thought it was just an ordinary beholder. He didn't expect it to be a broodmother's eye. The broodmother's eye was the final form of the beholder. As for the more powerful ordinary beholder, it was basically impossible due to the bloodline. The broodmother's eye was also a legend rank monster. Its ability was far superior to ordinary beholders. Compared to ordinary beholders that could only shoot 1 ray, the broodmother's eye could shoot 6 rays at once. Moreover, the broodmother's eye could shoot 10 kinds of rays. These 10 kinds of rays included charm humans, charm monsters, disintegrate, fear, finger of death, petrification ray, damage ray, hypnosis ray, slow ray, and telekinesis ray. Its spellcasting level was equivalent to that of a level 20 spellcaster. It was completely a legendary warlock. Against such a legendary monster, relying solely on the Nell beetles would be a waste of time. Ordinary beholder's challenge level was around level 10. However, the broodmother's eye would require a complete team of level 16 adventurers. Chris, focus on controlling the Nell beetles to deal with the surrounding monsters.
Leave the broodmother's eye to me.
Sulen's body flashed with lightning and the storm war halberd appeared in his hand. After a brief explanation, he disappeared with a flash of light. Alternate space travel. Sulen's figure instantly entered a grotesque world.
In the next second, he appeared beside the broodmother's eye. As soon as he appeared, the storm battle halberd in his hand smashed down on the broodmother.
Fear. The broodmother's eye instantly fired an eye beam at Sulen, but this time, the spell did not have any effect. Sulen's strong will and iron will allowed him to pass through the fear spell. The storm war halberd didn't slow down at all as it ruthlessly slashed at the broodmother's eye.
The energy barrier around the broodmother's eye only lasted for a second before it shattered with a loud bang.
The storm war halberd had left a deep wound on its body. Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk the tentacles on the broodmother's eye wriggled and made a sizzling sound.
Then, the broodmother's eye instantly opened its ferocious mouth and bit at Sulen.
It looked like it was going to swallow him whole. You want to eat me? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?
Sulen curled his lips and instantly dodged to the side.
Finger of death. 6 inches before it could steady itself, 6 consecutive purple beams instantly shot out from its eyes. 6 beams filled with the aura of death instantly hit Sulen.
However, the broodmother's eye was disappointed.
With Sulen's current physical fitness, the success rate of this kind of instant death spell was too low. Even if it was 6 consecutive beams, he could still easily withstand them. The only damage that could be done to him was the negative energy. In fact, divine creatures were immune to instant death spells. Although Sulen's divinity hadn't reached the level of a demigod, he was already a divine creature. Instant death spells had no effect on him. Seeing that Sulen didn't react after the finger of death hit, the broodmother's eye suddenly flew to the side, trying to distance itself from Sulen. However, how could Sulen let it have its way? His figure flashed as he chased after it. Disintegrate.
6-inch 6 red rays instantly flew towards Sulen.
At the moment when they hit, a powerful force of thunder and lightning erupted from his body and formed a thunder shield, shrouding his body. The 6 disintegrate beams hit the surface of the thunder shield. The thunder shield flickered a few times before it shattered into countless lightning bolts. The disintegrate beams were also directly neutralized. Su Len didn't receive any damage.
Su Len was also prepared for the Broodmother's Eye's attack.
Power of Thunder. Dazzling lightning instantly bloomed on Sullen's body.
The powerful force of thunder constantly attacked the Broodmother's Eye under his control.
The Broodmother's tentacles were quickly electrocuted into black charcoal.
Ah! A mournful scream was heard.
Although the Broodmother's Eye kept releasing spells to resist, they were all destroyed by Sullen's powerful thunder. In the next moment, its huge body was hit by the thunder. A wave of pain and numbness made its body twitch continuously. Its huge body was paralyzed at this moment. Thunder explosion. A bolt of thunder as thick as a bucket instantly hit the Broodmother's Eye. The Broodmother's Eye's huge body was directly engulfed by the thunder. The Broodmother's Eye's body flickered with electric sparks. The original tentacles were also twisted and twitching. The pain and numbness from its body made it unable to resist. After Su Len reached the advanced legendary rank, his control of the Thunder Domain had become stronger. Even if he didn't activate the Thunder Domain, he could still use its power. Now, his normal attacks were infused with the power of the Thunder Domain.
Although the Broodmother's Eye in front of him had reached the legendary rank, it was completely no match for Su Len.
The spellcasting ability it was so proud of couldn't exert any power in the face of Su Luen.
Although they were both at the legendary rank, there was a huge gap between an ordinary legendary and an advanced legendary.
Moreover, Su Len had mastered the power of the Thunder Domain. The Broodmother's Eye couldn't resist him at all. Thunder Spear. A pale golden power of thunder instantly appeared in Sullen's hand. Then, it formed a spear made completely of thunder and lightning. It was also mixed with a trace of the power of the rules. As soon as the Thunder Spear took shape, a hair-raising feeling appeared on everyone on the battlefield. It was as if they were facing their natural enemy in an instant. Apart from purification, the power of the rules of thunder and lightning also had some power of judgment. This power was effective against almost everyone.
Su Len immediately locked on to the Broodmother's Eye with his perception.
Then with a roar, he threw the Thunder Spear at it. A terrifying bolt of thunder directly streaked across the sky. At this moment, the entire underground cave was illuminated. The surrounding elemental energy seemed to be attracted by the Thunder Spear. It was as if the surrounding elemental energy was gathering towards the Thunder Spear. Golden lightning streaked across the sky. The spacious underground cave was instantly dyed golden by the lightning. Ah! The Broodmother's Eye's huge body was instantly pierced by the Thunder Spear. A hole with a diameter of 50 centimeters appeared in the center of its body. A large amount of flesh and blood was instantly reduced to ashes.
Su Len deliberately avoided the Broodmother's Eyes.
One had to know that the most valuable thing on this monster's body was its eye. If the eye was destroyed, the value of the Broodmother's Eye would be reduced by 90%.
After the Thunder Spear was thrown, the Broodmother's Eye let out a cry of horror.
It activated all of its psionic defensive force fields. However, under the effect of the Thunder Spear, the psionic defensive force fields shattered into countless pieces like glass. It couldn't withstand the impact of the Thunder Spear at all. The next moment, a terrifying hole appeared in its huge body. Its entire body was directly pierced by the Thunder Spear. Bang! The Broodmother's Eye's huge body fell to the ground like a small hill. Blood spurted out. Although it looked very miserable, the Broodmother's Eye was still alive. Its powerful life force was quickly draining away, and it could only struggle at death's door. Su Len didn't give it a chance to recover. His body flashed and appeared directly above the Broodmother's Eye. The storm battle halberd in his hand suddenly flashed with dazzling lightning. Then, he ruthlessly pierced the Broodmother's Eye's brain. The sharp storm battle halberd pierced the Broodmother's Eye's skin and mercilessly pierced its brain. The powerful lightning energy completely turned its brain into a pile of paste. After receiving another fatal blow, the Broodmother's Eye finally couldn't take it anymore. Its powerful life force disappeared in an instant. Its huge body collapsed with a loud bang. Only the tentacles were still trembling slightly. This was the reaction of the nerves in its body after being stimulated by the lightning. A high-quality magic gem appeared in Sullen's hand. Then, a powerful energy surged from his body. The magic gem instantly flew up and bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. Soul extraction. Confinement. Soul binding. Spell maximization plus magic gem. 3 consecutive spells were cast by Su Len.
The soul of the broodmother's eye that had just died was instantly extracted from its corpse. The ferocious and terrifying soul struggled to escape. However, when it was alive, it wasn't a match for Su Len. Now that it was dead, it was even worse.
Chapter 462.
Chains of lightning flew out from Sullen's body and wrapped around the soul of the broodmother's eye as soon as they appeared. The lightning chains had a golden glow on them, which was the embodiment of the divine power in Sullen's body. The soul of the broodmother's eye, which was struggling to escape, suddenly lost its ability to move. This ferocious soul was slowly pulled towards the magic gem in the air by the lightning chains. Boom! The lightning dissipated, and the originally pure magic gem turned into a soul stone that flickered with purple light. After the spell was cast, the soul stone fell from the air. Su Len reached out and caught the gem. After looking at it for a while, a legendary soul stone was in his hands. Next, Su Len did not let go of the corpse of the broodmother's eye, which was like a mountain of flesh, and directly stored it in his storage space. The broodmother's eye was very rare in the multiverse. Its eye was a very precious magic material. If the craftsmanship was good, it was more than enough to make a legendary item. How could he let go of such a material? At the same time, the moment the broodmother's eye was killed by Su Len, the army of monsters that were besieging Crazy and the others immediately stopped attacking, and all of them fainted on the ground. Hundreds of kobolds, bugbears, underground orcs, and minotaurs all fainted. These monsters that were originally controlled by the broodmother's eye were also freed at this moment. Seeing this, the grey dwarves and drows heaved a sigh of relief. Then they tied up these monsters with ropes. Those with light injuries were left behind, while those with heavy injuries were killed with a single slash. Crazy, on the other hand, had the Nell beetles under control again. As for the remaining 6 petrified Nell beetles, Su Len had to cast a spell to get rid of them. The effect of the petrification spell was very powerful. This spell first appeared on the Medusa, who was also an ancient abomination monster. It was said that this monster had the bloodline of the gods. Many petrification spells in the multiverse originated from her. After the successful casting of the petrification spell, it did not directly turn a person into a stone statue. In fact, the stone statue was only the effect of the spell. As long as the petrification spell was removed within an hour, the petrified person would recover. Of course, the prerequisite was that the stone statue had to be intact. Once the stone statue showed signs of missing an arm or a leg, the person would also lose an arm or a leg after the petrification was removed. Moreover, the petrification spell had to be removed within an hour. Once the time limit was exceeded, the stone statue that was originally the effect of the petrification spell would become a real stone statue. After the petrification spell was removed, the beetles that had turned into stone statues, Su Len had turned into stone. Su got everyone to clean the battlefield, while he found a place to look at his harvest this time. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a glorious victory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated an Eye of the Nest Mother and annihilated its army. You have obtained 53,200 experience points. You have obtained an item, Life Gem X2. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed an Eye of the Nest Mother. You have obtained 68,000 experience points. You have obtained 2 platinum treasure chests. You have obtained 1 legendary skill point for killing an Eye of the Nest Mother. The battle has ended. New Moon Year 1688. November, Underground World. Your servant discovered a gold mine in the underground world. You led an exploration team to explore the depths of the underground world. When you found the gold mine, you encountered an army led by the Eye of the Nest Mother. A battle broke out. In the end, you took the lead and successfully killed the Eye of the Nest Mother. You have obtained victory in this battle. Your name has begun to spread in the underground world. Prestige plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your experience points have reached the maximum. Your profession level has been upgraded. You have obtained 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. You have reached level 29. A series of notifications rang in Sullen's ears. The rewards from this battle were not bad. He obtained 1 legendary skill point, 1 legendary gem, 2 platinum treasure chests, and 2 life gems. Moreover, he had leveled up. He had obtained a large amount of experience points from killing the brain hunters. Not only had he leveled up, but he had also accumulated 3/4 of the experience bar for the next level. In addition to the experience he had accumulated during this period of time in this battle, his level had increased once again. Su Len had not used the bottle of Golden 9 Transformations pills he had obtained previously. In addition to the 2 free attribute points he had obtained this time, he had a total of 27 free attribute points. He could raise several of his original attributes to 50 points. He planned to use them all when he returned this time. In addition to the free attribute points, Su Len had also accumulated 1 legendary skill point and 4 free attribute points. He planned to level up his skills. This time, Su Len planned to level up his Iron Bone talent. Originally, this talent was an intermediate talent. To level it up to an advanced talent required 4 free attribute points. Now it was just enough. Opening the attribute panel, Su Len found the intermediate Iron Bone talent and chose to level it up. A different kind of energy instantly appeared in his body, and then quickly merged into his body. Su Len felt as if his body was constantly being bitten by countless ants. There was pain all over his body from the inside out. His bones were sore, itchy, and numb. All kinds of feelings appeared. Su Len clenched his fists. The rocks on the ground were crushed by his grip. His whole body was sweating profusely. After a while, this feeling gradually subsided. Finally, all the pain disappeared, and a gentle energy began to nourish his body. His whole body felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring. It was very comfortable. After a few minutes, this feeling completely subsided. Su Len opened his eyes. Feeling the dirt on his body, Su Len used cleanse to clean his body. After that, he sat down and checked his attribute panel. Advanced Iron Bone. After a long period of training, your body has become stronger. Normal attacks will cause less damage to you. Your defense will increase by 30%. Attacks with less than 15 points will not cause you any damage. After looking at the advanced Iron Bone skill, Su Len did not level it up to legendary. He needed his body to adapt to it before leveling it up. Therefore, Su Len planned to level it up after returning to Northern Town. After completing the leveling up, Su Len opened his inventory. There were 2 platinum treasure chests sitting there quietly. After taking a deep breath, Su Len chose to open the treasure chests. A beautiful sound and light effect flashed, and the system's cold voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained a mysterious item, Qilin Horn. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained an item, Blood Essence Stone. After hearing the system's voice, Sullen's face instantly flashed with joy. Then, he immediately took out the item that looked like a horn from his inventory. This Qilin horn was light gold in color. It was very hard and heavy to the hand. It was also covered in other energy. Su Len was still worrying about where to get this Qilin horn. He did not expect to get one from opening the treasure chest this time. Su Len was not clear about the other uses of the Qilin horn. However, the wonder blueprint that he had obtained said that the Qilin Pavilion needed this item to be built. Although the Qilin Pavilion's function was simple, it was very useful. It could improve the physical fitness of the horses and mounts in the territory. It could even make normal mounts mutate. Su Len was not clear about the effect. However, according to the characteristics of the wonder building, the effect should be very good. The other materials to build the Qilin Pavilion were not too rare. A portion of them could be found in the northern city. The other portion could also be bought with money. The most important item, the Qilin horn, was already available. When he returned, he would also build this wonder building. After putting away the Qilin horn, Su Len took out the Blood Essence Stone. The Blood Essence Stone was a red stone the size of an egg. Its surface was smooth, and it flickered with specks of light. It looked very beautiful. He opened the system and began to check the Blood Essence Stone's attributes. Blood Essence Stone. This is a mysterious stone. It has a special magical power. Wearing this stone can increase the host's HP recovery speed and increase the host's maximum HP. It can also be used to make some items. After seeing the Blood Essence Stone's attributes, Su Len curled his lips. This stone was basically useless to him. After he had legendary regeneration, his HP recovery speed was very fast. He basically did not need this stone.
However, after seeing that the blood essence stone could be used to make magic items, Su Len decided to keep it.
He would give it to Hathaway when he returned and let her do as she saw fit.
After putting away these things, Su Len began to look at the 2 life gems in the storage space. These 2 gems were filled with life energy. They were light green and full of vitality. These magical gems were very rare. They had a magical effect, which was to increase one's HP. The life energy contained in the life gems was very rich and could be easily absorbed. At the same time, these gems were very important to druids. A life gem like this could increase one's lifespan by 15 years. For many nobles, this was almost impossible to refuse. As soon as these 2 life gems appeared, they would be immediately snatched up by others. However, these gems were very beneficial to druids. They could increase the success rate of a druid's advancement. After putting away the gems, Su Len stood up. This time, the harvest had been checked. Now, it was time to deal with the gold mine. After defeating the Eye of the Nest Mother, Su Len had obtained a large number of captives. Now, he needed a large amount of labor to develop the mine. Su Len planned to make these captives miners. At the same time, some of the slaves would be used to build the passage between here and Crete. Chapter 463. After dealing with the Eye of the Nest Mother, they captured more than 500 captives. These captives were all enslaved by the Eye of the Nest Mother. Now that the Eye of the Nest Mother was dead, these slaves naturally belonged to Surin. Although Chrissy's charm was powerful, she couldn't control so many people like the Nest Mother's eye. Therefore, Chrissy could only control the strongest people in the group. Without them, the rest of the slaves wouldn't have enough strength to rebel even if they wanted to. Next, Su Len divided the captives into groups of 50 and came up with a set of rules. A captain was chosen from each group and given some preferential treatment. They would immediately stand on Sullen's side and help Su Len oppress their own kind. This kind of thing happened too often in Sullen's northern city. Even now, there were still a lot of foreign overseers in the northern city. To prevent these slaves from escaping, Su Len divided each group into groups of 5. The slaves in the groups were to supervise each other. If someone escaped, everyone in the group would be punished. Moreover, the groups were to supervise each other. Those who reported the escapees would be rewarded. The highest reward was freedom, and the lowest reward was some food. At the same time, Su Len had the drows watch over the slaves. After completing the rules, Su Len had the slaves build a camp here. At the same time, he sent the Grey Dwarves to explore the gold mine in all directions. After everything was arranged, Su Len took Crazy to search for the Eye of the Nest Mother. Beholder creatures also liked precious metals and shiny things. Their nests often contained a lot of wealth. Although it wasn't as rich as dragons, it wasn't too far off. Su Len naturally wouldn't miss out on this wealth. Who would complain about having too much money? With a clever captive leading the way, Su Len and Crazy rushed to the Eye of the Nest Mother. The Eye of the Nest Mother's nest wasn't far from here. It was only about 2 kilometers away. It was located in a cave. At this time, there were some Taurens standing guard outside the cave. Even the Eye of the Nest Mother had been killed by Su Len, so the Taurens were even easier to deal with. Xiaofan casually threw out 5 lightning whips, causing the Minotaurs to be paralyzed and unable to move, easily subduing them. Looking at the cave before him, Su Luan didn't enter directly. Who knew if there were any traps left behind by the Nest Mother's eye? Su Len looked around and saw that no one was around. Then he took his storm war halberd and walked towards the 2 Taurens. He kicked them and said coldly, "Don't play dead, get up." Sullen's spell wasn't to kill him, but to make him lose his ability to resist. One had to know that mining required a large number of slaves, and it was better to have one less slave die. "Don't kill me." The man struggled to get up. Although he didn't die, his injuries weren't light. At this moment, he was full of reverence for Su Len. In the Tauren tribe, only the prophet shaman had the power of magic. He could clearly sense that Su Len was far more powerful than the shamans in his tribe. Su Len put the storm war halberd on the Tauren's neck and asked in a low voice, "Who is your master?" Although the Tauren was in awe, he didn't tell Su Len about his master. It was as if his master had left a restriction on him. How troublesome. Remove the spell. A ray of light rose from Sullen's body, and the spell on the Tauren was removed. "Who is your master?" Su Len asked again. "It's an eye demon." After the spell was removed, the Tauren immediately told him what he knew. Soon, Su Len figured out the situation in the nest. Other than the nest mother's eye that he killed, there were 3 other eye demons in the nest. They were the servants of the nest mother's eye. Su Len was a little confused before. Why was there only 1 eye demon in the nest mother's eye? It turned out that the rest of the eye demons were all in the nest. After figuring this out, he naturally wouldn't let the eye demons go. Then, Su Len and the others entered the cave. After entering the cave, they realized that it was a completely different world. This was not a cave, but a castle. Most of the rock wall had been hollowed out, and small rooms had been excavated. There were many fluorescent stones inlaid on both sides of the road. Just as Su Luen was still observing the surroundings, a burst of footsteps came, and more enemies appeared. This time, other than the Tauren, orcs and other underground races, there were also 3 eye demons. Although the eye demons were strong, it depended on who the opponent was. As soon as the 3 eye demons appeared, they immediately cast demonic ray at Su Len. However, after hitting, there was no reaction. Sullen's constitution easily withstood the test of toughness. These spells only caused some minor damage to him. With his strong regeneration ability, he recovered quickly. Su Len raised his hand and cast 5 lightning whips. The arcs of lightning bounced quickly on the monsters, and the monsters that rushed up were immediately paralyzed. Sullen's body flashed and appeared near a few eye demons. The eye demons were easily killed by him without any resistance. Next, Su Len and Chris quickly cleaned up the entire castle. All 3 eye demons in the castle were killed, and Su Len collected 3 more eye demon corpses. The remaining 100 or so people in the castle were dealt with in the same way as before. Su Len began to look at the spoils of war this time. As the difference in strength between the enemies and himself was too great, and there were no legendary creatures, there were only some experience points and magic gems as rewards. There was not even a silver treasure chest. After conquering the dungeon, Su Len immediately sent someone to inform Aten to cancel the construction of the territory. This dungeon was very suitable for a territory. The dungeon was not big. Su Len did a simple survey. It was more than enough for thousands of people to live in. Moreover, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The dungeon was surrounded by hard rocks, and there was only 1 entrance. There were tunnels dug into the mountain walls, and there were squares, houses, and streets. It was a small city. The largest room was where the Eye of the Nest Mother lived. After Su Len entered the room, he discovered a small mountain of gold and jewels in the middle of the room. In this dungeon, the Eye of the Nest Mother was worshipped by the eye demons and the monsters under their control as a god. These items were offerings to the Eye of the Nest Mother. Now that the Eye of the Nest Mother had been killed by Su Len, the gold and jewels in the room were all Sullen's spoils of war. After seeing the treasures, Sullen's heart raced. Then, he ordered his subordinates to count the treasures. Most of the treasures were gold. After all, there was a gold mine, and the purity of the gold was only average. Besides the gold, there were also many magic gems. After counting, there were more than 2 tons of gold and thousands of magic gems. Of course, most of the magic gems were of average quality, and less than 1/10 of the magic gems were of high quality. Su Len asked the Grey Dwarf to refine the gold into gold bricks and store them in his storage space. 2 tons of magic gems sounded like a lot, but in reality, the gold bricks were less than 100 million cubic meters in size. Including the magic gems, the total volume was less than 2 cubic meters. Sullen's storage space could easily fit them all. While the Grey Dwarf was exploring the veins, the slaves were not idle. Su Len arranged for them to repair the roads. The tunnels leading to Crete had to be widened and strengthened, and many of the uneven roads had to be smoothed out. After making the necessary arrangements, Su Luen took some time to return to Northern City. He handed over the gold he'd obtained to the mint for casting, and sent the magical gems to the Wizard Tower. At the same time, Su Luen brought some men from Crete. When he came to the underground city again, 3 days had passed. After all, Su Luen had only brought a little more than 20 people with him the first time he came. If he stayed here all the time, the slaves would not dare to do anything to him. However, he could not stay here all the time, so he transferred some people from the city of Crete. In addition to preventing the slaves from causing trouble, these people's task was to clean up the area around the mine. When Su Len returned, the Grey Dwarf had already begun to instruct the slaves to dig. As the area of the mine was too large,
It would take a lot of time to explore. Therefore they had to dig and explore at the same time. Although only a part of the exploration had been carried out, the results made Su Len overjoyed. Besides the gold, there were many other associated minerals. The Grey Dwarf had also found some fine gold. Based on what they had discovered so far, the reserves of fine gold were not bad. In addition, there were also topaz, pyroxene, chalcopyrite, pyrite, and so on. There were even some gemstones. The magic gems in the room of the Eye of the Nest Mother should have been excavated from here. However, the quality of the gemstones here was average. There were not many high-quality gemstones. Among the slaves, the kobolds and underground orcs were assigned to mining, while the Taurens were sent to build the tunnels. Su Len and Chris began to sweep the territories around the dungeon. If they wanted to mine the mines, it would be impossible to rely on the hundreds of slaves in front of them. It was not realistic to transfer slaves from Crete or Orlando City. Both Crete and Orlando City needed slaves for mining, so they couldn't afford to spare too many people for that. Fortunately, there were other tribes living around the gold mine. Su Len led his men to conquer these tribes one by one. The slaves were sent to the newly opened mine to mine. After a round of clearing, the potential threats around the mine were eliminated. The miners were also replenished. It was killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 464. It took Su Len a week to clear out all the monsters around the gold mine. The number of slaves in the mine had increased to 6,000. Among them, the number of kobolds was the largest, with 2,000 being bugbears. There were also orcs, gnomes, and taurens. 6,000 slaves were enough for now. Some of them were sent to the mine to dig, while the others were sent to build roads. After Su Len and Chris cleared out the area around the gold mine, they began to explore further. Chris had caught a dozen Nell beetles last time, so there must be a nest nearby. Since they had decided to form a Nell beetle cavalry, they naturally had to find the nest. Under Chris's command, the Nell beetles brought the two of them back to their nest. The Nell beetle's nest was a little far from the gold mine. After walking for another 2 hours, the two of them finally arrived at the Nell beetle's nest. As expected, there were a dozen Nell beetles in the nest. Chris, who was already experienced, easily controlled the rest of the Nell beetles. Chris then moved the Nell beetle's nest to somewhere near Crete. She wanted to let the Nell beetles reproduce there. Su Len did not know much about the Nell beetles. He did not know if the relocation would allow the Nell beetles to reproduce. If it did not work, they would have to move back to their original place. After giving the task of forming Nell beetle cavalry to Chris, Su Len left the underground world. After a period of adaptation, he was ready to upgrade advanced iron bones to legendary. After returning to the northern wind tower, Su Len opened a seclusion room and had He open an energy channel to connect to the elemental pool. The elemental concentration in the seclusion room increased rapidly. Su Luen opened the system panel and found the advanced iron bone. Behind the advanced iron bone, there was a flashing plus sign. Su Luen took a deep breath and chose to level it up. In the next second, Su Len felt as if countless ants were biting his body. His bones seemed to be breaking and recombining. This feeling came and went quickly. When all the pain disappeared, Su Len finally let out a sigh of relief. The system's cold voice rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have used a legendary skill point and successfully upgraded Advanced Iron Bones to a Legendary Iron Bones. Detected that the host possesses Legendary Sturdiness and Legendary Tenacity. The host's body has triggered a special effect. The host has obtained the talent, Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Legendary Steel Bones. You have gone through a lot of tempering. Your body has completely broken away from the limits of a mortal and is moving towards a higher level. Normal attacks will deal less damage to you and your defense will be increased by 50%. Attacks below 30 points will not deal any damage to you. Copper Skin and Iron Bones. With this talent, you are immune to special effects such as crippling, broken tendons, bone fractures, and shattering. Your magic resistance is increased by 20. Su Len stretched his body, and a series of crackling sounds that sounded like beans being fried rang out. His body's defense had become very strong. With the addition of Legendary Tenacity, Legendary Iron Bones, Body Hardening, and other talents, ordinary weapons could no longer hurt him. Sullen's skin had become very tough. He deliberately took out an ordinary knife and scratched his body. However, the blade did not leave any wound. In the end, he kept increasing his strength and finally pierced his skin. However, just as a little blood flowed out, the wound quickly healed with the help of legendary regeneration. After testing the changes in his body for a while, Su Lin did not leave the seclusion room. Instead, he sat down again and calmed his mind. After a while, Su Lin took out a bottle of 9 transformation golden pills from the storage. After uncorking the bottle, a faint medicinal fragrance instantly filled the whole room. Su Lin took out a golden elixir. The 9 transformations golden elixir looked golden all over, as if it was made of gold. Without hesitation, Su Lin raised his head and swallowed the pill. As soon as the 9 transformation golden pill entered his stomach, a warm feeling spread from his body. Soon, a gentle energy began to swim in his body. This energy was the 9 transformation golden pill he had just taken. Every time this energy swam in his body, a part of it would merge into his body. After a few rounds, all the energy had been completely absorbed by his body, and in his attribute pane, 5 free attribute points had been added. Su Lin chose to add all 5 attribute points to dexterity. The original 45 points of dexterity instantly increased to 50 points. Another type of energy quickly circulated in his body a few times before it was completely absorbed by his body. Su Lin was keenly aware that his body had become more flexible. Next, the remaining 4 9 transformation golden pills were all consumed by him. There were also 20 free attribute points on his attribute pane. Su Lin's current 5 attributes, strength and dexterity, had both reached 50 points. This time, he added the remaining attribute points to spirit, vitality, and charm. His spirit was originally 35 points. Su Lin directly added 15 free attribute points to it. His spirit had also reached 50 points. 3 of the remaining 5 free attribute points were added to vitality. His vitality had also broken through 50 points. The last 2 free attribute points, together with the 2 free attribute points he had obtained from this level up, were all added to charm. His charm had also reached 31 points. With the sudden increase of so many attribute points, Su Lin's physical fitness could be said to have undergone an earth-shattering change. Now, although there was not much difference between him and an ordinary person, in fact, he was more like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. 50 points of strength and 50 points of vitality. Ordinary giant dragons did not have such high attributes. Even the strongest red dragon of the chromatic dragons did not reach 50 strength when it reached adulthood. For example, the weakest white dragon of the chromatic dragons, its strength was even lower. In fact, the giant dragons in this world were very different from the giant dragons in previous games. After all, when the game was being produced, the developers had to do some balancing. The strength of the giant dragons in the game was severely weakened. Simply put, the giant dragon's movement speed. An adult red dragon's body was more than 20 meters long. However, in the game, such a giant beast's flying speed was 150 feet per round. What was 150 feet? If converted to meters, it was 72 meters, a distance of less than 50 meters. Then how long did one round take? In the game, one round was set to take 6 seconds. 1 minute was divided into 10 rounds. In other words, this giant beast that was more than 20 meters in size only had a flying speed of 7 meters per second. With this speed, even a human's running speed was faster than a giant dragon's flying speed, let alone flying. Looking at its movement speed on the ground, the data was 40 feet per round. If converted to meters, it was a little more than 12 meters. It ran 12 meters in 6 seconds. That was 2 meters per second. What kind of concept was that? Even if you randomly grabbed a healthy young man without training, he could run 100 meters in 15 seconds. If converted, it would be 7 meters per second. Thinking about it, the giant dragon's body was more than 20 meters long. A casual step would be more than 2 meters away. This data weakened the giant dragon to an idiot. Su Lin had never seen a real dragon before, but he still had some data. These data were very different from the data in the game. If he killed the giant dragon according to the attributes of the giant dragon in the game, it was basically a suicide mission. The difference between the game and reality was very big. Su Lin planned to raise all his attributes to 50 points before leveling up. 50 points was a critical point. When all his attributes were raised to 50 points, only charm was left.
Su Len had made up his mind to raise this attribute. After all, strength was a matter of version. Being handsome was a matter of life. Chapter 465. When Su Len came out of the retreat room, all of his attributes, except for charm, had reached 50 points. His body was now full of power. After stretching his body, Su Len went directly to the astrology platform. Since the 5 high-grade wizards had joined, Hathaway now had more time to read. When Su Len came, she was looking through all kinds of information about the golem factory. Golem puppets were the best guards and troops for a wizard tower. If they were to produce golem puppets the normal way, the output would be low and the time would be long. The wizards' time was very precious, and they didn't want to waste it. Therefore, to solve this problem, the golem factory was born. The first golem factory was built by a large wizard organization. Each wizard was only responsible for a part of the process. Then, everyone worked together to produce the parts according to the standard. Finally, the assembly was done. The advantage of this was that all wizards didn't need to know all the techniques of making golems. It lowered the difficulty of making golems and sped up the construction process. However, this also brought about a problem. This kind of factory required a lot of manpower. Only a large wizard organization could build this kind of factory. The one who changed this situation was an arcanist who was proficient in necromancy. This arcanist suddenly thought of using necromancers and other undead creatures to replace manual labor. Of course, this method only solved part of the problem. There were many parts that necromancers couldn't do, but even so, it was still a big improvement compared to the original golem factory. The real reason why the golem workshop didn't require any wizards was because of a lich. After countless experiments, the lich successfully installed the legendary tower spirit construct on the golem workshop. For a master of necromancy and soul manipulation, this lich created an epic-making golem factory. Up until now, the technology of the golem factory was still based on the lich's research. The only difference was that there were some optimizations on the original foundation. Since she couldn't make riddles for the time being, Hathaway planned to build as many golems as possible to guard the wizard tower. Therefore, she wanted to build a golem factory to provide a large number of golems for the wizard tower. Seeing Su Len come in, Hathaway's eyes lit up and said with joy, "Su Len, you finished your retreat?" Su Len nodded. "Yes. Are you looking at the information on the golem factory?" Hathaway adjusted her glasses and said, "Yes, we need a large number of golems to guard the wizard tower and the secret plane. Right now, we have too few golems here. Most of the time, we can't even satisfy the daily patrols. It's indeed a little too little. The golem factory is indeed a very good idea. By the way, what's your progress now?" Su Len asked with great interest. Hathaway said awkwardly, "The technology for the golem factory isn't too difficult. Basically, any legendary wizard can do it. The only problem is that it costs a lot of money. Don't worry about the funds." When Su Len heard that there was no problem with the technology, he immediately patted his chest and said, "A large gold mine has just been discovered in the underground world. It can provide us with a lot of money. And this gold mine isn't an ordinary one. It's accompanied by fine gold. Adamantine. It seems that this is indeed a huge gold mine," Hathaway said in surprise. "It seems that the construction of the golem factory is funded this time. How much is the budget for the project?" Su Len asked. "About 30 million kinner," Hathaway said in a relaxed tone. 30 million? Su Len was so surprised that he almost bit his tongue. 30 million kinner? Are you sure it's not an extra zero? Not 30 million but 3 million? Hathaway shook her head. "It's 30 million. F***CK. Su Len suddenly felt a toothache. This was too expensive. One had to know that the wizard tower built by Su Len only cost about 10 million kinner. Now, to build a golem factory, it would cost 30 million kinner. The little treasury that had just been filled was now gone. The broodmother's eye fell. Su Len had eaten his fill, but now he had to vomit it all out. Thinking of this, Su Len felt a pang of pain. However, the golem factory had to be built. One had to know that the floating city needed a large number of golem puppets as an army and a defensive force. The golem factory was indispensable. By the way, this time I killed a broodmother's eye in the underground world. These materials should be useful to you. Su Len forcibly diverted his attention from the 30 million.
Broodmother's eye? Hearing Sullen's words, Hathaway was pleasantly surprised. Did you get the main eye of the Broodmother's eye? Of course, Sulen said proudly. In order to protect the main eye, I spent a lot of effort to kill the Broodmother's eye. As Sulen spoke, he took out the corpse of the Broodmother's eye from his storage space. The Broodmother's eye, which was about 3 meters in diameter, appeared in the room. Hathaway immediately walked over to examine it. The Broodmother's eye looked a little miserable. The most fatal injury was the one that went through the entire brain. Although the other injuries looked miserable, they were not too serious. Hathaway's palm flashed, and a silver-white scalpel appeared in her hand. Then, Hathaway took the scalpel and quickly cut the Broodmother's eye's body. The thin but tough skin of the Broodmother's eye was cut open. The corpse is well preserved, but its eye needs to be taken out as soon as possible, Hathaway said to Sulen as she cut up the corpse. I have other uses for this main eye, but these secondary eyes can be used in the golem factory. Hathaway cut open the tentacles of the Broodmother's eye, and quickly took out the secondary eyes. Many of the Broodmother's eye's secondary eyes and tentacles had been damaged during the battle. In the end, Hathaway found 7 undamaged secondary eyes. Your spoils of war shouldn't be just one Broodmother's eye, right? I remember that Broodmother's eyes are social creatures. They are indeed social creatures. After I killed the Broodmother's eye, I saw 3 beholder devils in its cave. Sulen nodded. I killed the 3 beholder devils. Their corpses are in my storage space. Do you want them now? I'll put them in the storage space later. This Broodmother's eye will keep me busy for a while. Hathaway shook her head. The main eye of a beholder devil can be used to create many spells. For example, the Eye of Truth, the Eye of Omniscience, the Eye of Space-Time, and so on. The crystal ball used by the divination school can also be replaced by a beholder devil's eye, and the effect is even better than a crystal ball. The Eye of Prophecy can also reduce the backlash of divination spells and increase the success rate of divination spells. More importantly, the Eye of Prophecy can save you from disaster once. Save you from disaster once? Sulen looked at the Broodmother's eye in shock. It was common knowledge that witches were often much more skilled than male adepts when it came to divination spells. Moreover, as a woman, they were naturally very curious. Women were even more curious than cats. What would they do if they had the ability to peek into other people's futures? Sulen didn't have to think to know that the witches would not be able to resist the urge to peek into the future. Under normal circumstances, they would only be able to see a few fragments of the future. It was not a big problem, and it would be hard for others to notice. However, they could not help but want to see more, so they would use some dangerous divination spells. This would lead to a serious consequence. The wizards of the School of Divination would be seriously injured or even killed by the backlash of fate. The crystal ball of the School of Divination could not only reduce the difficulty of casting spells, but also reduce the risk of backlash. The crystal ball would explode and crack to replace the damage that the witches would receive. However, there was a limit to the damage that the crystal ball could withstand. Once the limit was exceeded, the crystal ball would directly shatter. The Eye of Prophecy made from the beholder's eye could save you from death once. There were very few witches who were proficient in divination spells that were easy to deal with. For this reason, the number of northern witches had always been very small. Very few northern witches could die of old age. The most common situation was that they were killed by their own divination spells. What are you going to do with the Broodmother's eye's main eye? Sulen asked curiously. Hathaway quickly cut off the skin of the Broodmother's eye. At the same time, she separated the flesh and was ready to take out the main eye. This eye? Hathaway thought for a moment. It's too wasteful to use this eye to make the Eye of Prophecy. I'm going to use it to make an omniscient eye. Omniscient eye? Sulen raised his eyebrows. It's not what you think. Hathaway smiled. The omniscient eye is the ability of the gods. Only the gods who have mastered the omniscient eye can see the entire material world at any time and place. There are no restrictions of distance or space. The omniscient eye I'm talking about is far less effective than this. Hathaway continued. Although it's not as powerful as the omniscient eye of the gods, it's more than enough to observe the northern battlefront city. With the omniscient eye, we can observe every corner of the city at any time and place. In addition to this, the omniscient eye will also retain its original abilities. For example, we can use the omniscient eye to cast some light spells. With the omniscient eye, We can attack at any time and place as long as we are in the northern battlefront city.
At the same time, the omniscient eye can also be used for reconnaissance. Its range is very large. It can be dozens of kilometers or even hundreds of kilometers.
Hathaway quickly took the broodmother's eye's main eye from its corpse and soaked it in a basin of clear blue liquid.
The broodmother's eye's main eye was 50 centimeters long. It moved up and down in the liquid. Chapter 466. That azure liquid was a material specially used to process beholder main eyes. Although beholder main eyes were first-rate materials, they weren't easy to preserve. After soaking in that liquid, the eye would transform into a kind of crystal-like crystal. Moreover, this transformation wouldn't weaken the effects of the beholder main eyes. This was the best way to process the main eyes. After the transformation, the beholder main eyes would be preserved for a long time. Normally, this transformation would take 3 to 5 days, but the broodmother's eye was much bigger than ordinary beholders, so it needed to be soaked for a longer time. After Hathaway put the broodmother's eye inside, she used a defensive spell to put the crystal box containing the broodmother's eye in a safe place before starting to process the rest of the things.
Although the secondary eyes of the broodmother's eye weren't as powerful as the main eyes, they were still a pretty good material.
Hathaway planned to use them to make arcane eyes.
The arcane eyes' effects were very similar to the omniscient eyes, but whether it was in terms of range or magic attack, they were a lot weaker.
But they were still very good for scouting in the wild. Hathaway planned to make these secondary eyes into arcane eyes. After making a new crystal box, she once again poured the azure liquid into it before putting the remaining secondary eyes inside.
After doing all this, Hathaway let out a sigh of relief.
All right, the most important materials have been processed.
The flesh of the broodmother's eye can be used to make the bloodline potion, the skin can be used to make magic scrolls, and the rest can be used as experimental materials.
After arranging everything, Hathaway once again took out the information about the golem factory. The golem factory was a huge project. In fact, all kinds of golems were produced in different independent factories in the golem factory. For example, clay golems were molded, stone golems were carved, and steel golems were cast. These different production methods determined that each golem required different factory conditions. A complete golem factory had at least 3 production lines. In the end, the only thing that was the same was the assembly workshop. All kinds of magic golems were transported together to be assembled, and then activated with the life activation spell. Of course, there were similarities in the manufacturing process of the 3 types of golems. For example, mageweth engraving. All golems had to be engraved with a large number of mageweths. Apart from the mageweth engraving, everything else was basically the same. The 3 types of golem production lines had different levels of difficulty. From low to high, they were the clay golem, the rock golem, and the steel golem. As for the legendary golem, it was too expensive to make, and they were few in number. It was not cost-effective to make a production line. The clay golem production line was the least difficult to build, but the clay golem's combat power was also the lowest. Under normal circumstances, the wizard tower would use the clay golems as servants, and as combat units, these things were cannon fodder. At the same time, because of the cost and materials, the clay golem could also be used as an experimental assistant. Hathaway planned to build a clay golem production line. On one hand, she could produce some clay golems to be used as servants in the wizard tower. On the other hand, she could familiarize herself with the construction process of the production line and accumulate experience in making rock golems and steel golems. The stone golem production line required a more exquisite engraving process, and the requirements for rune engraving were also high. In comparison, it was much more difficult than the clay golem production line. Moreover, there were several types of stone golems, the most common stone golem, the upgraded granite golem, and the gargoyle golem. The production process of these golems needed some modification. The steel golem production line was the most difficult. There was a big difference in technology, and it needed a smelting workshop, a casting workshop, and so on. At the same time, a tower spirit was needed to control the entire production line. In addition to building the production line, Sulen also needed a lot of materials. The construction of the golem puppets required elemental crystal stones. The clay golems and rock golems could use medium-sized elemental crystal stones, but the steel golems needed large elemental crystal stones. As for the legendary ones, they needed legendary elemental crystal stones. Considering the current shortage of resources, Hathaway and Sulen discussed and decided to make a clay golem production line first. After all, clay was the easiest material to obtain, and it was much easier to make golem puppets with clay. When he had enough clay golem assistants, it would not be too late to build a larger golem and steel production line. The production of the clay golem required magic essential oil and special spices. Magic essential oil could now be produced in the secret territory. The winged ones would make a lot of magic essential oil every day. Some would be sold, some would be made into other items or distributed to others. As for the soul crystals, there were still plenty of small and medium-sized soul crystals. There were many monsters in the underground world, and some places were occupied by the undead. The number of large soul crystals was very small, but there were still a lot of small and medium-sized soul crystals. Hathaway planned to build the clay golem production line in the secret territory. It was not suitable to build this kind of factory in the northern town. Of course, it could be moved to the city in the future. Much of the equipment for the clay golem production line was actually similar to the production equipment of the brick kiln factory. During the production of the clay golem, the clay needed to be crushed, stirred, and shaped. Su Len had already made a hydraulic mixer, a hydraulic crusher, and a hydraulic mold press before. Now, there was no need for hydraulic engineering, but elemental energy. Compared to hydraulic machinery, elemental energy was naturally better as a power source. This set of equipment was comparable to the assembly line equipment in his previous life. As everyone knew, the level of technology in his previous life was just that. After so many years of development, the energy problem was still not completely solved. The way to use energy was still to boil water. Fossil energy, including coal, oil, and natural gas. This part was mainly converted into heat through combustion. Then, boiled water and steam was used to drive various machinery. Nuclear energy. Through nuclear reactions, a lot of heat was generated in a short period of time, and then, it was still used to boil water. As we all know, those nuclear reactors are large kettles. For all, hydrogen energy. First, hydrogen was obtained through electrolysis or chemical reactions, then heat was obtained through combustion, and then, it was still used to boil water, geothermal power. The principle was similar to other thermal power generation. The only difference was that the heat came directly from the Earth's core. So, it was also used to boil water. Biomass energy. Fuel obtained from living things, mainly plants and microbes, so to put it bluntly, it was still used to boil water. There was no end to it. It was always boiling water. Only solar energy and mechanical energy were converted into electrical energy. In this world, the energy source alone was more advanced than in his previous life. After all, magic directly used elemental energy to convert, and the conversion rate was much higher than the conversion rate of boiling water. In his previous life, the highest energy conversion rate was only 40%, but in this world, it was almost 100%. The elemental pool in the secret realm was also a large elemental pool, and it was more than enough to supply the entire secret realm. Moreover, many of the facilities in the secret realm had not been repaired, so there was no need to use so much energy. There was no problem in using the elemental pool's energy to run the production line. There were many empty spaces in the secret realm, and Su Len quickly found a suitable place. Then, Su Len and Hathaway directed the steel golems to carry out the construction. Energy channels were laid down one after another. Now, the production of magic crystals in the secret realm was very good. The crystal beasts that Su Len brought back from the underground world were living very well here. From less than 50 at the beginning, there were now more than 130 of them. The clay crusher was produced by the craftsmen in northern town. In addition to the crusher, even the mixer and mold press were the same. Hathaway specially made more than a dozen clay golems, and these clay golems were instilled with the skills to operate these machines. When the clay golem production line was completed, these golems would operate it. Although the clay golems were not as complicated as the stone golems, they were still not easy to build. Later on, they still needed to be carefully carved, engraved with runes, assembled, and so on. Hathaway had clearly researched thoroughly, and the clay golem production line was already in place. The most difficult part was the magic pattern engraving workshop, which required the engraving of magic patterns in the clay golems. Hathaway used a beholder's eye for this equipment. The beholder's eye could shoot light spells. After Hathaway's modification, the beholder could release stable, long-lasting, and low-energy light spells, and then use this light spell to engrave the golems. The materials used for engraving magic patterns were magic gem powder and some magic beasts or other monsters' blood. These magic gem powder and magic beast blood were mixed according to a certain ratio, and some other things were added. The magic gem powder was very effective when engraving magic patterns. It was very difficult to operate the beholder's eye, not to mention engraving runes. Ordinary clay golems were not up to the task at all. With their simple brain capacity, they could not complete too complicated tasks, so for the sake of engraving runes, they finally decided to use legendary soul stones. Su Len still had several legendary soul stones, so it was naturally no problem to use one to make a legendary tower spirit. And when it came to making steel golems, they also needed to use a high intelligence and high-quality tower spirit. In fact, the tower spirit in this world was like the artificial intelligence in his previous life, but this artificial intelligence was a little weaker than the tower spirit. The artificial intelligence in his previous life could only be said to be average, but the tower spirit in this world was very powerful. The entire clay golem production line was made very quickly, and it took about a week to make the complete set. After finding the production line and building it, Su Len and Hathaway also began to load the engineering operation program into the clay golems. Chapter 467. Hathaway put down the silver-white carving knife and stretched her body. Her voluptuous breasts outlined an amazing curve. More than half of the clay golem production line had been completed. Only the rune engraving equipment had not been completed yet. This equipment required a tower genie construct made from a legendary soul crystal to operate, but it would be a waste if it was only used to produce clay golems, so Su Len planned to input the stone golem's rune engraving technology into it as well. When the time came, as long as the other equipment caught up, this equipment could be used to produce stone golems. In addition to the legendary tower genie, this machine also required a lot of rare materials. Su Len and Hathaway spent a lot of effort and finally made this equipment. Finally, they just had to install the tower genie construct and it was done. Hathaway picked up her magic staff and quickly chanted an obscure spell. The surrounding elemental energy began to fluctuate violently. Soon, a dazzling light appeared, and a powerful elemental wave descended. Legendary activated life construct. Strange elemental energy quickly gushed out from Hathaway's body, and a powerful mana instantly shrouded the legendary soul crystal in front of her. Soon, another wave of energy appeared in the room. Soul Weave. Supreme magic skills plus mana shaping plus soul construct. Traces of soul power quickly changed under Hathaway's manipulation. Soul Weave was a very difficult spell, and it was a very crucial part of making a legendary tower genie. It was equivalent to building a personality for the tower genie, building a framework, and making the tower genie according to one's ideas. Normally, the tower genies made by wizards were extremely calm and rational, but this did not stop some people from making a silly tower genie. Hathaway, who had experience in making the tower genie, was very fast this time. After about 10 minutes, a rune was completed. With a flash of light, the construction of the legendary tower genie was completed. The next step was to install the legendary tower spirit construct and the rune inscription device together. This was not a difficult task. After placing the legendary tower spirit in the heart of the device, the automatic rune inscription device was considered complete. Automatic rune inscriber. Legendary rune. Can inscribe runes on objects according to requirements. Accuracy plus 25, efficiency plus 35, indestructibility plus 30, logic plus 32, failure reduction plus 33. After seeing the attributes of the Mageweth inscriber, Su Len nodded with satisfaction. With this thing, his clay golem production line would be completed. Without any time to rest, Hathaway and Su Len returned to the secret realm with the automatic Mageweth inscription instrument. At this time, the clay golem production line in the secret realm was almost completed. After Hathaway installed the equipment, she directly connected it to the energy source. Although he had a lot of information about his own work, he still needed to make adjustments. The light blue elemental energy entered the golem factory through the energy channel, and the entire golem factory began to slowly activate. A few clay golems, who were the workers, woke up from their standby mode and got ready to work. Tower Spirit. Builder number 1 activated. System self-check in progress. System self-check complete. Beginning program loading. Loading progress, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Loading complete. Clay Golem Model 3 automatic production line in progress. Connection complete. The clay golems, who had been quietly waiting for the notification, instantly began to move. Tower Spirit. Builder number 1 was the name of the tower spirit of the automatic Mageweth inscription machine. This legendary tower spirit was also the brain of the entire clay golem production line. It was under its control that the automatic production line began to operate normally. Activate the clay golem production line. With Sullen's order, the clay golem production line was instantly activated. Several clay golems began to operate the machine, and cart after cart of clay was sent to the grinder to be crushed. The clay was only considered complete after it became very fine like flour. Next, the crushed clay was sent to the blender to be mixed. While mixing, magical essential oil, elemental powder, and other materials were added. Finally, the evenly mixed clay was sent to the press to be made into a standard clay golem construct. After a series of processes, these parts were sent to the rune inscription workshop, and the automatic rune inscription device would inscribe the runes. Hathaway and Su Len looked at the processed clay golem part with a serious expression, and a bright ray lit up. It was the eye devil's secondary eye that Hathaway had processed before that emitted this ray. It was still a little thick when it first appeared, but it immediately began to shrink. The measuring table next to it accurately measured the data of the instrument's beam. If the data did not meet the requirements, the production would be rejected. The beam corrector next to it was used to correct this place. Next to the eye devil's secondary eye, there was an energy controller that controlled the power of the beam. Under the control of builder number 1, the beam quickly reached the product's requirements. Then it began to inscribe the runes, and the prepared arcane powder and gem powder began to be thrown in. As the beam moved quickly on the part, an accurate rune appeared on that part. After some debugging, the rune inscription device became faster and faster. In just 3 minutes, the rune inscription on a part was completed. Hathaway picked up the produced part and looked at it. This clay golem part was almost exactly the same as the one she designed. Although it was not as good as the one she made herself, it was still a good product. This automatic rune inscription device could inscribe runes on 6 parts at a time. Of course, it could also let 6 beams work together to inscribe one part. With the operation of the golem production line, a clay golem was soon produced. After Su Len walked around the clay golem, he found that it was no different from a normal golem. After seeing the successful production of a golem, Hathaway and Su Len were relieved. The golem production line was finally completed. Builder number 1. I'm here, master. The tower genie's cold mechanical voice sounded. Suspend production. Let those clay golems come over and stand properly. Hathaway pointed to the clay golems that were working. Yes, master. Soon, several clay golems were neatly arranged in front of Hathaway. Hathaway took out a silver-white carving knife. These clay golems were different from the ones that had just been produced. Some of the workmanship of the golem production line had been added to them. However, during the operation just now, there were some small problems with these modified clay golems. Now, Hathaway needed to modify them. The main work of the modification was on the palms. Hathaway used the carving knife to give them more dexterous hands. At the same time, she engraved new runes on the finger joints and wrist joints, which could strengthen the flexibility of the clay golem's hands. Combat golems did not need this kind of precise modification. Only this kind of auxiliary type needed it. The cost of this modification alone was enough to build an additional clay golem. Although the auxiliary type golems were not good at fighting, their cost was usually much higher than the combat type golems. The auxiliary type golems needed to be instilled with more professional knowledge. Only with this knowledge could they carry out various work according to the situation on the spot. Their palms were very flexible. Only in this way could they carry out various work. After completing the operation of the clay golem production line, the next step was to officially complete the installation of the production line. At the same time, the factory also needed to be built. Su Len deliberately opened up a space of about 1,800 square meters, and then built a clay golem production line workshop according to the style of the factory in his previous life. The creation of the clay golem could be divided into 3 parts. The first part was the construction of the limbs. This step could be done by disassembling them. This part was directly made through the mold press. It was not difficult, and even a wizard apprentice could do it. The second step was to carry out various treatments to make these clay parts set in shape and at the same time become difficult to damage. Only after this kind of magical treatment could the clay golems continue to be produced. Otherwise, the clay golems could only be clay,
and a piece could be knocked off with a casual swing of a stick. They could not fight or work at all. Only after this magical treatment, the clay would become as hard as rock. The third step was the most critical magic pattern inscription. Only after the magic pattern inscription was completed could the clay golem perform various actions as if it had a life of its own. Of course, the premise was that it had energy. The fourth step was to assemble the body structure. This step was like piecing together toy models to assemble the complete structure of the golem. The assembly workshop had the most clay golems. In fact, it was also a maintenance workshop. Damaged clay golems would be replaced here. The benefits of the standardization of parts proposed by Su Len were fully reflected here. If a part was damaged, it could be directly removed and replaced with a new one. As long as the damage was not too serious, or the soul core was destroyed, the maintenance problems of these golems could be solved. The last part was the casting and activation. This part was not automated for the time being. In fact, this step could be activated through the tower spirit. The activation spell could be inputted into the tower spirit, and the magic of the elemental pool could complete the activation of the golem. However, because the value of the clay golem was not high, Hathaway and Su Len did not want to add another tower spirit. It should be known that the cost of such a tower spirit was about 1,000,000 kinner. Moreover, Su Len also wanted to build other golem production lines, which would cost a lot of legendary soul crystals to make tower spirits. Naturally, he was not willing to invest too much in this production line. In fact, activating the clay golem only required those high-grade wizards to come over and cast a spell every once in a while. Chapter 468. The main material of the clay golem was high-quality clay, which was plentiful near Northtown City. Building a clay golem required about 1,000 pounds of clay. Making a clay golem was like making ceramics. Although the clay golem wasn't a very powerful golem, there were always some exceptions. Once in the era of the Arcane Empire, there was an arcanist who was proficient in making clay golems. He made a powerful clay golem that had self-healing ability and could use spells to attack. This arcanist had invented a material called memory clay. After the clay was formed, it would remember its original appearance. After being attacked from a distance and the clay golem was broken, it would only take a few minutes for the clay golem to condense and return to its original appearance. Unless the clay was completely destroyed, it would quickly recover. The arcanist used memory clay to make a large number of clay golems. It was said that the clay golem's fighting strength was on the same level as the steel golems. Of course, the memory clay golems were eventually annihilated in the long river of time. Su Len naturally didn't have any information about the clay golems. The clay golems he made were just ordinary clay golems. The clay golems made by the production line were transported to the warehouse for preservation. These clay golems didn't use soul crystals as their cores. When using them, one only needed to put a soul crystal in them and cast a spell to activate them. Because they didn't use the tower spirit to activate them, after a certain number of clay golems were accumulated, several high-grade wizards would take turns to cast spells to activate the clay golems. In order to complete the golem production line as soon as possible, Hathaway and Surin had been busy during this period. The automatic Mageweth inscription machine, which was the most important part of the golem production line, took 2 weeks, while the other parts, such as the energy channel and site construction, only took 3 days. The clay golems on the production line were made by Su Len, which took him a week. These clay golems were then modified by Hathaway and instilled with various knowledge. After the clay golem assembly line started running, Su Len and Hathaway began to make some adjustments to the golems to make the production line run more smoothly. At the same time, the conformity rate of the golem assembly line also increased. After a day of operation, the conformity rate of the various parts produced on the golem assembly line had reached 95%. The entire golem factory operated like an assembly line. The head, torso, limbs, and various other parts were all made separately. All the parts were made according to the standard parts, and the deviation was less than 0.1 coefficient. Su Len specially made 2 clay golems for them to check whether the various parts met the requirements. The parts that did not meet the requirements would be directly picked out, and only the parts that met the requirements could enter the next stage. These parts were assembled by the clay golem engineer. Su Len upgraded its soul crystal to a high-level soul crystal. He would assemble and test the golems. Only the qualified golems would be placed in the warehouse after the assembly was completed. After 3 days of normal operation, Su Len made a detailed calculation of the clay golem assembly line. If the clay golem assembly line ran at full capacity, it could produce 10 clay golems a day. According to this output, it could produce 300 clay golems a month. But in fact, the Northwind Tower didn't need so many clay golems right now. Su Len planned to only produce a few hundred clay golems and send them to the Wizard Tower, the Secret Realm, the Underground World, and other places. Su Len had arranged for people to collect the materials for the golem workshop. Among them, the amount of high-quality clay was the largest, but this could be dug up by the slaves and then sent over after a period of time. As for things like magic essential oil and elemental dust, the amount used was not large. After one edition, they could be used for a long time. Su Len actually didn't care much about the clay golem assembly line. On the contrary, he cared more about the stone golem assembly line and the steel golem assembly line. The clay golem assembly line was at best an attempt to accumulate experience. Then, on the basis of the clay golem assembly line, he would build a better stone golem assembly line and steel golem assembly line. In fact, the technology of the stone golem assembly line was not much different from that of the clay golem assembly line. This time, there was no need for crushing, mixing, and molding. Ordinary stone golems only needed high-quality granite or high-quality marble, but obsidian golems needed obsidian as a material, and obsidian was harder than ordinary stone and more difficult to process. Northern Battlefront City was rich in mineral resources, but there weren't many obsidian ores. Most of the obsidian ores discovered in the underworld had been used to construct the Northwind Tower. Now, there wasn't enough obsidian in the underworld. Obsidian ores were mainly produced in volcanic areas. There were no volcanoes within a few hundred miles of the Northwind City. There were no volcanoes even in the underground world, so there was not much obsidian ores produced here. Obsidian ores were the main material for making obsidian golems and gargoyles. It was indispensable. If Su Len wanted to get a large amount of obsidian ores, he could only buy them from other countries. However, this method had a lot of hidden dangers. Obsidian ores were strategic resources. Once the supply was cut off, the Northwind City would be at a loss, and the production of obsidian golems would no longer be able to continue. In his past life, Su Len knew the power of a trade war. Back then, Mao Xiong was almost dead because of the trade war with the United States. His economy had always been poor, and Su Len did not want anyone to have a hold on him. Another reason was that obsidian ores were very expensive. Once the Northwind City built an obsidian golem production line, a lot of obsidian ores would be consumed. Every month, the Kinner ores would be used to buy obsidian ores. Although Su Len was rich, he still felt the pinch. There were a few ways to get obsidian ores without obsidian ores. The simplest way was to find an empty space and use the power of spells to change the environment and lead the underground lava out. However, this method was very difficult. Even legendary wizards would have a hard time doing it. The second method was to capture an adult red dragon. Creatures like red dragons had radiation around their bodies. If they lived in a place for a long time, they would slowly change the environment and landscape of the place. Finally, they would turn the area into magma. Under normal circumstances, red dragons like to live in volcanic areas. However, capturing an adult red dragon was less difficult than the previous method. The third way was to go to the fire elemental plane and capture magma elementals that could make lava. Magma elementals also had the ability to change the environment. They could turn the ground into lava. This method was the technology used to build an obsidian factory. It was the technology that Su Len and Hathaway secretly obtained in the Emerald Tower. Obsidian ores were very important, and a lot of them were needed in the floating cities. The requirements for the construction of a floating city were very high. The entire city had to be built with obsidian ores, so most of the time, there would be an obsidian factory in every floating city. These obsidian factories usually used magma elementals as the main force to produce obsidian ores. Chapter 469. Obsidian had good physical and magical resistance. It was the main material for the construction of the floating city, and the amount consumed was astronomical. The foundation of a floating city must be built with obsidian, and cutting corners on other things was absolutely unacceptable. As for using ordinary rocks and hardening spells, it was also impossible. The floating city was a super city that could fly freely in the sky and even in the astral world. It was also the most powerful battle fortress of the wizards. He didn't want to use this method just to save money. If the floating city, which was worth hundreds of billions of kinners fake, was damaged because of quality problems, Su Len would have nowhere to cry. The construction of the rock golem production line was not urgent. With the experience of building the clay golem production line, the rock golem production line needed further adjustment. Besides, he had just spent so much energy building the clay golem production line. Hathaway also needed to rest for a while. Otherwise, what if she was hungry and thin? Although Hathaway had always been majestic, and Su Len had measured it himself, he didn't want to reduce the heavy pressure on his chest. Any man would want to be big. Big was the truth. After Su Len returned to the northern town, Chris also returned from the underground world. After a period of mining, the underground world had begun to produce gold. In addition to gold, other metals such as silver, copper, iron, lead, and even a variety of magic gems were also produced in small amounts. The most important thing was the production of 3 kilograms of adamantine. Adamantine was very difficult to refine. Ordinary blacksmiths had no way to do it. Only the dwarves had mastered the refining method. The blacksmiths of the human kingdom had no way to refine this metal. The wizards had a way to refine it, and it was more advanced than the dwarves' technology, but it was still very difficult. Even in the era of the Arcane Empire, it was more troublesome to refine adamantine in large quantities. Although 3 kilograms of adamantine was not much, it meant that the northern town had a stable output of adamantine. Adamantine was the same as mithril. Although it was indispensable in many cases, it was generally not used in large quantities. Although 3 kilograms was not much, it was almost enough if they saved a little every month. Seeing that the little succubus Chris had returned, Su Len was so excited that he couldn't sleep. During this time, he was so busy with work that he didn't have time to play a few rounds of Gwent with them. This card game was a multiplayer game. The more people there were, the more interesting it would be. This game had another name, which was Lei Feng's card game. If he lost, he would have to accept the punishment. Su Len had prepared everything. He found a box in the mezzanine of his study and opened it. There were more than 10 kinds of whips of different lengths. These whips were also made of different materials. After selecting, Su Len chose an exquisitely woven linen whip, several red cotton ropes, and several candles. Then, he went to Chris's room. The game was very intense. The little succubus Chris and Su Len were opponents. Halfway through the game, the little succubus could not take it anymore and could only beg for mercy. Su Len then called the 2 half-elf maids, Angela, over to play Gwent together. Sullen's spear art had reached the large success stage, and the impact was powerful. Everywhere he passed, there was no one who didn't beg for mercy. The night passed in silence. He hadn't played for a long time, and he was a little high last night. He was still a little lethargic, but the ending was still good. The roads in northern town were blocked by heavy snow. The city was preparing for the new year. The festival was brought by Su Len. Only he would hold such a festival. But at this moment, an embroidered uniform guard brought news of the war. The rebellious nobles in the south elected the Medici family as their king, and they have established their own country. The Medici family ascended the throne and established a country? Su Len, who was sitting on the main seat, was slightly stunned. The Medici family was also one of the elector families in the Kingdom of Florence. However, this elector family's strength had always been at the bottom of the Kingdom of Florence. He did not expect that they would dare to stand out this time. Ever since he ascended the throne, the nobles in the southern provinces rebelled. Because he was not strong enough, Su Len did not crusade against them. He only condemned them at the official level. The new army in San Filto City was not much. Sullen's original plan was to pacify the north before marching to the south. In the end, the nobles in the south elected the Medici family to ascend the throne and establish a country. This was no longer a matter of rebellion. Although the embroidered uniform guard recruited by Su Len had begun to infiltrate the south, they did not get much information. Now not only had they ascended the throne, but they had also formed an army and were preparing to attack. Su Len, who received the news, could not sit still anymore. He was not worried about the northern citadel, but he was not worried about San Filto City. Without him, Phyllis alone would not be able to control the situation. Su Len returned to San Filto City through the teleportation portal. As soon as he arrived, Phyllis hugged Su Len tightly and did not let go. "What's wrong? Did someone bully my little baby?" Su Len felt the moisture on his chest and asked softly as he caressed Phyllis's northern region. "It's you, you big bad guy. You didn't come to see me for more than a month.
I'll bite you to death.
Phyllis said as she bared her 2 little silver teeth at Su Len and bit down hard on Sullen's body.
Su Len did not feel any pain. He was just worried that his skin was too hard and her teeth would bite him. He quickly controlled his muscles and pretended to be in extreme pain. Ah, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry. Let me rub it for you. Phyllis said nervously when she saw Sullen's expression. Su Len chuckled in his heart. He lifted her up by the waist and carried her back to her bedroom, ignoring her resistance. Soon, a melodious song came from the palace. Early the next morning, Su Len called for a court meeting. All the nobles of San Filto City came to attend. When everyone was present, Su Len asked a servant to come forward and announce the rebellion of the nobles in the south. He and Phyllis sat on the throne with no expression on their faces. However, Phyllis seemed to be sleep-deprived and could not lift her spirits. After the servant finished speaking, the nobles in the hall all had different expressions. To these nobles, ever since Su Len ascended the throne, he had been weakening and suppressing their forces and taking over their interests. Those who dared to resist before had been suppressed by Su Len. The remaining nobles kept everything in their hearts and were waiting for an opportunity. Now that they heard that the nobles in the south had united to build a kingdom, they all wanted to watch a good show. The nobles in the south did not care about the rebellion of the nobles in the north. They even wanted them to come quickly and completely overthrow the cruel and corrupt Su Len. Of course, not all of these nobles wanted Su Len to die. Some of them surrendered to him, such as Rex, who was the Minister of Internal Affairs. This Earl Rex was the first to surrender to him. He was also very proficient in internal affairs. Now, he was handling most of the government affairs in the Kingdom of Florence. Su Len and Phyllis were just controlling the general direction. Rex stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, the rebels in the south have openly built a kingdom. This is a blatant rebellion. They even formed an army to attack. This is very strange. Although the nobles in the south were richer than the north, the south had been peaceful and prosperous for a long time. The strength of the army was very low. It was far from being a match for the northern army that often fought with the orcs. Now that they dared to take the initiative to attack, it would be strange if there was nothing strange. Su Len smiled leisurely and glanced at the nobles in the hall. There is something strange, but don't worry about it. Since they came, let's just send them to their deaths. Your Majesty, I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the army to kill all these rebels, a general said loudly. Before he finished, the generals around him all puffed out their chests and patted Sullen's chest. They all wanted to be the first to send troops to destroy the rebellion in the south. These old men who had followed Su Len since he was in the northern town had blind confidence in Sullen's strength. Many of them worshipped Su Len blindly. After so many battles, Su Len was a god in these people's eyes. They were not worried that Su Len would lose at all. On top of that, Su Len was very generous to his own people. The salary of the soldiers was very high, and they were given land. These generals were also given many castles and manors by Su Len. As long as they performed meritorious deeds, Su Len would not be stingy with the rewards. When Su Len ascended the throne last time, he rewarded 2 counts and 6 viscounts. Although these titles were not given land, they were still rewarded with many castles and manors. Now that there was a chance to fight, these generals could not wait to put on their armor and go to war. They wanted to use the heads of the rebels to increase their ranks. Su Len did not say anything. His fingers tapped on the throne rhythmically. Soon, the hall quieted down. Only the rhythmic tapping sound could be heard. Are you done? Su Len sat up straight when he saw these people had quieted down. Since you are done, I will start now. Su Len looked around and continued. Since the rebels in the south are in a hurry to die, I will personally send them on their way. The hall fell into silence. Then it became noisy. Your Majesty, you cannot. Your Majesty, as the king, how can you take the brunt of the arrows? As long as you give the order, I will definitely bring the Medici family back to you. Your Majesty, I am willing to share your burden. When they heard that Su Len was going to personally take action, the nobles who had already surrendered to him immediately tried to dissuade him. However, most of the nobles just pretended to persuade him. Their acting skills improved. If it was not for the fact that Sullen's system data showed that their loyalty had not reached 60, he might have believed them. Acting skills? They said it as if no one could. Su Len immediately pretended to be arrogant and said,
There is no need to persuade me.
I have made up my mind. P.S. That's all for today. I will make up for the rest in a few days when I am not busy. Thank you to Feng Ai Yuanxing for your 1500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to 1989 for your 500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Orochi 886 and Immortal Path for your 500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Eve who knows how to cut vegetables, Yunzhong 128, Old Qin Han, Lord Zixuan, Fangmei Na Gua, Tavern Long Time Not Seen, CQS Qingxing, Universe Galaxy Overlord, and other book friends for their tips. Fu Meng thanks. Happy New Year everyone. Love you. Wax. Chapter 470.
Sullen's gaze landed on a figure in the corner of the hall.
That person nodded slightly at Su Len. He was Sullen's appointed guardian of the embroidered uniform guards. After being strengthened by the system, the embroidered uniform guards' ability to do things far surpassed their counterparts in the Ming dynasty.
There were many other places that had spies planted in the nobles' houses, and even the merchants' houses in San Filto City.
Their identities were all different, ranging from butlers, coachmen, guards, attendants, maids, and so on. Ever since he ascended the throne, Su Len had been suppressing these nobles step by step. Although it seemed that the thorns had been removed by Su Len and the rest were honest, he didn't think that these nobles would know their place. There was a saying that blocking someone's money was akin to killing their parents. Sullen's actions weren't just a matter of money. Even his power had been suppressed by more than half. These nobles were only forced by Sullen's ferocious might to appear honest and harmless. In reality, as long as Su Len showed his weak side, these nobles would immediately turn into tigers that ate people without spitting out the bones. Su Len was very clear about these people's ruthlessness, so he had never relaxed his surveillance of these people. Although he was not familiar with political struggles, he had watched many TV dramas in his previous life. There were many precedents to learn from. The most famous example was Emperor Chongzhen. He was fooled by others and directly abolished the imperial bodyguards. He cut off his own eyes and ears. In the end, he could only hang himself on a mountain. During this period of time, the embroidered uniform guards had gathered and summarized a large amount of information. Su Len discovered that the reason why the southern rebels had the courage to attack Su Len was because the northern nobles had made a private deal with the southern nobles. Their goal was simple. They wanted to transfer all the elite troops near San Filto City to fight a decisive battle with the southern rebels. Then, the nobles who had been accumulating their strength would stab them in the back. Although it was very risky, there wouldn't be a chance if they didn't act now. As Su Len attacked the nobles, won over the commoners, distributed farmland, and unified the tax system, the lives of the commoners at the bottom became better and better. As time passed, the commoners who benefited would support Su Len even more. It would be more difficult to overthrow him. Moreover, this was done under the premise of harming their interests. Su Len was surprised that these nobles could endure for so long before they took revenge. These nobles had long lost the elegance of their ancestors. For such a big matter like this, keeping it a secret was the most important thing. But what about them? These nobles only secretly held a meeting to discuss and used the nobles' ball as a cover. They thought that they had avoided Sullen's eyes and ears. However, they didn't know that all of this had already fallen into the eyes of the embroidered uniform guards who were paying attention to these people. There was no doubt that the matters these people discussed that day would be organized into a book and sent to Sullen's study at night. As for the southern nobles, the embroidered uniform guards didn't have enough manpower and couldn't collect too much confidential information. Su Len had been looking for opportunities to weaken the strength of these nobles, but he didn't have a good excuse. Now that these nobles finally took the initiative to jump out, he didn't extinguish these things before it happened. Instead, he pushed the boat with the current to help them. As the lead actor and director of this scene, Su Len was very willing to cooperate, but his appearance fee was a little expensive. After hearing that Su Len had decided to lead the army personally, many nobles in the hall were surprised. Their original intention was to eliminate Sullen's army, but they didn't expect Su Len to go personally this time. Since this was the case, it was a good opportunity to deal with them together. As for the losses, in their eyes, it was only the southern nobles. The army recruited in San Filto City was taken away by Su Len, and the soldiers he brought from Northtown City were also taken away. Only a mere 6,000 people were left to guard the city. The entire city's defense became empty. Of course, when Su Len made the decision, there were officials who objected,
saying that it would cause the city to be empty and that more nobles should be gathered to form an army. However, this suggestion was directly rejected by him. If San Filto City wasn't empty, how could those people cause trouble and bury them all? The stage was already set up, and now all that was left was for the supporting characters to start the show. There were many things that needed to be done before the army went to war. When they were in Northtown City, the number of soldiers was small, and a few hundred people could be sent out quickly. Now, there were a total of 25,000 soldiers in San Filto City. In addition, the number of civilians wasn't any less than the regular army. The daily consumption of 50,000 soldiers was a huge number. By the time they officially set out, it was already a month later. The 50,000 soldiers majestically charged towards the south of the Kingdom of Florence. The army went all the way south. About half a month later, Su Len entered the territory of the southern nobles. That was when the war officially began. "Your Majesty." Kent stepped forward and saluted. "These southern rebels have no intention of fighting a decisive battle with us. They have only been strengthening the defense and clearing the land. They seem to be luring us to go deeper." At this time, Su Len naturally wouldn't hide anything from his subordinates. He nodded and said, "I know, these people are indeed luring us to go deeper." But what they didn't expect was that they weren't luring a fat sheep, but a giant dragon. "Your Majesty, if we continue to go deeper, the supplies of these 50,000 soldiers won't be able to keep up," Kent said helplessly. "Those rebels are strengthening the defense and clearing the land. We can't even gather a single grain of food in the south. The food in the cities that they abandoned has also been transported away. How about we?" Su Len understood what he meant. He wanted to directly rob the civilians in the cities. The civilians still had some food in their hands, but if he did that, even if he defeated the southern rebels in the end, he would only get 1,000 miles of barren land. So, he spent so much effort just to get a piece of land that was already in ruins? Su Luen didn't want a kingdom of Florence that was in ruins. What he wanted was the rich south. Su Len said with a serious expression, "Don't rob. You don't have to worry about the supplies. Someone will send them over soon." "Yes, Your Majesty." Seeing Sullen's serious expression, Kent immediately stood up straight and said. Su Len nodded with satisfaction. "Do you think the southern rebels can hold on like this?" Strengthening the defense and clearing the land is easy to say. How much damage will this cause? Do you think the rebels can hold on?" Looking at the other generals in the tent, Su Len smiled and explained, "The southern provinces have developed a lot of commerce. Most of the time they rely on trade. If we start a war with such great fanfare, do you think the merchant caravans will still dare to do business? In addition to strengthening the defense and clearing the land, food, bridges, wells, and even the forests near the cities will be destroyed. The villages will have to migrate. This kind of destruction is enough to make them feel the pain." For those greedy nobles, short-term losses were acceptable, but that was for the sake of the rich profits later. However, once the capital invested was too much, these short-sighted nobles wouldn't accept it. So, the southern rebels wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The generals around him immediately looked at him with admiration and flattery. Those nobles who sided with Su Len even shamelessly started to flatter him. "Your Majesty is wise and powerful, unparalleled in the world. You can destroy a mere rebellion with a flick of your finger. Your Majesty is indeed Your Majesty. You can't be compared to us mortals. You can see through the real situation of those rebels with just one look." Su Len shook his head. "This is just my more detailed observation. It's no big deal." Although he said so, it felt good to be flattered. So, it was easy to become arrogant after being a king for a long time. Only a good man like Su Len who could see his own heart clearly could remain unmoved. The southern rebels lured Su Len deeper into the south. Su Len pretended not to notice anything and was very cooperative. He even deliberately sent a portion of his soldiers to take over the cities and deliberately weakened their strength. When they were 2,000 miles away from San Filto City, the people in the capital finally couldn't take it anymore and started to take action. After a supply team transporting provisions entered the southern territory, they were attacked by the southern rebel cavalry. The supply team belonged to the nobles. As a result, they naturally scattered and took away what they could and burned what they couldn't. The news of the supply team being destroyed was naturally sent back immediately. Then, the capital had to organize a new batch of supplies to send over. However, at this time,
A batch of supplies had just been sent over and the new supplies were still being prepared. They couldn't be sent out in a short period of time. A series of problems arose from the recruitment of civilian workers, the mobilization of vehicles, the collection of provisions, and so on. The nobles who stayed behind began to shirk their responsibilities and find all kinds of reasons to stall for time.
Although Phyllis had been dealing with government affairs for a period of time, she still had a headache facing the alliance of these old foxes.
If there was enough time, she could deal with them one by one. However, the situation was urgent and there was no time for her to deal with them. As the minister who stayed behind to assist Phyllis, Rex immediately noticed that there wasn't much going on. As an old fox who had been an official for 30 years, he was naturally familiar with such tricks.
In the past, there would only be 1 or 2 problems at most.
How could there be problems at every step? Your Majesty, the nobles have teamed up. Rex immediately reported to Phyllis. Your Majesty is now on an expedition. If there is a problem with the logistics, the consequences will be unimaginable. Phyllis frowned. Sir Rex, do you have any good ideas? There is a way, but time is too tight. It is very likely that we won't be able to make it in time. Let's not worry about that for now.
Quickly solve it. At this moment, a guard hurried over and said, Your Majesty, the brocade guards request an audience.
Chapter 471. Phyllis said irritably, Can't you see that we are discussing something important here? Let them wait for a while. Your Majesty. He brought His Majesty the King's warrant.
The guard quickly said,
Sullen's warrant? Let them in. Phyllis suddenly reacted and said.
Soon, an ordinary-looking man came into the palace. He first bowed to Phyllis solemnly and said, Your Majesty, His Majesty the King had expected this when he left, so he specially ordered me to come.
Phyllis was a little surprised, but she quickly reacted. As an old fox, Rex immediately understood after hearing the words of the guard. I see. Rex nodded and said, Does His Majesty want us to capture the rebels? The guard shook his head with a smile and said, Not so. His Majesty wants Her Majesty the Queen and Sir Rex to continue with what you are supposed to do. Don't let them notice anything unusual. Those who were making a move now were all small fries. The real mastermind would not expose himself so easily. These nobles who had controlled the power of Florence for hundreds of years were naturally unwilling to let their power be taken away. They were the real mastermind behind this matter. Sullen's plan was actually not complicated at all.
After knowing that the nobles had begun to contact the rebels in the south, he had been preparing.
Now, many of the nobles in San Filto City were involved, but there were still some who hid very well. This time, he planned to capture all of them. In addition to dealing with these nobles, Sulen also planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He wanted to take this opportunity to deal with the rebels in the south. So, he deliberately gave them a chance to see hope. Then, when they were about to succeed, he would completely destroy their hope and uproot them. These nobles were already the biggest obstacle to him taking control of the Kingdom of Florence. Only by getting rid of them could the Kingdom of Florence continue to grow. Who is the general of the rebels in the south? His command is quite good. On a nameless hill in the south, 2 large armies were confronting each other from a few miles away. Sulen carefully observed the rebels. These rebels looked good.
They were in a neat formation and their armor was bright. Although they were not powerful soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles, they were definitely not a mob. Sulen had been through a lot of battles, so he was able to distinguish the strength of his opponents. Compared to the army behind him, the Southern Rebel Army's equipment was actually better than theirs. Looking at the current situation, the Southern Rebel Army looked like a regular army, while the army behind him looked more like a mixed army. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, the southern provinces were much richer than the northern provinces. However, apart from equipment, although the southern army's momentum was not bad, it was still lacking compared to the army behind him. The patriarch of the Medici family, Acer, was overwhelmed with emotion. Originally, their family had the lowest chance of becoming the royal family of Florence. Their family was also at the bottom of the list of elector families in the Kingdom of Florence. But now things had changed. The Henry family had no descendants, and an outsider had ascended to the throne. This was a godsend opportunity. The king, who was said to be a pioneer noble, did not understand the unspoken rules among the nobles at all. As soon as he ascended to the throne, he began to touch the cake of the other nobles. As a result,
many nobles rebelled. In the end, this king was really tough. He directly led his people to destroy the nobles and even took away their territories. This was simply unimaginable among the nobles. Therefore, when the northern nobles took the initiative to contact him and said that they were willing to support him as the king, he was tempted. For this reason, he personally contacted the southern nobles and was ready to completely destroy Su Len in one fell swoop. Not long ago, he lured Sullen's army south. As northerners, many people were not used to the climate in the south. After the battle line was long enough, he easily cut off the follow-up food supply according to the information provided by the spies. Without food supplies, even a strong army would collapse. After the food supply was cut off, the king began to panic. He did not continue to pursue and directly led his army to retreat. However, in the face of such a rare opportunity, how could Asir let it go? He had already planned. After defeating Su Len, he would directly go to San Felto City to ascend to the throne and take over all the inheritance of the Henry family. When that time came, the Medici family would be the most powerful family in the Kingdom of Florence. Your Majesty, the enemy's general is Asir, the patriarch of the Medici family. The brocade uniform guard beside him said respectfully. So it's him. It seems that we don't have to look for him everywhere. This battle will solve the problem. Su Len nodded and said. He did not care about the 100,000 soldiers opposite him at all. But Your Majesty, we don't have enough food now, Kent said softly. The news had not spread yet, but the generals naturally knew. After all, Su Len did not hide it. Su Len flicked the whip in his hand and said softly, Hee, I know that. There is a rebellion in the capital, so the supplies there will not be coming. Kent was stunned. Su Len had always said that there was no need to worry about the supplies and that they would be sent over. Now, he was told that there was no food. Your Majesty, we are already thousands of miles into the enemy's territory. Now that there is no food, how are we going to fight this battle? Judging from the king's expression, he did not seem to be worried at all. Su Luen waved his hand and signaled the army to move forward and prepare for war. He then said in a relaxed tone, Those rebellious nobles think that they can defeat me by joining forces with the southern rebels. I've known about this for a long time. They think that they can choke me by cutting off the food supply to San Filto City and blocking the roads with ice and snow in Northtown City? They are too naive. I have more than just San Felto City and North City. There were 25,000 soldiers in the regular army and 50,000 strong men in total. Although they were not as strong as North City's army, there were thousands of knights and hundreds of head knights and knight commanders. With Sullen's help, there was no way the 100,000 strong army could win unless all of them were knights. The only way to win was to stall Sullen's army and cut off their food supply so that they would collapse without a fight. This time, with the help of a spy, it seemed that they had succeeded on the surface, but it was only on the surface. Su Len had already cleared out his storage dimension before he left. There were 100 cubic meters of military food in his storage dimension. Su Len made this military food using potatoes. He would dry the potatoes and grind them into powder. Then, he would add oil, salt, diced meat, vegetables, and many other spices to make this military food. This military food could provide a soldier with all kinds of energy for a day. 1 pound per person was enough. 1 cubic meter of military food was about 1,200 kilograms. 100 cubic meters of military food was 120 tons. It was enough to feed the 50,000 soldiers for a week. Apart from that, he also asked Marquis Savoy's territory to send out a reinforcement from Cult City with a large amount of supplies. Su Len also left a backup plan. He made a teleportation coordinate. If he needed it, he could ask Hathaway to teleport a large amount of food over. None of the nobles in San Felto City knew about this. Su Len was not worried about the lack of food at all. Besides, he did not have enough food. 1 week was enough for him to defeat the enemy. If he ran out of food, how could the 100,000 strong army run out of food? Su Len said with a playful expression, They think they can win if they stall us. Aren't we also preparing to quell the rebellion in the south? Let's go. Su Len looked at the army with high morale and gave the order. Raise your spirits. Raise the morale. Group haste. Group enchanted weapon. Group bears endurance. Beams of light rose from Sullen's body. The strength of the vanguard of the army instantly increased by a large margin. The army, which had been holding back for a long time, suddenly erupted. The 25,000 soldiers split into 3 groups and advanced together. On the other side, Acer looked at the approaching army and suddenly panicked. The enemy army did not collapse like he expected. Instead, they took the initiative to attack. Just as he had a bad premonition, the 2 armies collided, but the result shocked the southern rebels. The opposing army cut through them like they were vegetables, instantly tearing holes in their formation. In order to prepare for this battle, Su Len purposely let the elite soldiers of North Town take the lead. These soldiers were at least grand knights. They were wearing excellent armor and holding sharp blades. After being buffed with spells, they were like little superhumans. Against the rebels, who were at most novice knights, it was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. They easily saw through the enemy's formation. The army behind them swarmed forward. The rebels in the south were forced to retreat. In less than 10 minutes, the vanguard began to collapse. When Su Len saw this, he did not want to miss this opportunity. He immediately ordered the army to press forward. The long period of peace had weakened the rebels in the south. Even though they had been trained and reorganized, they were still weaker than the northern army, not to mention the elites of Northtown City. The army continued to drive the defeated rebels forward. Acer, who lacked battle experience and wisdom, wanted to drive the defeated rebels forward. However, as soon as the order was given, the army behind the rebels was also scattered. Seeing this, Su Len knew that the result of this battle was already decided. In the wilderness, the rebels were running everywhere. Out of 100,000 soldiers, only 5,000 of them were defeated. In the end, it led to a complete collapse. Su Len was shocked that the rebels in the south were defeated so easily. Chapter 472. Su Luen was surprised by the extent of the corruption of the southern nobles. They dared to rebel at such a level. Of the 100,000 soldiers, only 7 or 8,000 were killed, and the rest fled in defeat. At this time, the battlefield was in chaos. Scattered soldiers were everywhere. Under the leadership of the northern citadel's elites, the army chased the scattered soldiers away like ducks. Su Len was experienced in battle. He commanded the army to attack the weak points of the southern rebel army. Most of the time, people had the misconception that the commander of the southern rebel army, Acer, was one of them. He had never led a large army in battle, and it was already very good that he could lead 100,000 soldiers. But when the battle really started, he would make stupid moves and fall into a dilemma. The difference between a famous general and a normal general was that they could create opportunities, seize the enemy's weakness, and concentrate their forces to attack the enemy's weak points. Apart from a small number of truly talented generals, the vast majority of famous generals relied on accumulated experience to improve their judgment. When it came to experience, no one on the battlefield was more experienced than Su Len. After the front line was defeated, Su Len saw the weakness of the southern rebel army. As the commander, Acer panicked. He gave a dozen orders in a row, and the result was that the army became even more chaotic. Seeing this situation, Su Luen directly sent the cavalry to take the opportunity to rush forward. The waves of attacks came one after another and completely defeated the southern rebels. The more the defeated army was defeated, the more the defeated army would be hit by the seawater. Generally, people had a herd mentality. When the defeated army reached a certain scale, they would directly take the army that had not collapsed and flee together with it. After the southern rebel army collapsed, Su Luen released all of his troops to expel and capture them. Su Luen didn't kill all of these defeated troops. In his opinion, these 100,000 troops were all able-bodied laborers. It would be a waste to kill all of them. Beifeng Principality was still short of manpower. Even if all of them were sent there, it wouldn't be enough. Of course, Su Len also paid attention to the nobles. These southern nobles were all very rich. Su Len planned to squeeze some money out of them. Su Len could be said to be spending money like water. This time, he came to the south to make a big splash. Just as Su Len chased the southern rebel army away like ducks, the big show in Sanfilto City began. At this time, in a luxurious manner in Sanfilto City, the nobles who had been preparing for a long time had received news that Sullen's army was entangled with the southern noble army. Therefore, these nobles who were about to lose their patience were ready to take action. These nobles had long lost the bravery of their ancestors. However, each family still had a few experts. Moreover, they also had a lot of private soldiers. Apart from private soldiers, They also had a lot of knights. The strength of a noble was limited.
However, with a dozen or more noble families added together, it was not a problem to pull out an army of a few thousand people.
These nobles didn't need to work. Instead, they enjoyed themselves from day to night.
If they wanted to support their large families and their many servant armies, they couldn't rely on farming alone. Therefore, these nobles had a lot of mines and shops.
Farming was only a small part of it. Hundreds of years of accumulation was not just for show. For this day, these nobles took out a lot of gold and silver to bribe the remaining troops.
The San Filto city's army, from the captains to the generals, were all brought by Su Len from the northern city.
How could they be bribed?
However, if they couldn't be bribed, they wouldn't be able to act out the rest of the scene. Therefore, under Sulen's arrangements, they naturally pretended to be bribed by these nobles. After the Reformation, the military system in San Filto City was very strict. There was a strict limit to the number of private soldiers the nobles could have. Even the weapons and armors they could have were limited. Normal swords were not prohibited, but bows and armors were not allowed. However, this was not a problem for the nobles. After all, many nobles had blacksmiths at home. Although they didn't have a lot of armors, they could still gather a few dozen sets. With this army and some ordinary citizens, they could easily pull out tens of thousands of soldiers.
It was enough to take down San Filto City, which was empty of soldiers. The large army gathered, and then there were spies who came to the city gate. Countless soldiers quickly surrounded the palace. The north wind whistled and night fell. However, the city was brightly lit. Soldiers holding torches poured out of the city. The shining swords reflected their ferocious and distorted faces. The citizens in the city had already shut their doors and trembled as they watched through the cracks of their doors. They were afraid that these soldiers would rush into their houses. These soldiers couldn't care less about them now. They all looked at the palace with greedy eyes. This was the king's home. As long as they could break in, they could have all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry. All kinds of beautiful ladies and rare treasures would be theirs. For this operation, the nobles had put in a lot of effort. Not only did they take out a lot of gold and silver, but they also sent out their powerful subordinates. They were very clear about the strength of Sulen's army. Without powerful knights, it was almost impossible to break in.
With a command, the impatient soldiers rushed forward excitedly and tried to take over the palace by force.
The flames flickered and the sounds of fighting shook the sky. The entire city fell into a chaotic battle at this moment. Many of the nobles who had participated in the operation were excited beyond words. They brought their subordinates to the palace and were ready to witness the fall of this place that symbolized the king's power. A ray of light descended from the sky. Then a light blue energy barrier rose in the palace. It was like an inverted jade bowl, enveloping the entire palace. Seeing this scene, the nobles suddenly felt a sense of unease. Although they weren't wizards, they could clearly recognize that this was a spell that only those mysterious wizards could cast. The entire night sky was illuminated by this gorgeous energy barrier, but the nobles' faces turned pale. How could this spell be broken? At this moment, there were waves of killing sounds coming from behind. The soldiers at the back cried and fled in panic. They were no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Those who fell behind were directly beheaded. These soldiers only hated that their parents didn't give birth to them with 2 more legs. At the same time, the palace gates suddenly opened. Groups of soldiers rushed out of the palace. There were barbarians, dwarves, and even half-elves. Although there weren't many of them, they directly crushed the army outside. The nobles had nowhere to run and were defeated. Su Len looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He had a strong and slender body, a head full of blonde hair, and a handsome face. Although he was already middle-aged, he looked very charming. He was completely in line with the beauty standards of those noble ladies.
Marquis Acer, this should be the first time we've met.
Su Len picked up a piece of barbecued meat and took a big bite.
He looked at the Medici family head who was tied up and kneeling at the bottom of the steps with a playful expression and said in a frivolous tone.
Although he was in a sorry state, Marquis Acer didn't panic. He still looked elegant.
Your Majesty Su Len, I am a noble, and I am the Emperor's chosen Marquis of Florence.
I request to be treated according to my status. The way you treat me is completely unbefitting of a noble.
Oh, now you know that you are a noble of the Kingdom of Florence.
A Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis.
What a great noble. Su Len said in an exaggerated tone. But why is a great noble like you, a marquis of the emperor's chosen marquis, kneeling here? Su Len said with a mocking expression.
Don't you know in your heart?
You have already rebelled, and you still think that you are a noble of the kingdom of Florence?
You want to be treated like a noble? You want to eat *T?
Your Majesty Su Len, according to the noble inheritance law, you are not a direct descendant of the Henry royal family.
You have no right to inherit at all.
According to the inheritance law, as a marquis of the emperor's chosen marquis, I have the right to inherit the throne. So you are kneeling here.
Su Len interrupted him directly.
In the battle that day, the army of 100,000 was just for show. They were almost defeated in front of Sullen's rebel army. As the commander-in-chief, he was taken special care of. When he escaped, there was a stupid guard who followed him all the way with a flag, completely exposing his route. In the end, he was caught by the enemy before he could run far. After all, the army he led was not tempered by war at all. They were not strong enough. After encountering the elites of the northern city, they were completely suppressed. If it was a defensive battle, they might be able to hold on for a while with the help of the city wall. However, in a wild battle, they were all wiped out in one battle. From noon to night, the defeated army was everywhere in the mountains. After the battle, the army of 100,000 disappeared. Among them, there were at least 50, if not 100, nobles who were captured. Who asked these nobles to rely on their numbers? They thought that the other side was short of food, so they all dressed up in gaudy clothes. They wanted to show off their heroism after the victory, but in the end, they dressed too extravagantly and became targets on the battlefield. Since you want to be treated as a noble, it is not impossible. Su Len put down the barbecue and took the towel from the guard to wipe his hands. According to your title, how much kinner do you need to pay to be treated as a noble? 200,000 kinner, Asser said with a painful expression.
What are you waiting for?
Let go of Marquis Asser. Su Len yelled at the two soldiers beside him.
Look at how tight the rope is. Hurry up and untie him.
Our Marquis Asser has never suffered like this before.
How can you be so careless?
The two soldiers beside him quickly untied the ropes on Asser's body. Marquis Asser has suffered. It's all our fault. Su Len looked at Marquis Asser with a smile, like he was looking at a mountain of gold.
Chapter 473.
With Isis as an example, the rest of the nobles expressed their willingness to pay the ransom. After a rough calculation, Su Len received a shocking number. The total ransom of these nobles was almost 5 million kinner. However, Su Len did not plan to let them go so easily. He asked these nobles to write letters to their families to send the ransom. After receiving these letters, the nobles who were still trembling in fear heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they accepted the ransom, it would be easy. Although they had to pay a large sum of money, it was still better than being accused of rebellion and stripped of their titles. They immediately opened their treasure vaults and took out a large amount of kinner to pay the ransom.
Soon, Sullen's camp received a shocking amount of kinner.
After receiving the ransom, Su Len did not immediately release the nobles. He did not plan to let these rebels go so easily. Moreover, these fertile lands in the south were too cheap for them. It was better for him to take control of them. Therefore, after the nobles paid the ransom and let their guard down, Sullen's army quietly spread out to the surrounding cities and attacked at the agreed time. The soldiers suffered heavy losses. Under the lack of vigilance, more than 10 southern cities were conquered overnight. Su Len completely bared his fangs. However, although he had conquered more than 10 cities, there were more cities in the south that were still controlled by the rebels. However, the combat power of Sullen's army had completely shocked these people. They did not dare to attack again. Because Su Len did not have enough soldiers, conquering more than 10 cities was already the limit. Therefore, he did not launch another attack. Instead, he took the opportunity to quickly digest the spoils of war that he had just received. At the same time, Su Len took out the ransom that he had just received and began to recruit soldiers again. While recruiting, Su Len began to transfer more soldiers from the northern city. The northern city had more than 10,000 soldiers before, but after a few transfers, there were less than 5,000 soldiers left. More than half of them were new soldiers. The rest of the soldiers were sent to San Filto through the teleportation circle. The rebellion in San Filto had ended long ago. The rebellion that the nobles had prepared did not cause any waves at all. Whether it was the nobles' private soldiers, recruited soldiers, or even bribed soldiers, they were all defeated in one blow. The nobles who participated in the rebellion were all driven crazy by the well-prepared embroidered uniform guards. For a time, the prisons in the city were overcrowded. With so many nobles captured, all sorts of confessions were interrogated by the embroidered uniform guards. The culprit, who had been hiding under the water, could no longer hide and was quickly captured. This time, about half of the nobles in the Kingdom of Florence were directly implicated. In addition to arresting people, they also obtained a lot of money and land. At the same time, the power of the nobles was also dealt a blow by Su Len. After this incident, the number of nobles in the Kingdom of Florence was reduced by half. The influence of the nobles was greatly weakened. Moreover, those who dared to resist were mostly captured. The remaining ones were all very obedient. Apart from that, Su Len had also begun to promulgate laws that restricted the rights of the nobles. Although the laws did not completely eliminate the nobles, it was impossible for them to be as powerful as before. Su Len dealt with these people very decisively. Needless to say, those who were deeply involved were directly stripped of their titles. The main culprit was sentenced to death by hanging. As for those who were implicated, all their property was confiscated and they were punished to be slaves. When spring came next year, they would be sent to work in the northern town city. This incident could implicate at least tens of thousands of people and send them to the northern town city.
With these people, the rapid development of the northern town city was already a matter of certainty.
Just as Su Len was digesting the spoils of war, the rebellious nobles in the south began to send messengers to negotiate. These people had already realized the gap between them and Su Len. After being beaten up, they also woke up. This negotiation was to admit defeat. If they continued to fight, although they could win, it would take a lot of time. Another reason was that several countries bordering the south of Florence had recently begun to stir. If Su Len pressed too hard, who knew if these nobles would directly cooperate with the surrounding countries? By then, things would be troublesome. Therefore, after some consideration, Su Len decided to negotiate, but the requirements of the negotiation were much stricter. At the very least, these nobles had to pay a heavy price. After handing over the peace negotiations, Su Len also returned to San Filto City. After the war of 100,000 people ended, Su Len heard the system prompt sound in his ears. "Congratulations, host. You have won a glorious victory. Under your command, your army has defeated the southern rebel army despite being outnumbered. At the same time, you have suppressed the rebel army within the royal city. You have obtained 63,000 EXP. You have obtained 1 platinum treasure chest. You have obtained 3 rubies." Battle ended. January 1689 of the new moon calendar.
In the Kingdom of Florence, the nobles in the capital who were dissatisfied with you colluded with the nobles in the south and started a great rebellion.
You and your army fought calmly and successfully crushed the enemy's scheme.
You have also defeated the rebels in the south in the field, obtaining victory in the entire battle and forcing the other nobles in the south to submit to you.
Your name has started to spread in the surrounding countries. Prestige plus 15. Hearing the notifications of his attributes, Su Len opened up his storage space. This time around, he had only received a platinum treasure chest and a few magic gemstones. His gains could only be said to be better than nothing. However, the enemies this time around were not strong enough. They did not even have a single legend, and the strongest were merely conferred knights and knight commanders. The 60,000 experience points were only given due to the fact that there were enough enemies this time around. Feng Xingjian casually opened the platinum treasure chest, and a series of beautiful special effects flashed by. The system's cold voice rang out in his ears. "Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item demonized oak tree seed." A strange seed appeared before his eyes. Su Len picked it up. This seed was about the size of a walnut and was silvery white in color.
There were some strange patterns on the surface of the seed, and it looked very beautiful.
With one look, Feng Xingjian could tell that this seed was no ordinary item. Demonized oak tree. Plant. This is a strange seed that requires a special environment in order for it to take root and germinate. After that, it will grow and become a demonized oak tree. The demonized oak tree possesses mysterious powers. Host, please explore on your own. Explore on my own? What the heck?
Su Luen looked back and forth at the silver-white seed in front of him,
which was surrounded by a layer of strange power, protecting the seed from harm. The result of the system's identification was also vague. Su Len was also curious about this seed. However, there was nothing he could do about it now. If he wanted to plant this seed, he would need to find a suitable place. Ordinary places would not allow it to germinate. Su Len gave it some thought and kept the seed. He planned to send the seed to the secret realm to test it out after returning to northern Garrison City. After staying in San Filto City for 2 days, Su Len brought Phyllis along to have a deep and simple conversation. After that, he went to northern Garrison City in a carefree mood. The biggest harvest this time, other than a dozen cities, was a large amount of kinner. This time, Su Len obtained a total of 10 million kinner. With so many kinner, it greatly alleviated northern Garrison City's financial problems. Moreover, Su Len was also preparing to continue building the miracle building. Last time, he obtained the Qilin horn. He already had the blueprint for the Qilin pavilion. However, he did not have enough funds at that time. Now that he had the funds, he could buy all kinds of materials. Therefore, the Qilin pavilion could also be built. The location that Su Len chose for the Qilin pavilion was near the military camp. The terrain here was broad. After confirming the location, Northern Garrison City's huge construction team immediately began to work. All kinds of materials and building materials were continuously transported over. After that, construction began under Sullen's command. The Qilin pavilion did not occupy a large area. However, the attic's shape was grand and imposing. It used a large amount of high-quality wood. This was a 3-story brick attic. The attic was richly ornamented. On top of it, there were many carvings of rare beasts. Fortunately, Northern Garrison City's craftsmen were all experienced masters. Otherwise, this kind of attic might not be able to be completed. After handing over the blueprint to the construction leader, Su Len left the construction site. He brought the demonized oak tree seed to Northern Wind Pagoda. Su Len went straight to the astrology platform in the pagoda. When he arrived at the astrology platform, Hathaway was reclining on a reclining chair and flipping through a magic book. After seeing Su Len arrive, her face revealed a trace of joy. However, it quickly disappeared. "How come you have time to come here today?" Hathaway put down the book and raised her head to take a look at him. The corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a tranquil smile. Her eyes moved and her rosy cherry lips lightly opened. Su Len shrugged his shoulders and very casually sat on the reclining chair. Hathaway's beautiful big eyes rolled her eyes at him. After that, she leaned her body to the side and made some space for him. Su Len comfortably leaned against her and sat down. Although the chaise lounge was rather spacious, it was still a bit crowded when 2 people sat on it. A burst of male scent assaulted her face. Although she was already very familiar with it, Hathaway's face still flashed with a trace of blush. Su Len sniffed the faint delicate fragrance that came from the tip of his nose. He felt the astonishing elasticity and softness of her body. Hathaway's body carried a delicate fragrance. Her soft long hair casually draped down. Her white as jade-like skin was as delicate as a baby's. As if sensing Sullen's gaze, some small goosebumps slowly appeared on Hathaway's arms. After a while, Su Len withdrew his gaze. Then, he took out an exquisite box and lowered it in front of Hathaway. "I obtained a strange seed this time. Take a look and see if it's useful," Su Len said close to Hathaway's ear. He opened the box and revealed the silver seed inside. His scorching breath blew on the side of her face and earrings. Hathaway's white as jade-like skin also slowly rose a little bit. Su Len stared at the woman with astonishing attractiveness and seduction in front of him. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. Chapter 474. A silver ray of light shone and appeared. The silver enchanted seed reflected a beautiful light. Even the most knowledgeable witches were attracted by this strange seed. "What kind of seed is this?" Hathaway reached out and picked up the seed. "It is said to be the seed of an enchanted oak tree." Su Len stretched his body, raised his arm, and dropped it. Naturally, it went through Hathaway's back and reached her waist. Hathaway's body trembled slightly, but she did not reject it. She continued to look down at the seed. Su Len wrapped his arm around Hathaway's slender waist and pulled her tall body into his arms. Hathaway rolled her eyes at him and continued to look at the enchanted seed. "This seed has a strong vitality," Hathaway said in surprise after she sent her magic power into it to examine it.
It's just a little strange. There is a layer of energy field on the surface of this seed. Before this energy field dissipates, it can't be planted. Su Len said, this layer of energy field has a chance to disappear when the seed is in a suitable place. I plan to plant this seed in the secret realm. What do you think? I just tested it. This seed is not dangerous. As long as we are careful, there won't be any big problems. But I suggest that we isolate it first. Hathaway's cheeks were flushed. Sullen's warm palm slowly climbed up like a snake. His fingertips brushed across Hathaway's smooth and soft skin. He could feel the temperature of Hathaway's body rising, and the delicate fragrance of her body was getting stronger. At the same time, he inadvertently licked her small and cute earlobe. Phew! Hathaway's breathing was obviously a little faster, and her eyes seemed to become like a pool of spring water at this moment. Although her eyes fell on the silver seed in her hand, she seemed to be absent-minded. Sullen's palm slid upward. His fingers crossed the plane and soon began to climb the peak. Hathaway felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and her breathing became faster. At this moment, Hathaway's breathing suddenly stopped. Sullen's palm was holding a soft peach. The touch was smoother than silk and as gentle as jade. He loved it so much that he could not put it down. The steering wheel was kneaded into various shapes. Su Len used his arm to directly carry Hathaway's light body. Then, he walked into a room at the side. Soon, a burst of sobbing sounds floated out from the astrology platform. Sullen's purple lightning thunder dragon spear swept through thousands of troops with unparalleled penetrative power. Hathaway's protective shield collapsed under this kind of attack. However, facing Sullen's rapid advance, Hathaway did not give up resisting. She also began to resist with the wizard's hand. However, how could it withstand the giant tongue whip? Su Len brought out his specialty, the 7 snakes coiling spear. He quickly charged 3 times without any cooldown time, and then violently attacked with the Overlord's spear rush. Even legendary spellcasters were beaten to a pulp. After activating their ultimate move, they were invincible. Then, it was an earth-shattering battle of tens of thousands of words. In the end, Su Len won a complete victory. Early the next morning, Su Len brought Hathaway back to the secret realm. The secret realm was still full of flowers, and there were no changes due to the wind and snow outside. Groups of winged ones were busy in the flower field not far away. On the other side, a few clay golems were working. The whole secret realm was full of vitality. The secret realm produced a lot of magic materials every month. However, because of the lack of manpower, there were still many places in the secret realm that had not been repaired. Many of the planting areas were still barren. The operation of a secret realm required a lot of manpower. The work in the secret realm was dangerous. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to do it. At the same time, some magic knowledge and the ability to cast spells were needed. With Sullen's current foundation, he could not do it. Su Len and Hathaway came to the control center of the secret realm. He asked Tower Spirit Number 1 to display a 3-dimensional map of the entire secret realm. He was going to mark out a piece of land in the secret realm and use it to plant the enchanted oak. With the help of Tower Spirit Number 1, Su Len quickly chose a place. The area of the land was neither big nor small. It was about 1,000 square meters. The surrounding area had been isolated by a spatial isolation circle. At the same time, there was an energy channel connected to the elemental pool to provide enough energy. Su Len deliberately built a small pool here. The water in it was the energy water that was drawn from the elemental pool. After the planting environment was ready, Su Len took out the silver seed. After injecting energy into the seed, he put the seed in the pool. After the seed entered the spring water, the strange energy field that shrouded the seed quickly dissipated. Then, to Su Luan's surprise, the seed that had just sprouted grew uncontrollably. The seed buds broke out of the soil and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became a small sapling. Then, the elemental water in the pool was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the elemental water in the pool was exhausted. Seeing this, Su Len immediately ordered Tower Spirit Number 1 to open the energy channel. Soon, the blue elemental water poured into the pool. With the influx of elemental water, the sapling grew rapidly again. In just a few minutes, the sapling grew into a tree more than 10 meters tall. At this time, the growth of the oak tree finally began to slow down. However, even though it had slowed down a little,
its growth rate was still dozens of times faster than its normal growth rate. In the next few days, with the energy supply from the elemental pool, the oak finally grew to about 20 meters tall. Its branches and leaves were lush and green. A strange energy appeared around the demonized oak tree. This energy was somewhat different from mana. It was gentler and purer, with a natural aura. This aura made people feel very comfortable. Although it had grown to more than 20 meters, the oak was still not mature. However, its growth rate had returned to normal. It could only grow slowly. This is a nature oak. Hathaway looked at the tree in front of her in surprise.
Nature oak? What's that?
Su-Len looked at Hathaway in confusion. The nature oak is a magical plant cultivated by the elves. Hathaway reached out and enchanted the trunk of the oak. She continued, "You should have heard of the legend of the Tree of Life or the World Tree, right?"
Of course I have.
The World Tree is said to be the divine tree that created the world. The Tree of Life is the treasure of the High Elves.
You mean this tree is?
Su-Len immediately understood.
What are you thinking about?
Hathaway rolled her eyes at Su-Len. She continued, "Not to mention the World Tree, even the Tree of Life can't grow in a space like the Arcana realm. The World Tree is a divine object that only exists in legends. No one has ever seen it before. Legend has it that the Tree of Life grows in the ancestral land of the elves. Other than a few gold elves among the high elves, no other elves can get close to it, let alone us. The World Tree was said to have been destroyed during the War of the Gods. It was cut down by the gods, leaving only some withered branches and leaves, which were taken away by some people. The Tree of Life was very precious. The High Elves had always wanted to plant one, but they had never succeeded. Later, the High Elves began to use the branches of the Tree of Life and other trees to cultivate. It was said that some of the branches of the World Tree were also used. This method of cultivation eventually succeeded, but it also failed. The newly cultivated plants were not as powerful as the elves had expected. Although they inherited a part of it, they were severely weakened in all aspects. The nature oak could change the surrounding environment and make it more habitable. At the same time, it could purify corrosion and increase the concentration of natural energy. Although it was not as good as the Tree of Life, many elven villages would plant one. Elven villages would also be built around nature oaks. During the Elven Empire, every elven village would have a nature oak. After the Elven Empire collapsed, many nature oaks were cut down and burned. Although the nature oak was not as powerful as the World Tree, it still inherited some of the World Tree's abilities. For example, it could form a nature domain around itself. Casting nature spells or druid spells here would be enhanced. Su-Len did not expect this seed to be a nature oak. Since the Elven Empire was destroyed, many nature oaks were destroyed. This plant was very precious among the elves. Now there was one growing in the Arcana realm. Nature oak. Legend has it that the branches of the World Tree and the Tree of Life were used to cultivate an advanced plant. It was widely planted throughout the continent during the Elven Empire. It has the effect of purifying the environment and improving nature. Energy purification plus 35, nature force plus 33, nature domain plus 10, health growth plus 18, bloodline evolution plus 6, only applicable to nature elemental creatures, environment compatibility plus 33. Su-Len was a bit surprised after seeing the nature oak's attributes. This kind of nature oak could promote bloodline evolution. No wonder the elves planted it in every village. At the beginning, the ancient elves' bloodline was the same as the dragons, which was the golden bloodline. However, as time passed, their bloodline began to deteriorate. For example, the normal elves' bloodline had already deteriorated to bronze, which was not much different from a human's bloodline. However, with this nature oak, their bloodline would slowly improve. Although it would be difficult to evolve, at least it would not continue to deteriorate. This was very important to the elves. However, this bloodline evolution was only limited to nature elemental creatures. In the northern city, only the half-elves and Pegasi met this requirement.
Chapter 475.
Bloodline evolution was a rare ability. The nature oak's ability was only effective on elves and half-elves. It had limited effect on Su-Len. As for letting the half-elves live here, Su-Len planned to use it as a reward. Only the half-elves who had made great contributions could live here. With this nature oak, the half-elves' loyalty to Su-Len would increase again. Su-Len believed that the half-elves would work hard for a long time. As the nature breath on the oak spread,
Su Len and Hathaway felt some changes in their bodies. Although Su Len had successfully merged with the divinity after absorbing it last time, the pollution in the divinity was not completely removed. The divinity of the brain hunter contained a large amount of evil, madness, lust, violence, and destruction. It could easily interfere with one's mind. After Sullen's methods, most of these negative energies had been removed. According to the original speed, it would take at least half a month to remove all the pollution. But just now, all the pollution in his body had been cleansed. Feeling the changes in his body, Sullen's eyes flashed with joy. The nature oak could actually cleanse the pollution in his body. This was great news for Su Len. With the purification effect of the nature oak, he could continue to extract the remaining divinity of the brain hunter. This purification effect was not only effective on Su Len, but also on Hathaway. As a wizard, Hathaway had taken many potions. Some of these potions were used to heal injuries, while others were used to increase strength. Normal potions had side effects, not to mention this kind of potion. Although the side effects had been reduced to a very low level after Hathaway's treatment, there were still a lot of side effects accumulated in her body over the years. This kind of poison caused the energy in her body to not be pure enough. Basically, all wizards had this problem. Now, the poison in Hathaway's body had been completely cleansed. As a legendary wizard, Hathaway was very sensitive to the changes in her body. Soon, she felt that her body had become more pure. Su Len and Hathaway waited for a while before leaving the secret realm and returning to the North Wind Tower. After Su Len returned, he hurriedly took out the divine crystal of the brain hunter sealed in the wizard tower. He was ready to extract the divinity from it again. After taking out the divine crystal, Su Len and Hathaway came to the astrology platform. They were very familiar with extracting divinity. They directly connected the galaxy to the elemental pool, and powerful elemental energy instantly appeared on the astrology platform. At this time, the rune circle under their feet also lit up. Hathaway gently waved her hand, and a delicate magic staff appeared in her hand. Seal. Rise. Along with the huge energy, a mighty torrent of magic power appeared. Hathaway's figure was lifted into the air by this power, and a silver chain quickly formed. At this time, Su Len also took out the divine crystal. With a light flick of his finger, the divine crystal fell into the seal. Hathaway nodded at Su Len. Su Len took a deep breath and stood on another rune circle. The huge elemental energy was instantly activated, and the rune circle lit up. Soul extraction. In an instant, the powerful elemental energy turned into chains and sank into the divine crystal. Then, a huge energy burst out. The chains slowly pulled and dragged the soul of the brain hunter out of the divine crystal. The ferocious-looking brain hunter was dragged out little by little. The brain hunter struggled to escape, but as soon as it moved, more rune chains wrapped around it and completely suppressed it. Soul extraction. A purple-brown soul energy was extracted and then integrated into Sullen's body. It contained the soul energy and divinity of the brain hunter. Su Len calmed his mind, extracted the soul energy, and resealed it. Then, he integrated the divinity into his body. As the soul energy was extracted, the soul of the brain hunter began to become more transparent. At the same time, a trace of pale golden energy began to slowly enter Sullen's body. The original divinity in Sullen's body was also stimulated at this moment, guiding the divinity into his body. A trace of pale golden appeared in Sullen's blood, and even the divinity in his soul became more radiant. As the divinity was integrated bit by bit, Su Len quickly felt bloated again. When he felt that the divinity was absorbed to the peak, Su Len directly stopped the soul extraction. At this time, the originally solid soul of the brain hunter had become faintly discernible. After 2 extractions, the soul of the brain hunter had become very weak. There was only a little divinity left. The soul crystal that Su Len used to preserve the soul energy of the brain hunter had also become legendary. As long as the remaining soul energy was integrated, the soul crystal would become advanced legendary. Hathaway skillfully used the demon sealing formation to reseal the divine crystal. Su Len also came to the seclusion room and began to remove the evil energy. At the same time, he removed the various negative thoughts in the divinity. When he came out of the seclusion room, the negative energy in his body was very faint. The remaining polluted energy needed to be slowly removed. The last stubborn energy would be purified by the nature oak in the secret realm. After integrating the divinity,
Su Len had 9 points of divinity. He was only one step away from becoming a demigod. After stretching his body, Su Len left the Northern Wind Tower and went to the Qilan Pavilion in the northern town to inspect. The Qilan Pavilion did not occupy a large area. After a long period of training, the workers in the northern town had rich experience and superb skills. It was not difficult to build the Qilan Pavilion. After inspecting it and finding no problems, Su Len left with satisfaction. Speaking of the buildings in the northern town, the Qilan Pavilion occupied the smallest area and was also the easiest to build. According to the progress of the project, it would be completed in about a week. After inspecting the city, Su Len returned to the palace. During this period of time, there were many things to do. The rebels in the south were still negotiating, and the rebels in the northern town of Cold Wind were finally coming to an end. Originally, after the rebels lost 5 high-grade wizards, the Marquis of Savoy had broken through the pass. However, at this time, snow had started to fall in the northern town. It was very difficult to move again in such weather. As a result, the time was delayed for a while, and finally, Cold Wind City was completely taken care of. Alex and Karina also returned to Northgard City after completing their quests. After resting in the northern town for 2 days, Su Len decided to build an obsidian workshop. The production of obsidian required magma, which was very common in areas with frequent volcanoes. However, there were no volcanoes in the northern town. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the fire elemental plane to capture 2 magma elementals. The temperature in the fire elemental plane was very high. Ordinary people could not survive for more than a minute. The temperature in the fire elemental plane was the lowest. Many things were needed to survive in such a harsh environment. After hearing that Su Len wanted to go to the fire elemental plane, Hathaway spent a lot of time and elves to make a high-grade fire-resistant ring. Interplanar travel was not easy. Su Len was only a high-grade wizard, so he could not travel between planes. However, Hathaway was already a legendary wizard. With Hathaway's power, he could also travel between planes. The environment in the fire elemental plane was very harsh. It was very dangerous for anyone below the legendary rank to enter, so this time only Su Len went. Hathaway made an interplanar teleportation circle in the astrology station to connect to the fire elemental plane. Through this planar teleportation array, Su Luen could be teleported to the fire elemental plane. At the same time, this planar teleportation array had a time limit. The return coordinates had been set at the same time as the teleportation array. As long as the time was up or Su Luen wanted to return, he could directly activate the spatial coordinates left on him and be teleported back by the planar teleportation array. After a few days, all the preparations were done. Hathaway and Su Len came to the astrology station, where the interplanar teleportation circle was ready. Su Len took a deep breath, stood in the center of the teleportation circle, and nodded to Hathaway. Hathaway took out her magic staff and gently tapped it on the ground. A powerful elemental energy instantly poured into the teleportation circle through the energy channel. The powerful energy tore the space apart, and a portal appeared in front of them. Su Len cast a few defensive spells on himself and walked into the portal. The dazzling light of teleportation rose, and Sullen's figure disappeared in front of them. Su Len only felt a strong sense of dizziness, and then his eyes lit up. A wave of heat washed over him, and all he could see was fiery red. The sky, the earth, and the mountains were all burning with fire. Everything in the fire elemental plane was shining with fire. The ground was nothing more than flattened flames and ashes, and the air was restless from the erupting firestorms. The most common liquid was lava, not water. Oceans were formed by flowing flames, and mountains were leaking lava. The first time he came to the fire elemental plane, Su Len felt an intense burning sensation. Although he had already cast a few spells on himself and had a high-grade fire resistance ring, he still couldn't completely resist the high temperature. Just the outermost layer of the fire elemental plane had a temperature of 800 degrees. Ordinary people would directly burn to death if they came here, and most things in the material world would directly burn if they came here. And in the depths of the fire elemental plane, it was normal for the temperature to reach tens of thousands of degrees. Even steel would become as soft as mud and would quickly melt when it was brought here. Ordinary weapons couldn't be used here, and the temperature was very high. Directly breathing would cook the respiratory tract and lungs. Moreover, the air was full of poisonous gases, so they could only use wind elemental power to breathe. Chapter 476.
Although he was buffed by all kinds of spells, the surrounding environment was still scorching hot. The surrounding fire elements were rich to an astonishing degree, while the water elements were almost non-existent. In such an environment, using fire elemental spells would yield twice the result with half the effort, but using water elemental spells would consume several times more mana, and their power would also weaken. Just as Su Len arrived in this world, a few fire elementals roaming in the surroundings rushed towards Su Len. Fire elementals were the most irascible of the four elements, and these low-level fire elementals were simple-minded and filled with the desire to destroy. Their only purpose was to set everything on fire.
Seeing these 4 to 5 meter tall fire elementals rushing over, Su Len waved his hand and took out the Storm War Halberd.
In the fire elemental plane, the strength of fire elementals would increase, and the most direct indication was their size. In a material plane, these low-level fire elementals were around 2 meters tall, but in this place, they were generally around 4 meters tall. The Storm War Halberd was covered in lightning, leaving behind afterimages as it instantly hit the cores of the surrounding fire elementals. The fire elementals let out howls of grief as they directly dissipated. A few fire elemental crystals fell down, and Su Len caught them. The drop rate of elemental crystals here was much higher than in the material plane. The fire elemental plane didn't only have elemental lifeforms, there were also a large number of foreign lifeforms living here, such as fire lizards, fire dwarves, fire crows, and so on. The most powerful among them were the fire deities. The fire deities had built a huge city here, the Brass City. This city floated above a sea of fire, and not only did the fire deities live in the city, but there were also a large number of slaves. Escaping here was basically impossible, because only the magic of the fire deities could protect these slaves from being harmed by the flames.
In the fire elemental plane, the continent floated above the lava, and large and small fire deity villages could be seen everywhere on the sea of lava.
Moreover, there were also gods living in this plane. The fire elemental god and the fire god both lived here. One of them was located in the hottest place of the fire elemental plane, while the other lived in the Coke Temple. The common languages of this world were the fire elemental plane, the common language, and the inferno language. Walking in the fire elemental plane was like walking on burning flames. Most of the land was solid, but there were also some flaming swamps that were similar to asphalt and highly sticky. The most troublesome of all were the lava fountains, which appeared completely randomly. Apart from that, the fire elemental plane also had a rain of ashes. Countless burning flames would fall from the sky, and without any defensive spells, even a great night wouldn't last more than a few minutes. Other than that, there was also a volcano that could erupt at any time. Although this place was very dangerous, it was rich in all kinds of fire attribute materials. For example, elemental crystal stones, fire essence, fire copper ore, and so on could be found here. Croak. Accompanied by an unpleasant cry, a red cloud flew over from afar. Su Len took a closer look and found that the red cloud was actually a flock of fire crows. When they saw Su Len, they flew towards Su Len with burning flames. Food was scarce in the fire elemental plane. It was clear that these fire crows had taken Su Len as their prey. Quintuple lightning whip. Crackling lightning jumped out of Sullen's hands, and a whip made of lightning swept through the air. Wherever it passed, a large number of fire crows fell down like rain. These fire crows weren't very powerful, and they relied on their numbers to win. But it was clear that they had found the wrong opponent this time. The quintuple lightning whip swept through the sky. Crisscrossing lightning bolts weaved into a huge electric net.
All the fire crows were covered by this electric net, and it only took a few moments for the flock of fire crows to be wiped out.
Fire crows didn't have any precious materials on them, so Su Len chose a few high-quality fire crows and put them in his storage space. He then didn't stay any longer and immediately left. The elemental fluctuations there would soon attract more monsters, and fire crows were considered good food for many monsters. If he stayed any longer, he would likely be entangled by those monsters. Su Len had come to look for lava elementals, so he didn't want to waste too much time here. After identifying the direction, Sullen's figure flashed and he quickly left. Rumble! A series of fireballs exploded, and Sullen's body flashed with light. He disappeared and reappeared dozens of meters away, dodging the attacks behind him.
Why are there so many monsters?
Su Len killed 3 fire lizards with a headache.
It had only been a morning since he arrived, and Su Len had encountered dozens of waves of monsters.
As soon as these monsters saw Su Len, They began to attack without saying a word.
Since he came to this plane, the battle hadn't stopped.
This fire elemental plane is really unfriendly. Sulen frowned. In fact, Sulen didn't know that the aura on his body that didn't belong to the fire elemental plane had attracted the interest of these monsters. This was something only high-grade wizards who had traveled through planes would know. He was a first-time traveler, and Hathaway didn't have this experience, so no one told him. Casually putting away the corpses of these fire lizards, Sulen looked at the surrounding environment.
This can't go on.
Although his strength was not bad, in an environment like the fire elemental plane, he had to consume energy all the time. His recovery speed couldn't keep up with the consumption. If he didn't wear the danger tungsten on his body, his situation would be even worse. An exquisite glass lantern appeared in his palm. Immediately after, a wave of energy spread out from the glass lantern. Invisibility. Sulen's figure disappeared in an instant.
Vanish.
Another light rose, and the footprints and smell left behind by Sulen gradually faded until they completely disappeared. After concealing his tracks, Sulen continued to move forward. As expected, after concealing his tracks, no more monsters attacked him. At the same time, he released all his senses and deliberately avoided areas with dense fire elements. Sulen didn't go to the city of Brass. Although this city was a neutral city, it didn't mean that everyone was welcome. Sulen didn't have any friendship with the fire deity, so he didn't go there. After using fly, Sulen quickly flew through the sky. The sky of the fire elemental plane was not empty. Clouds of fire floated in the sky. These clouds were composed of flammable gas mixed with a large amount of poisonous gas and smoke. Sometimes, these clouds of fire would suddenly explode, and the scene was as gorgeous as a big firework. These clouds of fire were very dangerous. The temperature inside was very high, and if one accidentally entered, one would be roasted. When flying in the fire elemental plane, remember not to enter these clouds of fire, unless you want to set off fireworks. Sulen's target was the area of the fire elemental plane near the earth elemental plane. This area was an almost endless sea of magma. This area was also very dangerous. Magma flowed everywhere, and some black rocks floated on it. Magma waves could be set off at any time anywhere. This was an area with high magma activity. At the same time, it was the border of the elemental plane. The probability of encountering a legendary elemental elder was very high.
In the elemental plane, the elemental elder was far more powerful than in the material plane. In the material plane, the challenge rating of an elemental elder was level 16, but in the fire elemental plane, it was level 20.
Moreover, their summoning skills were not restricted in the fire elemental plane. If he had enough time, he could summon a fire elemental army. In addition to the elemental elder, there were a large number of elemental lords and demigod jinns. The lowest challenge rating of these creatures was high legend. If you encountered these creatures in the fire elemental plane, don't think too much. Turning around and running away was the best choice. The creatures in the fire elemental plane were generally very aggressive. According to the division of camps, many creatures in the fire elemental plane leaned towards the evil and chaotic camp. If you encountered a demigod jinn in the fire elemental plane, up to 90% of the cases would be a fight. The friendliest elemental jinn were the jinn. They often traded with plane travelers. Of course, this friendliness was also relative. Sulen did not go too deep into the magma sea. It was very dangerous. As the border area between the fire elemental plane and the earth elemental plane, there were usually powerful elemental demigods or elemental lords guarding it. He intended to look for a few large magma elementals nearby and catch them back. In fact, the best place to catch magma elementals was in the magma plane, but this kind of subplane was not so easy to find. There were also a large number of subplanes around the 4 major elemental planes. These planes were in the crevices of various planes such as the magma plane, the lightning plane, the ice plane, the swamp plane, the steam plane, the smoke plane, the ore plane, and so on. The most valuable one was the ore plane, but the ore plane was very rare and difficult to find. The ore plane had all kinds of ores in the multiverse. It was said that in the ore plane, there were even veins of fine gold and mithril. Veins that existed completely in the form of ores were not associated with ores that needed complicated purification processes. Once this kind of plane was discovered, it was basically a windfall. Sulen flew near the magma sea and observed. After sensing the aura of creatures such as elemental elders, elemental lords, or demigods, he directly went around.
Fortunately, there were not many of these creatures, and they were sleeping most of the time. As long as he did not get too close, he would not disturb them. Far away from a magma waterfall, a fire elemental lord was bathing under the magma waterfall. Su Len used the system to identify it and found that the challenge level of this fire elemental lord was as high as level 35. After Su Len looked from afar, he decisively went around it. In the fire elemental plane, if you wanted to challenge them, you would need at least a few high-grade legendary masters in a team. Chapter 477. After bypassing the elemental lord's territory, Su Len soon discovered a lava river. This lava river was about 300 meters wide and was filled with turbulent lava. In some places, the sea of lava was swirling. Some sulfur ores and black stones floated on the surface of the lava. There were also some ashes floating on the surface of the lava. On the lava river, there were many lava elementals. Lava elementals were the amalgamation of earth and fire elementals. They were completely composed of lava. Their ranks were the same as other elemental creatures. They were divided into small, medium, large, giant, and elemental elders. If there was a chance, Su Len wanted to capture an elder lava elemental. However, considering the current situation, Su Len decided to capture 2 giant lava elementals. It was very simple to enslave a lava elemental. One just had to brand the enslavement contract on their soul core. However, these lava elementals would not allow one to do as they pleased. Therefore, under normal circumstances, one would have to beat them up first. After controlling them, one would forcibly brand the enslavement contract on their soul core. Seeing the lava elementals, Su Len did not disturb them. After confirming that there were no powerful creatures around, Su Len slowly approached the lava elementals. Soon, he discovered a giant lava elemental wandering on the edge of the lava river. Its entire body exuded blazing heat. From time to time, boiling lava would slide down from its huge body. This lava elemental gently waved its hand and set off a wave of lava several meters high in the lava river. This type of elemental creature was rarely encountered in material planes. Occasionally, one might see some near volcanic craters. However, their size was not too big and could not satisfy Sullen's needs. Ice orb. With a flash of light, a football-sized ice orb appeared in front of Su Len. As soon as the ice orb appeared, it flew toward the lava elemental like a meteor. Lava elementals were the same as fire elementals. They had high resistance to physical damage. At the same time, they had the burning effect of fire elementals. During battle, lava splashed out from the lava elementals would also cause damage to the enemy. Lava elementals also had splash damage when they attacked. Melee classes would be at a disadvantage when fighting them. However, lava elementals were not without weaknesses. Because their bodies were made of lava, their movement speed was not fast. As long as one was careful of their lava orb attacks, they could be killed with long-range spells. Lava elementals were the same as fire elementals. They were immune to fire damage and had high resistance to earth elemental spells. Their weaknesses were water and ice elementals. Water elemental spells could deal double the damage. After Su Len threw an ice orb, he lured the giant lava elemental over. The giant lava elemental roared and charged at him. Su Len observed the surroundings while he lured the giant lava elemental to the side. Then, he began to cast spells to whittle down the giant lava elemental's health. After the water elemental attacked the lava elemental, some of the lava on its body would fall. At the same time, the flames on its body would weaken. Su Len needed to weaken the lava elemental as much as possible. Of course, he also had to be careful not to use too much force and kill the lava elemental. Su Len kept attacking the lava elemental. As time passed, the lava elemental's injuries became more and more serious. The lava elemental roared again and again, but there was nothing it could do. Although the lava orb attacks were powerful, they were useless if they could not hit the target. Soon, the lava elemental fell into a near-death state. Intimidate. With a flash of light, the lava elemental that was throwing the lava orb instantly stiffened. Sullen's figure flashed and appeared near the lava elemental. Hold monster. Then, a flash of light rose and instantly controlled the giant lava elemental. Then, a strange stone appeared in Sullen's hand. This was a contract stone made by Hathaway. Once crushed, it could cast an enslavement spell that was equivalent to a legendary wizard's. Su Len gently squeezed, and a rune instantly rushed out. The rune directly penetrated the body of the lava elemental in front of him and was branded on the core of the lava elemental's soul. As if it had sensed the danger, the lava elemental's huge body struggled a few times and then stiffened again. The entire lava elemental seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. After a while, the lava elemental recovered and stood quietly on the spot, waiting for orders. "Raise your left foot." Su Len tried to order the lava elemental. The tall lava elemental obediently raised its left foot according to Sullen's request. "Raise your right foot again." "Giant lava elemental?" The lava elemental shook its body, but it still did not raise its right foot. "Take 2 steps." The lava elemental's huge body slowly moved 2 steps and then stood aside obediently. Then, Su Len gave it a few more orders, and the lava elemental acted very seriously. "Not bad, very obedient." Looking at the lava elemental in front of him, Su Len nodded with satisfaction. He then activated the teleportation coordinates on his body, and a flash of light rose. Su Len guided the teleportation light to cover the lava elemental in front of him. Then, the teleportation light flashed, and the giant lava elemental disappeared in front of him. At the same time, on the astrology platform of the North Wind Tower in the material plane, a giant lava elemental appeared in the planar teleportation circle. After successfully capturing a giant lava elemental, Su Len began to look for the next target. Soon, he found another giant lava elemental. With the previous experience, Su Len was more familiar with capturing lava elemental for the second time. After putting the giant lava elemental into a near-death state, Su Len took out a contract stone again and enslaved the lava elemental. Then, Su Len activated the teleportation coordinates and teleported the lava elemental back to the main material plane. Just as Su Len finished capturing the lava elemental and was about to take the time to collect some ashes from the fire elemental plane, a dull roar suddenly came from afar. Sullen's eyes widened instantly. Is that the roar of a giant dragon? The location of the roar was not close to Su Len. Su Len had heard the roar of a Euron before, and it was very similar to the roar just now. Giant dragons also lived in the elemental planes. Among them, a large number of gem dragons lived in the earth elemental plane. On the other hand, the giant dragons that usually appeared in the fire elemental plane were red dragons. Occasionally, metal dragons would also come here. Usually, it was brass dragons and gold dragons. Of course, metal dragons were rare. The red dragons liked this kind of environment the most. The other 2 types of giant dragons rarely entered the fire elemental plane. The giant dragons encountered in the elemental plane were a little different from the giant dragons in the outside world. Under normal circumstances, only adult giant dragons would enter the more dangerous elemental plane. All the giant dragons below the adult stage, including the more powerful young giant dragons, were not willing to enter the fire elemental plane. This was because the enemies in the elemental plane were too powerful. Many of them liked to hunt giant dragon creatures. Hearing the roar of a giant dragon here, Sullen's curiosity was instantly piqued. When he thought of the giant dragons, Su Len thought of their huge wealth. Should I go and take a look? Su Len was a little hesitant. He came this time to enslave the lava elemental and collect some rare materials at the same time. He did not have any other plans. Now that he heard the roar of a giant dragon, he wanted to see if he could get some benefits. Of course, there were still some risks. The danger level of the fire elemental plane could be described in a more exaggerated way. There were as many legends as dogs and demigods as there were demigods. Any powerful wild monster had a challenge rating of 10+. If he was unlucky and encountered an elder fire elemental, it would be a legendary battle. With Sullen's current strength, it was definitely impossible to deal with a demigod, but he was confident in dealing with ordinary legendary creatures. And even if he encountered any danger, with Hathaway's planar teleportation, he was confident that he could escape. At most, he would be a little embarrassed. If he found that it was really a giant dragon, then he might be able to make a fortune this time. There were many creatures in the fire elemental plane that could deal with adult giant dragons. Those creatures were irritable. As long as there was a little fire, they would easily fight. Let's go and take a look. If it doesn't work, we'll leave. Su Len clapped his hands and made up his mind. After thinking about it, Su Len once again cast invisibility on himself, and then flew in the direction of the sound. There were not many creatures in the elemental plane that could wrestle with a giant dragon. Fire Jinn, Elder Fire Elemental, Elemental Lord, and so on. These monsters were not easy to deal with, and once he was discovered, it was very likely that they would attack him. After flying over a hill, Su Len saw a volcano not far away. After glancing around, Su Len did not see any trace of a giant dragon. Su Len looked at the volcano. His eyes moved slightly, and Su Len carefully approached the crater of the volcano. This was the most common volcano in the fire elemental plane. Scorching magma was rolling inside, and a lot of black smoke was coming out of the magma mouth. The scene inside the crater could not be seen clearly. The crater of the volcano was about 500 meters in diameter. It was a small volcano in the fire elemental plane. Su Len had seen a volcanic eruption of more than 20 kilometers here before. A large amount of magma smoke rushed into the sky. It was like the end of the world. If it was really a giant dragon in this environment, then there was no need to guess that it was a red dragon. Only red dragons would like this magma environment. Su Len came near the crater of the volcano, and then carefully entered it. Just as he went deeper, he suddenly stopped. Magic trap. A hidden magic trap appeared on the rock wall of the crater. This was an alarm array with a fire attack spell. After observing for a while, Su Len carefully removed the magic trap and continued to go deeper. Chapter 478. Bang! A black shadow suddenly hit the rock wall beside him. Lava splashed everywhere. Su Len immediately stopped and looked down. A 4-meter-tall lava elemental had been slammed hard against the rock wall. The lava elemental's body had cracked because of the powerful force. Before the lava elemental could recover, a huge black shadow instantly rushed up. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. Then, the huge dragon's body instantly pounced on the lava elemental that was struggling to get up. Then, the dragon's strong and powerful claws directly smashed the lava elemental to death. Then, it grabbed the elemental core from the lava elemental's body and threw it up casually. The dragon's ferocious mouth instantly closed. The hard elemental core was crushed like a peanut and swallowed into its stomach. After eating this elemental core, the dragon licked its mouth as if it was not satisfied. Its slender tail swept across and sent a lava elemental that had just chased after it flying. Then, the dragon killed another lava elemental and swallowed its elemental core. After eating a few elemental cores in a row, the dragon burped with satisfaction and walked leisurely to the deeper parts of the volcanic crater. Su Len moved his body and rubbed his ears. The circular terrain of the volcanic crater was like a loudspeaker. The dragon's roar just now reverberated back and forth in the volcanic crater, and the echo shook his eardrums until now. A young red dragon. This is a big harvest. Ruby scales. The color is so beautiful. Looking at the depths of the volcanic crater, Sullen's eyes flashed. After knowing that this nest was a young red dragon, Su Len became more cautious. The red dragon was the most powerful of the 5 color dragons. Even among the metal dragons, only the gold dragon could compete with it. Su Len took a deep breath and moved into the depths of the volcanic crater again. The red dragon's nest was in a cave deep in the volcanic crater. Next to it was boiling lava. The surrounding temperature was very high, and there was only one very narrow path leading to the cave. However, after passing through the last path and entering the cave, the front suddenly opened up. A huge dragon nest appeared in front of him. As soon as Su Len entered the cave, he felt his eyes light up. A 5-meter-tall gold hill appeared in front of him. Gold often appeared in volcanic lava. Many gold veins were formed after the lava cooled. Su Len was surprised that the red dragon had so much gold. As a young red dragon, he had more wealth than many adult dragons. It seemed that this volcano often brought out a lot of gold when it erupted. This red dragon had found a good place to live. It was already a rich dragon before it had even reached adulthood. However, now that the red dragon was full, it did not realize that it was being watched. Su Len looked at the red dragon sleeping on the gold hill. The red dragon's appearance was strong and ferocious. Its ruby-like scales had a layer of muscle outline, and there were sharp bone spurs at its joints. At this time, the red dragon was sleeping very soundly. Some transparent liquid could even be seen flowing down its ferocious jaw. As it breathed, a bubble on its nose contracted back and forth. The red dragon did not react to Sullen's arrival. Giant dragons would be less alert when they were sleeping, but as soon as they sensed danger or any movement, the sleeping giant dragon would wake up instantly. As a big boss that often appeared in various adventure stories, giant dragons were very popular. When Su Len first came to this world, He often heard some bards telling stories about knights defeating evil dragons. The story was that the evil dragon captured a princess, and the king issued a mission to ask people to save his daughter. Then, a brave knight with the help of a few companions finally defeated the evil dragon and saved the princess. There were many different versions of this story, but Su Len had always been curious. Why did the dragon capture the princess? Wasn't it supposed to rob the treasury? Even if the dragon captured the princess and threatened the king to hand over a sky-high ransom, the king would probably not agree. Therefore, the dragon capturing the princess was a completely false proposition. Wizards had done a lot of research on giant dragons, and Su Len had naturally read these books. They even introduced the fighting attributes of giant dragons at different ages, such as which age was the most dangerous, which kind of giant dragons were friendly to humans, the power of the giant dragon's breath, and so on. In the library of the North Wind Tower, there were hundreds of books about giant dragons, such as Habits of Giant Dragons, Types of Giant Dragons, Overview of Giant Dragons, The Book of Giant Dragons, and so on. The body of a giant dragon was a very precious material. Its scales could be made into armor, its bones could be made into equipment, its meat could be eaten, and its blood could be used for the dragon blood baptism ceremony or to make bloodline potions. The dragon bloodline warlock was the most popular of all warlock schools, and also one of the most powerful warlock professions. Many bards said that after bathing in the dragon's blood, one would gain great power and one's body would become as hard as iron. This saying was actually wrong. Not everyone could bear the dragon's blood. For example, the blood of a red dragon was almost like boiling lava. If an ordinary person bathed in this dragon's blood, they would be directly burned into a pile of charcoal. The correct way was to carry out the dragon blood baptism ceremony. After this ceremony, one could strengthen one's body, immunity, and toughness, and improve one's resistance to diseases and toxins. The dragon blood baptism ceremony could be carried out multiple times. For example, the 5-color dragon could baptize the dragon's blood of all 5 colors once, and this effect could be stacked. If the dragon blood baptism ceremony was carried out to the 5th level and above, one could also gain an additional legendary level ability, Armored Skin. Of course, very few people would do this. After all, it was not easy to slay a dragon, and doing so would arouse the hostility of giant dragons. Su Len had also seen in some wizards' letters that some wizards had carried out the dragon blood baptism ceremony on certain parts of their body in order to gain the achievement of being as hard as iron. It was said that the effect was remarkable. The red dragon had the highest IQ among the 5-color dragons, and at the same time, it was also the strongest. However, in the statistical research conducted by the wizards, it was found that the red dragon's death rate was second only to the white dragon. The white dragon was known as the stupidest giant dragon, and its IQ was only a little higher than that of a wild beast. The main reason was that the red dragon was too arrogant. Most of the other giant dragons would only go out to play when they were young and had the ability to protect themselves. However, the red dragon was different. They would go out to rob villages or adventurers when they were young dragons. This practice was undoubtedly telling others that there were dragons here, and that they should quickly become dragon slayers. Among all the dragons, the red dragon was the most vengeful. They would even hold a grudge for hundreds of years because of something. Then, one day when they were strong enough, they would suddenly come and destroy everything. The red dragon would use a few years to come up with an attack plan. After discovering the enemy, they would directly attack. In short, they would spend a lot of time to come up with a plan. When the battle started, they would just throw it aside and attack. The red dragon in front of him was sleeping very soundly. Giant dragons that had just eaten would have a good sleep. Su Len carefully moved back and forth in the dragon's cave. Soon, he had set up a binding circle. With a burst of strong magic light, the red dragon in front of him suddenly opened its eyes. Binding circle. Spell maximization. 8 silver rune chains appeared in an instant and directly pinned the red dragon to the ground. The red dragon that had just woken up struggled to get up. Who is sneakily attacking the great lava king? The red dragon roared angrily. Its huge body violently struggled to get rid of the chains. The 8 silver rune chains were pulled out of shape, and the entire cave shook slightly. Soon, it found Su Len standing next to it. The red dragon took a deep breath. Its 2 huge eyes burst into flames, and its chest bulged. In the next second, it was about to spit out a scorching breath. A light flashed on Su Len's body, and a shadow tentacle instantly appeared. It quickly wrapped around the red dragon's ferocious mouth and violently stopped the dragon's breath that it was about to spit out. For a moment, the red dragon's cheeks, which were originally dark red, turned red. Its 2 eyes bulged out, and large amounts of flames came out of its nostrils and mouth. Its entire head was on fire. The red dragon that was forcefully stopped felt very uncomfortable. After a while, this situation disappeared. Plumes of black smoke came out of the red dragon's nostrils, mouth, and ears. The red dragon that had recovered stared at Su Len. Its body began to struggle with all its might, trying to get rid of the chains. The angry red dragon exploded with a shocking amount of power. Su Len was only an advanced wizard, and the binding circle he cast was soon on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, the red dragon in front of him struggled even harder. It had already decided that once it broke free, it would torture this wizard in front of it.
Why bother? Can't you just stay put?
Su Len curled his lips as he looked at the red dragon that was struggling violently. Bang! 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 Su Len smiled as he looked at the red dragon in front of him. He didn't care at all that it had broken free. You're quite active, but you still need to be trained to be a mount. Mount. The red dragon was stunned for a moment, and then it became even angrier.
Damn human, you want to use me as a mount?
Dang! The red dragon angrily pounced at Su Len.
It's really hard to convince a dragon to be a mount. Su Len shook his head in disappointment and dodged the red dragon's attack. However, when he thought about having a cool red dragon as a mount, Su Len decided to persuade this red dragon. He believed that as long as he was reasonable, this red dragon would agree in the end. Chapter 479.
Dragon's Breath.
A scorching dragon's breath came out of the red dragon's mouth. The cone-shaped flame covered a large area. A second before the dragon's breath drowned Su Len, a teleportation light flashed from his body. Sullen's figure instantly appeared near the red dragon's head.
5 lightning whips. Su Len flicked his wrist gently, and a lightning whip more than 20 meters long appeared in his hand.
Su Len swung it forward, and the 5 lightning whips instantly restrained the red dragon. Lightning crackled continuously, and a large amount of lightning exploded, causing the red dragon to scream in agony.
Damn human!
I'm going to kill you! The red dragon roared angrily, and the sound seemed to shake the entire cave. Some rocks slid down from the top of the cave.
Bull**T.
Su Len curled his lips and said. Then he swung hard, and the lightning whips appeared again. They ruthlessly whipped the red dragon's body, and the hard scales on its body were directly shattered. Su Len did not stop. The 5 lightning whips continued to whip the red dragon, and the red dragon screamed in agony.
How about it?
Think about it.
How about becoming my mount?
Sullen's hand shook gently, and a lightning whip swayed in his hand. When the red dragon saw the lightning whips, it could not help but tremble. After hearing Sullen's words, it could not help but roar.
You're dreaming, human.
Even if I die, I won't become your mount.
Wishful thinking. You'd better give up.
How can I, the great Onyx Vaya, be a human's mount?
Unless I'm dead. Why are you so loud?
Su Len rubbed his ears and whipped it. Looks like we're on the same page. Su Len shook his head in disappointment. With a flip of his hand, a long halberd surrounded by countless lightning powers appeared. The red dragon that was dodging the lightning whips froze. Then, it was instantly bound by the 5 lightning whips and could not move. She instantly sensed the dangerous aura of the weapon, and a strong sense of crisis spread from her heart. It seemed that as long as she moved slightly, she would receive a fatal blow.
The faintly discernible traces of blood on the weapon gave her a terrifying pressure.
When the red dragon saw the human in front of her pick up the storm halberd and was about to attack, Onyx Vaya panicked. Looks like there's going to be a red skull ornament on the wall in my study, Su Len said regretfully. Hearing that Su Luen was going to hang his head on the wall, the red dragon Onyx Vaya's face changed. She suddenly said eagerly, Stop.
Stop. Human.
Let's talk. The sharp halberd blade stopped below the red dragon's slender neck. The red dragon Onyx Vaya only felt a slight chill on its neck, and the scales on its body stood up. Su Len heard Onyx Vaya Onyx you, and said of, Human, can you move that weapon away from me? It's too close. I don't feel comfortable. Onyx Vaya said as she twisted her body uneasily. All right, I'll fulfill your request. Su Len put the storm halberd away. From today onwards, you're my mount. If you refuse, you can move." Su Len waved the storm halberd back and forth in the air at the red dragon. Onyx Via looked at the storm halberd and did not dare to move. "Since you're not moving, I'll take it that you agree." Su Len looked at the motionless red dragon and said happily, "Look, isn't this great? We can still be on the same page. I like this kind of giant dragon who understands the situation. Isn't it just being a mount? It's not a big deal. I'll be very gentle. All right, since you've agreed, I'll let you go." There's a saying that goes, "A wise dragon submits to circumstances." You should learn more about it, Su Len said as he put the storm halberd back into his storage space. Then, he took out a self-created general template from his storage space. "Go to hell." Su Len removed the lightning whip from the red dragon's body. After the storm halberd that made her heart palpitate disappeared, the red dragon Onyx Via was filled with endless anger. She was about to spit out dragon breath, but in the next second, a sharp pain came from her chin. Bang! A huge force came from her chin, and the dragon breath that she was about to spit out was scattered again. The red dragon Onyx Via's head instantly lifted up, and the dragon breath of fire was spat into the air. Before she could react, a huge force pressed her head against the ground and rubbed it back and forth. Her body was also pulled up involuntarily. She then turned around and smashed into the rock wall beside her with a bang. The hard rock wall cracked, and the huge red dragon fell down powerlessly. The red dragon Onyx Via didn't know what had happened at all. In just an instant, she couldn't help but fly up. This was the first time she had encountered this in her dragon life. Even in her inherited memories, such a thing had never happened. A human actually had more strength than her. How was this possible? Not to mention humans, even giants didn't have such strength. Su Len moved his wrist. His strength had reached 50, and a red dragon in its prime only had around 45. Su Len easily flung the red dragon away. After he raised his strength to 50, he hadn't encountered any creature with a higher strength than him. Young dragons don't talk about martial ethics. Sneak attack, Su Len said to the red dragon in front of him with a smile. He casually used a self-created hero template on the red dragon, and a familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! You have used self-created hero template on the red dragon Onyx Via. Self-created hero activated. Please choose a hero's character trait, talent. Horsemanship, hidden weapon, throwing, sword skills, spear skills, archery skills, charm, ferocity, regeneration, calm, elemental affinity, chi return, might. Choose might. Might. The target has a strong aura, causing a strong sense of oppression to the surrounding enemies. There is a certain chance of forcing the enemy to escape or surrender. Detected that the target has the Draconic Aura talent. Might Aura talent has been upgraded to Advanced Draconic Aura. Please choose a skill. Soaring Dragon. Selection complete. Hero template generated. A light flashed, and the red dragon Onyx Via became one of Sullen's heroes. Slap. Su Len slapped the red dragon Onyx Via's head. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up. We're going home. The red dragon Onyx Via got up from the ground with a hopeless expression. Su Luen was very satisfied with this red dragon. After circling around the red dragon, the more he looked at it, the more he felt it was mighty. If he rode this big guy out, the rate of turning heads was absolutely 100%. It was better than any other mount. The red dragon was the strongest among the color dragons. They were selfish, arrogant, and liked to hold grudges. Many evil dragons in stories were based on the red dragon's template. They were greedy and had an endless greed for treasures. Basically, every red dragon could be said to be a destroyer. However, this was not a problem for Su Len. Training was something that Su Len loved the most. As for how to train a red dragon, Su Luen was ready to make a complete plan in his mind. He believed that he would be able to train a well-behaved red dragon. Besides, red dragons were very eye-catching. Raising such a red dragon was a symbol of strength. In the dragon's nest, Su Luen packed up the gold in front of him and put them into his storage space. At the same time, he explained to the crestfallen red dragon next to him, "Don't worry, these gold are still yours. I'm just keeping them for you. Besides, this gold hasn't been fully smelted. It's full of impurities. I'll help you smelt it again after I bring it back. Of course, you'll have to pay a small fee. By the way, you know transformation, right? Turn into a human first. Your body is too big. I'm not used to looking up to talk to people. Su Len said as he put the gold into his storage space. Although Red Dragon Onyx Via was very reluctant, she could not disobey Sullen's orders. With a flash of light, the originally huge and ferocious red dragon disappeared and was replaced by a red-haired girl. This red-haired girl was Onyxvia's human form. She had long red hair and a wild look on her face. Her body was very curvy, and her skin was white and smooth like jade. There were some outlines of muscles under her skin. Her facial features had the characteristics of a European and American. She looked very beautiful. She was wearing a fiery red leather coat. Her legs were slender and strong, and her calves were straight. It would be a pity if her legs were not used for riding on a tricycle. Dragons had the ability to transform at will. Not only could they transform into humans, but they could also transform into elves. They could choose to transform into humans. Of course, once this human form was fixed, it would become a spell effect and would not consume any magic power. However, if they wanted to transform into other forms, it would still consume magic power. You're pretty. Come, smile. Don't cry. Su Len said after putting away all the gold. There was still some yellow metal material on the ground. It was not gold, but brass that was close to the color of gold. Look, you still have so much brass here. You're cheating. Su Len said bitterly as he pointed at the brass in front of him. You don't have gold, but you're using brass to make up the numbers. Is there even the most basic trust between humans and dragons? How disappointing. I'm only 96 years old. I'm just a young dragon. I don't have that much wealth. I want to make my gold look more comfortable when I sleep. Can't I? Onyx Via said, rolling her eyes. Chapter 480. To be honest, although the strength of a young dragon was not bad, there was still a big gap between it and a real powerhouse. The strength of a young dragon was around level 17, and it would not become a legend until it was in its prime. Of course, this was the strength of a dragon after it grew up normally. The strength of some dragons with magical fetishes could not be divided by age at all. Who knew if a young dragon was also a legendary wizard? Although this kind of thing was rare, it did not happen. For example, a white dragon nested in a big glacier. If it was in its normal growth state, the time when a dragon could roam around was at least when it was in its prime. In the young dragon period, 0 to 3 years old, dragons in this period generally lived under the protection of their mother dragons. They needed to eat a lot of food every day and hid in their nest to live. Even the most evil red dragon would not chase them out during the young dragon period. Of course, there were some unlucky young dragons who were thrown into the wild as soon as they were born. The lucky ones hid everywhere, and the unlucky ones directly became a delicious meal in someone else's pot. The survival rate of young dragons without the protection of their parents was very low. Of course, there were also those who survived successfully, such as a silver dragon born in a pot and a young dragon born in a sewer. These young dragons had once received the title of King of the Sewer. It was said that the dragons who had received this title were all proficient in the way of evading, and finally became the overlord of a region. For a dragon, learning the way of evading was a very important lesson. However, according to the pride of dragons, more than 90% of them were very repulsed by this lesson. Next was the young dragon period, 4 to 10 years old. The dragons in this period began to learn to hunt independently under the protection of their mother. At the same time, they began to improve their fighting skills, understand the knowledge of the dragon inheritance, and improve their knowledge. Of course, they also had to face the competition of their siblings. This was especially fierce among the evil dragons. Snatching food and bullying other siblings were basic skills. During the young dragon period, 11 to 25 years old, the dragons in this period had some self-protection ability. For the metal dragons, their parents would give them some guidance, and then these young dragons would be chased out of the house. Of course, they would allow the young dragons to continue to hunt and live in their territory. As for the evil dragons, they would not be treated so well. They would be chased out of the house by their parents one day, and then they would start to hide everywhere. Some dragons would also work together with their siblings to survive. Dragons in this period would be very careful. It wasn't until the young dragons, 26 to 50 years old, that they truly possessed some strength. At this time,
There were very few creatures in the wild that could pose a threat to them. When they entered the young dragon age, 51 to 100 years old, the dragons finally had some of the elegance of the dragons. The kings of the underground sewers, who used to hide everywhere in the past, could finally occupy their own territories and become kings. They didn't have to live in fear all the time. The dragons of this era would recruit some goblins, kobolds, and other monsters to serve them. Onyx Vaya was now 96 years old, and there were still 4 years before the dragon reached adulthood. After leaving the dragon's den, she wandered in the fire elemental plane and finally found a safe place with gold and food. However, she didn't expect to be caught by Su Len. Not only was her gold confiscated, but she also became his mount. Sob, 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 it's too hard for me. After 100 years, the dragon would enter adulthood after a long slumber. The adult dragon would then be able to roam around. For example, robbing someone for no reason. Kidnapping a princess. Robbing a city. These were all basic skills. Of course, after the dragons reached 200 years old, they would enter adulthood and become more powerful. After that, the dragons would enter old age. At this time, the dragons would try to avoid head-on combat. More often, they would let their followers fight or use spells to fight. For the dragons to truly shake the continent and become like the Wings of Frost, the Bane of the North, the Wings of Death, the Scarlet Bane, and other dragons that made the entire material world tremble, they would have to enter the ancient dragon age. The dragons of this age, as long as they were still alive, were extremely difficult to deal with. The long years had allowed them to master a lot of knowledge and become cunning at the same time. At this time, even legendary wizards would have to take a detour if they encountered an ancient dragon. As for the ancient dragons, they rarely existed in the material world. Onyx Vaya watched Su Len take away all her treasures and she became his mount. Her heart was full of grievances. She comforted herself again and again. Being caught now was nothing. When she became stronger in the future, she would definitely teach this man a lesson. Oh right, she also needed to practice the flame whip. When the time came, she would hang him up and whip him every day. Slap! Just as Onyx Vaya was fantasizing about how she would whip Su Len in the future, she was suddenly slapped awake from her beautiful dream. Who dares to slap the great lava king? I did it. Su Len looked at her expressionlessly and said, What are you thinking? Didn't you hear what I just said? I heard it. Onyx Vaya said guiltily when she saw Sullen's expressionless handsome face. If you heard it, then restrain your energy. I'm going to activate the plane teleportation. If there's a problem, I can't guarantee that you won't be torn in half by the power of the dimension. Onyx Vaya retracted her energy. Then Su Len activated the teleportation beacon on his body. A teleportation light rose and instantly covered the two of them. In the next second, their figures disappeared from the fire elemental plane. A teleportation light descended from the sky, and Su Len and Onyx Vaya appeared on the astrology platform. Welcome back. You've worked hard. Hathaway smiled at Su Len. It's okay. How are the two lava elementals? Su Len moved his body, and the dizziness from the teleportation quickly disappeared. They've been sent to the secret realm, Hathaway said. She then looked at Onyx Vaya and asked, Did you bring this back? Su Len looked at Onyx Vaya and said, My new mount, a red dragon. What do you think? Isn't it cool? Red dragon. Hathaway looked at the red-haired girl in front of her in surprise. This was a red dragon. This beautiful girl with a heroic spirit in front of her was a red dragon? Hathaway, who saw a dragon for the first time, couldn't help but widen her eyes and size up Onyx Vaya. A living dragon. She was indeed much prettier than the dragons in books. Can you transform into a dragon and let me see? By the way, you're not an adult yet. After learning that Onyx Vaya was a dragon, Hathaway immediately pounced on her excitedly. She circled around the red dragon and kept gesturing at her. Do you have any extra scales? Give me a few to study. Also, you have so much blood on you. Let me draw some of it. Are you like a human now? It should be okay for me to pinch you. Hathaway stared at Onyx Vaya with glowing eyes. The little red dragon, who had just arrived at the wizard tower, only felt panic in her heart. When she felt the shocking elemental energy fluctuation in Hathaway's body, she was so scared that she didn't dare to move. However, this woman in front of me is so scary. She actually wants to pull out my scales and draw my blood. Master won't leave me alone, right? I want to go home. Sob, sob, sob. Looking at Hathaway's posture, Su Len shook his head helplessly and pulled her aside.
All right, Hathaway, you're scaring her. Onyx Via just arrived and hasn't familiarized herself with the environment. These things can wait until you're familiar with them. Familiar? I don't want to know her. I don't want to be familiar with her. So scary. Onyx Via shouted in her heart, but she didn't dare to open her mouth. She wanted to escape, but her body was bound by the contract. She could only stand there, feeling wronged. Okay. Hearing Sullen's words, Hathaway thought for a moment and agreed. It was indeed not good to touch her for the first time, but it would be fine when they were familiar with each other. Anyway, such a big dragon couldn't run away. Let me introduce you. This is Onyx Via, a young red dragon, my mount. Su Len said proudly. This is Hathaway, one of the masters of this wizard tower, a legendary wizard. This is Chrissy, the head servant of the succubus. The other two are the queen of the winged people, Alex and Phyllis. They are not here for the time being. I'll introduce them to you later. Su Len introduced several people and said, I'll give you access to the wizard tower. You can come here in the future. Of course, some places are not allowed to enter, such as the library and the seclusion room. You can use these. If you have nothing to do, you can read more books. Don't always think about relying on your talent to make a living. Learning more spells is good for you. Su Len said lightly. Okay, I'll go arrange a place for you to stay first. Su Len brought Onyx Via to the warehouse of the wizard tower. As soon as she entered the warehouse, the little red dragon's eyes immediately became sparkling stars behind her. Countless golden lights dazzled her eyes. A gold mountain, a real gold mountain. More than 80% of the gold of the entire northern city was stored here. In addition to the gold, there was also a pile of magic gems next to it. The whole treasury was shining with golden light. This, so much gold? The little red dragon stared at the gold mountain in front of her, dumbfounded. Then, she jumped up excitedly and plunged into the gold mountain. After a few seconds, she came out on the other side of the gold mountain. Then, she grabbed the gold with both hands and swam in the gold mountain. Su Len didn't care about her. Instead, he put the gold in his storage space into the treasury first. Looks like you're very satisfied with your new home. Then you can live here from now on. Remember, without my permission, you can't leave anything behind. Otherwise he. As he spoke, Su Len looked back and forth at the little red dragon. Chapter 481. Isn't it exciting to face so much gold every day? Su Len said with a smile. Yes, yes. Onyx Via nodded her little head repeatedly. Do you want it? Yes, yes. Then guard the treasury carefully. As long as there are no problems, I will take out some as your reward. Su Len said. Really? You're not lying to me? Onyx Via said with shining eyes. Of course it's true. I'm not lying to you. Su Len said with a serious face. After receiving Sullen's guarantee, the little red dragon excitedly rolled around on the golden mountain and muttered, I'm rich, I'm rich. Seeing the little red dragon's appearance, Su Len laughed in his heart. Do you think you can protect this gold? When the time comes, you'll have someone secretly take some of it away and your reward will be gone. Maybe you can use this as an excuse to train her. As an upright king, it was still very fulfilling to train an evil dragon into a new age dragon with good morals. Yes, that's what I'll do. After making arrangements for Onyx Via, Su Len and Hathaway went to the secret realm together. He had already enslaved 2 giant magma elementals. With these 2 giant magma elementals, the resources to build the obsidian factory were almost ready. Su Len now needed to choose a suitable location, preferably an extinct volcano. If there really wasn't one, then he could only create it himself. Su Len didn't find any volcanoes in the northern wilderness, but there were still some hot springs in the northern wilderness. The presence of hot springs meant that the underground magma was still very active. Su Len and Hathaway began to use spells in the secret realm to search. He planned to build the obsidian factory in the secret realm. After some searching, Su Len finally found that the magma under a mountain in the secret realm was very active. There were also some hot springs distributed here. Su Len used the spring surge spell to observe the situation underground, then began to prepare the array with Hathaway. Since there was no volcano,
he could only use the power of the magma elementals to create a small crater. He brought the two giant magma elementals here and commanded them to turn the surrounding land into magma. At the same time, Su Len and Hathaway also cast their magic power and guided the power of the two magma elements deeper. Under their mana, the originally hard rocks quickly softened and the bodies of the two lava elementals started burning. The lava on their bodies quickly flowed and slid down their bodies. The surrounding rocks quickly turned into lava and the bodies of the two lava elementals gradually swelled up. Su Len and Hathaway used their magic to guide the magma elemental power down. Wherever the magma elemental power passed, the rocks and soil underground would turn into magma. This power did not stop despite the obstruction of the soil and rocks, and continued to spread deep underground. Along with the powerful surge of magic power, the originally calm mountain range constantly issued a series of rumbling sounds. The earth trembled violently, as if there was a huge monster under the ground that wanted to rush out. Rumble! Scorching magma spewed out from the ground and a large amount of rocks and soil were directly overturned. The original mountaintop was directly overturned hundreds of meters away, and the entire mountain pass turned into a magma pool. The surging magma continued to spurt out and then flow down the mountain, but most of it cooled and hardened in the flow. Su Len and Hathaway floated above the crater and commanded the two lava elementals to build the magma pool according to their ideas. Obsidian was a very important strategic resource. Many places required the use of this material. For example, the floating city was best built entirely out of obsidian. At the same time, the obsidian golems also required large amounts of obsidian. An obsidian factory was a must. With the power of the two lava elementals, they communicated with the underground magma and then completely changed the environment here into a volcanic crater. Next, they needed to build the obsidian factory near this volcanic crater. Su Len directly dug out caves in the volcano and then guided the magma out of these caves. At the same time, they needed to build an energy channel from the elemental pool to supply the energy consumption of the obsidian factory. When magma cooled down, it was easy to form obsidian, but because of the various impurities in the magma, the quality of the obsidian was also very problematic. Therefore, they needed to make a purification array first and purify the magma through this array. The purified magma could not be used directly. In order to obtain high-quality obsidian, they also needed a magma purification array to purify the magma after purification. After the purified magma was quickly cooled down, it would become obsidian. Hathaway made an ice storm array, which could directly transform the area covered by the array into a world of ice and snow. This environment was very suitable for forming obsidian. The quality of obsidian was divided into 5 grades. The highest grade of obsidian was called the 10 Victory Stone. This was a delicate translucent gem that belonged to the gem grade. This type of obsidian was the most expensive and the most precious. Second-tier obsidian was of lower quality and wasn't transparent, but its magic and physical resistance wasn't inferior to first-tier obsidian. Third-tier obsidian was the most common, and it was also the most commonly used obsidian in floating cities. As for the 4th and 5th grade obsidian, it was basically useless. Su Len built the obsidian factory to produce obsidian above the 3rd grade. The construction of the obsidian factory was very fast. With Su Len and Hathaway using magic, the construction of the entire project was very fast. Hathaway directly flattened an area on the volcano's hillside. Below, she used mud to rock to turn the debris into large rocks and reinforced it with harden to build a platform that covered an area of 500 square meters. The obsidian production line would be placed here. After the magma was led here from the volcano, it would be purified, and then cooled to finally form pieces of obsidian. The obsidian factory could also be automated, but Su Len did not want to use legendary elemental stones in this, so he transferred a steel golem and a few rock golems to the factory. These steel golems and rock golems would be responsible for the operation of the entire obsidian factory. At the same time, the rock golems and steel golems also needed to be modified. Hathaway needed to instill the obsidian production process into these golems. Because he did not use the tower spirit to control the entire factory for fully automatic construction, Su Len planned to inject the production process of the obsidian factory into these golem puppets. Each golem puppet was responsible for one step. There were still a lot of rock golems in the northern city. Hathaway selected a few rock golems from the wizard tower and brought them to the secret plane. Hathaway came to the center of the secret plane and handed over the control of these golems to Tower Spirit number 1. At the same time, she instilled the production line technology of the obsidian factory into these golems. Although the soul cores of these magic golems weren't large, it was still possible to imbue them with simple techniques. As for the steel magic golem, Hathaway imbued it with all the maintenance techniques of the obsidian factory. This steel magic golem would act as a technical consultant for the obsidian factory. As the soul energy in several soul crystals was extracted, a huge amount of energy and soul power was instilled into the soul core of the steel golem. As time went by, a large amount of technology was successfully instilled into the soul core of the golem. However, after instilling the knowledge and skills, all the previous combat skills of the steel golem were replaced. This steel golem had completely become a support golem. At the same time, Su Len asked Tower Spirit No. 1 to transfer a few steel golems to guard the obsidian factory to prevent other creatures from approaching and destroying the factory. After instilling the technology, these golems would work in the obsidian factory. They would maintain the normal operation of the factory every day, and at the same time, they would store the obsidian produced in the warehouse according to the grade of the obsidian. When these golems ran out of energy, they would go to the energy channel to recharge. As long as there were no problems, the obsidian factory would continue to produce obsidian. If there were any problems in the factory, the steel golem would first come to repair it. After Hathaway instilled all the maintenance technology of the obsidian factory, this steel golem could solve most of the problems in the obsidian factory. If there was a problem that the steel golem could not solve, Su Len and Hathaway would be notified to come and repair it. After the construction of the main building was completed, the following work was much simpler. Because the construction of the obsidian factory was rushed, many details needed to be supplemented. These tasks would be completed soon. The raw material of the obsidian factory was magma. The two magma elementals would constantly transport magma from the depths of the ground. This work was difficult for others, but it was very easy for the two magma elementals. After all, they were born with the ability to manipulate magma. And with their existence, the magma pool would not cool down. After checking again, Hathaway nodded to Su Len. Everything was normal, and then she started the production line of the obsidian factory. Scorching magma spewed out of the channel, and then flowed along the pipeline into a purification circle. As the circle operated, a strange magic wave appeared, and all the magma passing through here was purified of impurities. These impurities were not useless. These impurities contained various metal substances, which would be collected and sent to the blacksmith workshop for smelting. Then, the magma entered the purification circle. After these two processes, a stone golem next to him opened the gate, and energy rushed out. The whole circle was activated, and the magma quickly cooled down under the effect of the circle. A piece of obsidian appeared in front of him. Chapter 482. The surging magma flowed into it, and after a quick cooling, pieces of obsidian appeared on the workbench. Su Len picked up a piece of obsidian that was still warm and examined it. Third-grade obsidian had met the production requirements. This obsidian production line was mainly used to produce third-grade obsidian. Su Len collected all the newly produced obsidian for inspection. The new factory had just opened, and the quality of the obsidian produced was not very stable, so some adjustments were needed. His requirements were not high, but at the very least, the obsidian produced had to be of third-grade quality. As for the lower-quality obsidian, whether it was the obsidian golem or the floating city, they would not use obsidian of this quality. Hundreds of obsidian stones were quickly appraised by Su Len, and the results were not bad. More than 90% of the obsidian stones were third-class or above, and there were more than a dozen second-class obsidian stones. As for the top first-class obsidian stones, there was no such thing as a first-class obsidian stone. For this kind of newly established obsidian factory, it was already very good that the obsidian produced could reach this level. After the obsidian factory was operating normally, Su Len and Hathaway began to make some technical adjustments to the factory. After some adjustments, the obsidian production line began again. With the surge of elemental energy, magma flowed into it again. After a few rounds of purification, obsidian appeared in front of Su Len. After some adjustments, the quality of the obsidian produced this time was obviously higher. Su Len took out all the obsidian in this batch and then tested it again. Sure enough, the results were much better than the last time. 96% of the obsidian in front of him were third grade. This yield was already considered good. If he wanted to continue improving, he would need to upgrade and improve it bit by bit in the future production process. After completing the transformation, Su Len completely activated the entire obsidian factory.
A strange energy wave came, and the obsidian factory officially began to operate. One by one, the stone golems began to work, and the steel golem also began to work. After the steel golem started working, Su Luan arranged for a few steel golems to patrol outside the obsidian factory. Their current area of protection was the obsidian factory. As long as they did not enter the obsidian factory, they would activate their combat program and attack. In order to protect the obsidian factory, Su Len had also built a sensor formation in the obsidian factory. As long as someone else entered, the sensor formation would be triggered and a signal would be transmitted to the steel golem. At the same time, the obsidian factory would enter a state of alert. Looking at the functioning obsidian factory, Su Len nodded with satisfaction. The production area of the obsidian factory was not large. After the magma entered the production area, it would quickly form obsidian. With sufficient obsidian, the next production line of rock golems would be put on the agenda. Compared to the golem factory, the technology of the obsidian factory was too simple. The most difficult part of this factory was actually the magma production. This factory was mainly to provide raw materials for the future obsidian factory. The technical requirements of the obsidian factory were a bit high. Hathaway was now drawing the blueprints. After the blueprints were completed, the factory would be upgraded. The energy consumption of the obsidian factory was very high. Su Len planned to build a new elemental pool here. At the same time, Su Len also needed to prepare a legendary soul core. The golem factory was generally divided into 3 parts. The first part was carving. The stone needed to be carved, and at the same time, the body parts of the golem had to be made. This part required a high-precision carving process, and at the same time, a set of micro-carving machines was also needed. The second part was the magic pattern inscription on the golem. For this part, a fully automatic magic pattern inscription machine had already been built when the clay golems were produced. After the magic pattern inscription, it would enter the third part. The parts of these golems would be sent to the assembly workshop, where they would be assembled one by one. The assembled golems would be sent to the warehouse. These golems did not have a soul core installed, so they needed to be activated by the wizard himself. Each golem would cost a soul crystal. The rock golem factory was not built for the time being. Su Len and Hathaway left the secret plane. When they left, the two brought back the clay golems they had produced during this time. These clay golems could be used after being activated. However, because the clay golems produced were basic models, they still needed to be modified. For example, a set of cleaning programs and housekeeping programs could be added to them so that these clay golems could become qualified servants. After these clay golems were activated, they would be sent to various parts of the Northwind Tower to work. If it weren't for the high cost of mining clay golems, Su Len could have made a batch of mining golems. Compared to mining clay golems, the kobolds and duergars were obviously more cost-effective. As long as they were given some food and liquor, these kobolds and duergars would complete the work with quality and quantity guaranteed. After the construction of the obsidian factory was completed, Su Len returned to San Felto City. After a period of fighting, the Marquis of Savoy finally won a great victory, completely wiping out the few border nobles. These border nobles had originally colluded with other countries and obtained support, wanting to split from the Kingdom of Florence. However, after Alex and Karina fought off the wizards sent by the surrounding countries, the rebels lost their biggest support. Without the intervention of other countries, the strength of these border nobles was no match for the Marquis of Savoy. After a few wild battles, the Marquis of Savoy successfully surrounded Howlwind City. After that, the rebels who were unwilling to admit defeat still refused to come out. They wanted to rely on the city walls to continue resisting. Moreover, it was already winter, and the temperature in Howlwind City began to drop. These rebels began to place their hopes in the winter. When the army couldn't withstand the cold of winter, they would naturally retreat. However, things didn't go according to their plan. These rebels weren't wrong. Although the Marquis of Savoy's army were all northerners, they couldn't fight outside for a long time in winter. They just forgot about the wizards. In fact, these rebels also subconsciously ignored the wizards. As a result, on a dark night, Alex and Karina used flying and invisibility spells to enter Howlwind City. They then used a spell to confuse humans and easily took control of a few groups of soldiers at the city gate. They had them move the miscellaneous items out of the gate and open the gate. The Marquis of Savoy, who had long been prepared, led his army into the city without shedding a drop of blood. This famous city in the northwestern territory of the Kingdom of Florence was easily breached. The remaining rebel leaders didn't even have the chance to escape and were directly captured. After completing the task of quelling the rebellion, the rebellious nobles around Howlwind City were either captured or killed. Only a few were lucky enough to escape. Of course, those who managed to escape were mostly small fries. The Marquis of Savoy had already prepared ahead of time for the main rebellious nobles and captured them as soon as possible. Su Len had already ordered the Marquis of Savoy to not kill the innocent in this mission. Wars in this era were very cruel, and massacres were common. But this time, the target of the war was within his own country. He did not want Marquis Savoy to lead his men to plunder and return home with plentiful spoils of war, only to leave behind a pile of chicken feathers for him. The rebellion this time wasn't because the commoners couldn't survive. It was a power struggle between the nobles, so the ordinary soldiers and commoners were basically coerced. Therefore, these soldiers and commoners were pardoned. After entering the city, the Marquis of Savoy had already restrained the soldiers from looting. At the same time, Alex and Karina stepped forward and beheaded a dozen soldiers who openly disobeyed the order. Only then did the soldiers obediently not take a step forward. After capturing the rebellious nobles, the Marquis of Savoy didn't kill them directly. Instead, he planned to send them to Su Len in San Felto. At the same time, the wealth of these nobles was all plundered. The wealth was divided into 4 parts. Su Len took a quarter of it, the Marquis of Savoy took another quarter, and the remaining quarter was used to cover the costs of logistics. The last quarter was the reward for the soldiers. Unlike the soldiers in northern Battlefront City, the Marquis of Savoy's army had very low military expenses. Usually, they would only be able to maintain basic expenses. Only during war would they be given a starting fee. Then during battles they would loot. Now that Su Len forbade looting, they naturally had to be given a reward. This model could save a lot of money on raising soldiers, which was also the state of most armies in this world. Apart from the gold and silver, in fact, the biggest harvest this time was the nobles' land, houses, factories, and mines. Apart from a portion of the wealth being rewarded to those who performed well in this battle, most of the rest fell into Sullen's hands. These shops, mines, and real estate were all very valuable. Su Len had already put them under his caravan. As for the land, Su Len was preparing to sell it. These nobles controlled more than 70% of the land in Coldwind City. Su Len took out some of these lands to recruit refugees, and let others sell the rest. When all these lands were planted next year, the tax revenue of Coldwind City would definitely reach a new high. Chapter 483. The Marquis of Savoy escorted the rebellious nobles to the capital. Su Len ordered a public trial of these nobles and finally sentenced them to death. As for the relatives of these nobles, they were punished to be slaves. These slaves were not allowed to be pardoned, but the descendants of these nobles could obtain the status of commoners after paying a ransom. For the rebels, Su Len gave them the harshest punishment, and Sullen's punishment of the rebellious nobles' relatives was also approved. Many people even thought that Sullen's punishment was too good for them. In this era, the relatives of the enemy were often dealt with by killing them. The women were sold as slaves, and the children were castrated and sold as slaves. In comparison, Sullen's way of cooking was completely merciful. San Felto City. After Su Len successfully defeated the southern rebels, Sullen's prestige also rose to the peak. When he went out to fight, he even left a backup plan. With the cooperation of both inside and outside, he successfully defeated and captured the rebellious nobles. A very important reason for the Southern Rebellion this time was that the number of nobles in San Felto City decreased by 2/3. These nobles were captured, which led to a large amount of wealth being obtained by Su Len. At the same time, he also had enough money and land to reward his soldiers. After cleaning up a group of rebellious nobles, Sullen's control over the Kingdom of Florence became stronger and stronger. Now, because the Marquis of Savoy had solved the rebellion in the north, the entire North Wind and part of the south were under Sullen's control. Since Su Len ascended the throne, a series of turmoil had occurred in the Kingdom of Florence, and it finally ended with Sullen's victory. Now, Su Len could be said to be the king with the greatest control over the Kingdom of Florence in the history of the Kingdom of Florence. Kingdom of Florence, Central Plains, San Felto City, Champs-Élysées Castle. Numerous carriages were parked outside the castle. The entire castle was brightly lit. Teams of elite soldiers in metal armor and armed with weapons were patrolling around the castle. Outside the castle,
Well-dressed attendants were busy bringing in plates of delicately prepared food. The magic lamps in the castle lit up the entire hall. The crystal lamps flickered with colorful brilliance, making the gorgeously dressed noble ladies even more charming. Although a large number of nobles in San Felto City had been stripped of their titles and imprisoned, it seemed to have nothing to do with these noble ladies. At this time, these noble ladies were divided into small groups and gathered together to whisper. From time to time, their eyes would fall on a young man in the crowd. This banquet was specially held to celebrate the victory of the rebellion. In addition to the original nobles, there were also a large number of soldiers who were rewarded for their merits in this battle. These soldiers could be said to be very popular in San Felto City now. Su Len was very generous to his men. Many of them were given titles, and each of them was entrusted with important tasks by him. Since the North Town began to produce rum, white sugar, and high-end perfume, noble banquets had become more and more luxurious. After the economic boom, the social atmosphere gradually became more open. Many nobles would look for their other half at the banquet. Now that the king valued the emerging nobles with military merits, many noble ladies turned their eyes to the young men in the banquet. These people were not only old, but their strength was not bad. Basically, they had reached the level of Grand Knight and Knight Commander. Because they had been practicing martial arts all year round, these people looked extraordinary, energetic, and well-proportioned. They were far from the pale, flimsy, and pale rich young men they had seen before. It was like heaven and earth. Many noble ladies began to take the initiative after observing for a while. These people were very popular now. If they were late and someone else got to them first, they would have nowhere to cry. The atmosphere of noble banquets here was not bad. It was not like those in the south, where both male and female nobles were proud of having a lover. Many people saw having a lover as a reflection of charm. As long as the child was guaranteed to be produced by the husband, having a lover in secret was something that both parties tacitly agreed to. Of course, Su Len sternly refused to participate in these banquets. Guardian nights, masquerade balls, he had never heard of them. Of course, there were also some private rumors that His Majesty used to have a nickname in the South called Little White Dragon with the Silver Spear. According to Lady Elizabeth J. and other aristocratic ladies who did not want to reveal their names, this little white dragon with the silver spear used to be invincible, but she suddenly left 3 years ago. At that time, many people felt sorry for her. There was also a mayor of Cullen City who did not want to reveal his name. He said that the little white dragon with the silver spear went to the north and became a pioneer noble. Of course, Su Len said that these were purely rumors. He had never heard of the little white dragon with the silver spear. It's not me. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. In addition to celebrating the victory of the rebellion, this noble banquet also provided an opportunity for the new nobles and the nobles who had previously sided with the king to interact. The banquet would last for 3 days. Today was just the beginning. Many noble ladies had just begun to look for targets. They gathered together and discussed clothes and jewelry in low voices. From time to time, they would take some desserts from exquisite porcelain plates. Next to them were 2 silver plates with snow-white sugar and salt for them to taste. The whole banquet was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Su Len and Marquis of Savoy were the most eye-catching people in this banquet. However, no one approached them except for the Queen and Marquis of Savoy's youngest daughter. Alex did not like this kind of environment and did not participate. Karina had already returned to the northern city. As the matriarch of the Drows, she still had a lot of things to do. During this period, Su Len had gradually begun to clean up the territories directly under the kingdom. The size of the embroidered uniform guards did not increase. These embroidered uniform guards were responsible for monitoring the world and the officials in various places. Then, they would send the results to the palace. Those who did not do anything were directly removed from their positions. Those who took bribes, broke the law, and plundered the land were arrested and imprisoned. After Sullen's rectification, the environment of the Kingdom of Florence was slowly changing. He had already formulated a set of city sanitation regulations that all cities in the Kingdom of Florence must abide by. It would not be long before the stinky, polluted, and stacked cities with feces would be brand new. Your Majesty, the Marquis has something to discuss with you. The eldest son of Marquis of Savoy said respectfully after Su Len had a simple conversation with the nobles. Go chat with the ladies. I'll go over there for a while, Su Len said to Phyllis and then left with Vader. What is it? Your Majesty, the Marquis has compiled an account of the spoils of war collected in this war.
Your Majesty, please take a look, Vader said respectfully. Su Len nodded. His expression did not change.
He was very satisfied with the Marquis of Savoy's actions. It was not difficult to capture the army. His original army had a system that allowed him to clearly know the loyalty of the army. However, the others did not have a system, so they relied more on wealth and goods. In this era, as long as the army had control over personnel and finances, they could basically control the army in their hands. Therefore, Savoy took the initiative to hand these things over to Su Len to express his attitude. In a room on the second floor of the castle, the Marquis of Savoy handed the account book to Su Len for inspection. Although he had never learned how to keep accounts, he relied on his mathematical foundation in his previous life to check the account book. In fact, part of the rewards for the soldiers had already been distributed. The rest would be distributed after Su Len confirmed it. As for the rest of the rewards, it would be distributed by Su Len. After all, it was best to distribute the rewards personally. In his previous life there was a saying that Su Len strongly agreed with.
Only the name of the instrument could be used. What was the name of the instrument?
The musical instruments, ornaments, and titles that represented the ruler's rank were the name of the instrument.
In other words, the power and position could not be given to others.
Things like awarding rewards could not be done by others.
Thank you for your hard work. After checking the account book, Su Luen nodded with satisfaction.
I'll give you another 10% as your reward.
Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty, Savoy said happily.
Next, Savoy prepared a sumptuous banquet.
Apart from the Marquis and his son, his youngest daughter, Xanthi, was also accompanying them. Su Len had met Xanthi once before. Today, she was wearing a beautiful low-cut noble lace dress. She had delicate makeup on and an exquisite diamond necklace around her elegant neck. With her fair skin and perky breasts, she looked absolutely stunning. Your Majesty, thank you for your trust in me.
Savoy came over to propose a toast.
Su Len naturally would not refuse their toast.
He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp.
After the two drank one, Vader also came forward to make a toast. Then Sandy also came forward to make a toast to Su Luen. They were drinking the high-end rum produced in the northern town. Although this kind of rum tasted a little sweet, its alcohol content was not lower than that of vodka. Although it was drunk without feeling anything, it was easy to get drunk if one was not careful. Xanthi's alcohol tolerance was not good. After a few glasses of rum, her face turned red and her bright eyes became even more moist. Under the illumination of the light, she was mesmerizing. However, Su Len did not see it. He was currently dealing with Savoy and Vader's toasts. At this time, Su Len realized that something was not right. The two of them were drinking until their faces were red. They were still pulling Su Len to propose toasts. They were obviously trying to get him drunk. With Su Len's physique of over 50 points, his resistance to alcohol was very high. It was not easy to get him drunk. As for whether they had other motives, Su Len was not worried. Savoy's loyalty had always been 100%. He would not do anything to betray him. Therefore, Su Len decided to go with the flow and get drunk. P.S. To make up for yesterday. Chapter 484.
Seeing that Su Len had finally passed out, the Marquis of Savoy and his son heaved a sigh of relief.
If he hadn't passed out, they would have been the ones to pass out. Today, they had thoroughly experienced Su Len's alcohol tolerance. The two of them had already used magic potions to temporarily increase their physical fitness. Even so, they had almost passed out. The Marquis of Savoy sat down on a chair and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. It's finally over. Hurry up and arrange for someone to send His Majesty over. Also, send your sister over. The Marquis of Savoy glanced at Xanthi, whose eyes were already hazy with drunkenness.
Pop.
Vader burped and shook his head. Don't worry, father. I've already arranged it. As he spoke, Vader stood up unsteadily. His arm groped around the cabinet at the side for a while. The originally seamless wall suddenly opened up to reveal a passageway. A few maids who had been waiting for a long time walked out from the passageway. Be careful. Send His Majesty to the room upstairs. Also, send Miss Xanthi up too. Vader instructed everyone to start moving. The maids were all strong and strong. 4 of them worked together to help Su Len up, while the other 2 supported the drunk Xanthi.
With the help of another maid, Vader staggered all the way to a luxuriously decorated bedroom upstairs.
He placed Sulen and Xanthi on the big bed. Sister, it's all up to you this time. As your brother, I can only help you this much. After saying that, he patted Xanthi and left unsteadily. At the same time, he closed the door behind him.
Vader shook his head and then said to the maids, "All of you stay here tonight. Don't let anyone in to disturb His Majesty.
Do you understand?"
Yes.
The maids hurriedly lowered their heads and responded. If things go wrong, you know the consequences. Of course, if everything goes well, you will receive a generous reward tomorrow and regain your freedom.
After settling everything, Vader returned to report to the Marquis of Savoy.
Of course, after the door was closed, Sulen slowly opened his eyes as he turned around and took a look at Sandy, who was lying beside him. At this moment, Sandy's beautiful face was very red. Due to being drunk, she was a bit confused. Her delicate facial features, white skin and delicate fragrance made Sulen's heart feel like being scratched by a kitten's paw.
This Marquis of Savoy actually did such a thing.
It's simply amazing.
Since he delivered himself to my doorstep, I'll eat him.
Eat it. Or should I eat it? Forget it. Since they are so enthusiastic, I really can't refuse them. Just accept them. Sulen quickly made a decision. What was the point of being pretentious at this time? Men were creatures that could never withstand tests. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can send a beauty over and I'll show you.
Now, the Marquis of Savoy was very clear about the consequences of getting two people drunk and then sending them to the same bed. As a legendary master, he was very clear about the physique of a legendary master.
Even if they were drunk, they would at most wake up in 1 or 2 hours. When a hot-blooded young man and a young and beautiful girl who had no strength to resist appeared on the same bed, what would happen in the end? Let's not talk about it anymore. I just want to say that I understand what you know and I won't explain what you don't know. After all, it's fine as long as you know. As for the drunken sex, I can tell you seriously and responsibly that it's all bullshit. The premise of drunken sex is that he isn't drunk at all. Alcohol is just an excuse. If he was really drunk, he would have already become a pile of dead people. How could he have messed up sex?
As one of the chosen Marquis of the Kingdom of Florence, the Marquis of Savoy was very clear that his current position was very dangerous.
For the sake of the family's future, he personally directed today's matter. In Sulen's words, his path was broadened. At this point, Sulen naturally would not refuse, so the next morning, the Marquis of Savoy saw the energetic Sulen and the shy and limping Sandy. Then, the nobles of the entire Sanfilto city knew that Sulen had a new consort. When Sulen returned to the northern city from Sanfilto city, it was already the season when the snow and ice melted. During this period of time, he had been handling matters in Sanfilto city. With the large amount of information collected by the brocade guards, Sulen made some appointments and adjustments to the officials in various places. The first batch of students in the school in Sanfilto city had been trained. After 4 months of learning, these students were now beginning to be assigned to various places by Sulen to serve as grassroots officials. Of course, these people also had to go to prison to receive ideological education before they left. During this period of time, the brocade guards had been quietly expanding. Now, the brocade guards had been building strongholds in most of the cities in the north. At the same time, the construction of the Eagle's Nest had been closely followed by the brocade guards. An intelligence network that could cover the entire Kingdom of Florence was gradually taking shape. Of course, the cost of building this intelligence network was also very high. A large sum of money was needed every month to build this network. This time, a large amount of money had just been obtained from the battlefield, and a considerable part of it had been invested in this. Walking out of the astrology platform, Sulen was about to go see the apprentices in the Wizard Tower. However, he was surprised to see Onyx Vaya and Hathaway walking out together. The two were still discussing what to eat tonight. A wizard who wanted to study dragons and make friends with a dragon. This seemed to be a bit wrong. After thinking for a while, Sulen asked Chrissy about the daily activities of the little red dragon during this period of time. Onyx Vaya was very obedient after coming to the Wizard Tower. She found that there were too many big bosses here. In the past, she had the guts to wait until she was strong enough to whip Sulen, but she quickly gave up this dangerous idea. Sulen was really too strong. He was an advanced legendary and also had a wizard tower. Even if she was an adult, she would still be far from being able to compete with Su Len. Only when she was an ancient dragon would she have the chance to compete with Su Len. However, the gap between a young dragon and an ancient dragon spanned several years, and the gap spanned thousands of years. If Su Len was still alive after such a long time, then how strong would he be? She lived until she was strong enough, but Su Len might have died of old age. Even if she was strong enough, she would not be able to take revenge. Therefore, after knowing the truth, Onyxvia gave up. Then she returned to her daily life as a dragon. Every day, she slept on the Golden Mountain in the treasure room. When she had nothing to do, she would walk around the wizard tower or sneak into the kitchen to eat. Later, when Hathaway wanted to study dragons, she told her that as long as she learned spells, she could speed up her growth. Onyxvia was tempted. Dragons were long-lived creatures, and they also hoped to become stronger. Therefore, Onyxvia agreed to cooperate with Hathaway to do some experiments, and then Hathaway would teach her all kinds of spells. "Master, you're back." Seeing Su Len come over, the little red dragon's body stiffened. Then it immediately recovered and said carefully, "Looks like you've had a good time." Su Len looked at the little red dragon and smiled. "Su Len, Phyllis didn't come back with you?" Hathaway glanced back and asked. "No, she's now the queen of the Kingdom of Florence. When I'm not around, she needs to be there." Su Len shook his head. "I see. I wanted to study the blood connection between dragon wizards and dragons," Hathaway said, a little disappointed. "Oh, did you find something new?" Su Len asked. Hathaway shook her head. "I have some ideas, but they're not mature yet. Isn't Phyllis's blood density a little low? I want to try to strengthen her a little. When she comes, you can talk to her. I think she'll agree." Master, the little red dragon said hesitantly. Su Len looked at her and said, "What's wrong?" "I heard you built a volcano here. Can I move there?" The little red dragon said weakly. "Move to a volcano?" Su Len paused for a moment, then understood. Red dragons like to live in warm mountains. It would be even better if they lived in a volcanic environment. "If you live in a volcano, do I have to move my gold to the volcano and build a lava hot spring for you?" Su Len said, glancing at the little red dragon. "Really?" The little red dragon's eyes lit up. "Pah!" Su Luen reached out and knocked the little red dragon's head, and then said angrily, "In your dreams. Lava hot spring? If there's lava, why don't I use it to make obsidian? Why make it a hot spring for you? I caught you to be my mount, not for you to enjoy." "Oh!" The little red dragon hugged its head with both hands and said dejectedly. Seeing the little red dragon's expression, Su Len smiled and said, "Although you can't live in a volcano, it's not impossible to modify your environment. I can create a temperature array for the place where you live, and adjust the temperature there to be close to the temperature of the volcano." "Really? That's great!" Onyxvia shouted happily. "Of course. When the time comes, I'll give you the remote control for the temperature control. You can choose to adjust the temperature as high or low as you want." Su Len smiled. He was very democratic when it came to this. "By the way, remember to collect the scales that you shed and don't throw them away." Su Len suddenly said, "Those scales are not very hard, but they're good for making dragon scale armor." Dragons and snakes were somewhat similar. Their scales would fade as they grew. Of course, sometimes in battle, their scales would be destroyed, but after a period of time, they would grow new scales. The scales shed when a dragon was young had low defense. Other than making some potions, they were not very valuable. The scales that were shed when a dragon was young were valuable. Chapter 485. The dragon scales shed by the giant dragons also had the power of the giant dragons. The giant dragons often rewarded their slaves with these scales. They used a spell to embed these dragon scales on their slaves, which could create some dragonkin kobolds, dragonkin orcs, and so on. There were still some differences between these dragonkin and the real dragonkin. The dragonkin transformed by embellishing scales on their bodies had low heritability, and their strength was also weaker. This kind of dragonkin transformation would improve the user's physical fitness in all aspects. Of course, this method consumed less energy, and the number of dragonkin that could be transformed was also higher. In fact, many dragonkin creatures were not the offspring of giant dragons and other creatures. Of course, a considerable number of dragonkin creatures that were almost all over the multiverse were indeed the descendants of giant dragons. The giant dragons had a special radiation ability around their bodies. This radiation was not destructive, but it could subtly dragonize other creatures.
Living in this environment for a long time, the body would even show some dragonization reactions, such as growing some small scales like dragon scales and so on.
Su Len and Hathaway came to the treasury together and made a temperature control array for the little red dragon's sleeping place. At the same time, they strictly limited the area to ensure that it would not affect other places. The energy of this temperature control array was also provided by the elemental pool. Now the elemental pool of the entire wizard tower was still full of energy. The elemental pool that Hathaway originally designed could be used to upgrade the wizard tower into a floating space tower. Of course, this elemental pool could only maintain the floating space tower's flight for a period of time. To truly become a floating space tower, the elemental furnace technology was still needed. After making the temperature control array for Onyx Via, Su Len and Hathaway returned to the palace together. At this time, Alex also returned from the Eagle Fortress. During this period of time, she had been paying attention to her people. After this period of upgrading, several more harpies had successfully transformed into winged people. After seeing Alex, Su Len pulled Alex together. That night, Su Len stayed in the palace and gave Hathaway and Alex a checkup. So far, Hathaway's body had improved a little, but she was still no match for Su Len. During this time, her bloodline awakening was very stable. As her strength increased, her bloodline would awaken bit by bit. Although this bloodline power gave her great power, it was also a kind of restraint. Luckily, she was a wizard. When the bloodline potential was exhausted, she could still rely on the power of a wizard to continue to increase her strength. Among Sullen's wives, the most powerful one was Hathaway, followed by the little succubus Chris and Alex. Their strength was about the same, followed by Phyllis. As for Sandy, she was just an ordinary person. In fact, even Phyllis was just an ordinary person before. She only became a warlock because of Sullen's dragon blood potion. However, compared to Alex, Phyllis's bloodline potential was far inferior. Phyllis had only implanted a small amount of bloodline, so her awakening and potential were much lower. However, she was much stronger than before. When they were in San Filto City, Su Len would take Phyllis to do exercises every night to improve her physical fitness and speed up her awakening. After this period of consistent exercise, Phyllis's physical fitness had been greatly improved. This was something that Su Len had personally verified. What the dragon bloodline brought to her was not only the improvement of her physical fitness, but also the ability to protect herself. With the advantage of her physical fitness and sullen swordsmanship, Phyllis could easily defeat many warriors. The thrilling battle was over, and a new day had begun. Su Len was drawing a blueprint at his desk. The terrain of the northern city was troublesome, so he was thinking about the layout of the floating city in the future. Although the floating city was built with the northern city as the core, it was impossible to raise the entire city into the sky. After the northern city had been expanded several times, the outer city wall was 8 kilometers long. Coupled with the surrounding farmland, the area had reached dozens of square kilometers. Such an area could be regarded as a medium-sized floating city. Sullen's current planned area was only part of the city. After the separation in the future, a huge pit would be formed in the inner city of the northern city. He was ready to renovate it. If the elemental furnace was built successfully, it would not be too difficult to raise a small floating city. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the area of a large floating city was more than 50 square kilometers. That kind of large floating city used several mice energy nuclei arranged in a special way to form an energy matrix, and then the behemoth was raised. Su Len naturally did not have such powerful technology. To build such a large floating city, Su Len had to go one step further after mastering the elemental fusion furnace and obtain the elemental annihilation furnace. Elemental annihilation was a technology that not many people in the era of the Arcane Empire knew about. It was said that this technology had not been developed and was still a conjecture. Of course, no one knew the specific situation now. However, Su Len did not have any information about the elemental annihilation technology, so it was impossible to talk about it. There was a light sound of footsteps, and then the door of the study opened. Chris's figure appeared in the room. She was wearing a black bodysuit with hollowed-out patterns today, showing off her curves incisively and vividly. The figure of a succubus was very exaggerated. Her breasts were high, her hips were round, and her waist was slender. It was a perfect figure, and because of her race, the body of a succubus was very soft.
This flexibility was far beyond that of humans, so they could easily perform many positions that humans could not. At the same time, they could also use some offensive methods that humans could not use in battle. Su Len had prepared a large number of materials for Chris and asked Hathaway to make equipment for her. The black leather coat she was wearing now was one of them. He had made a total of 5 of these coats using the toughest and softest leather from Hydra. According to standards, they were high-grade magic items and were only a little bit away from being Tier 4 magic items. These leather armors were very soft and did not affect Chris's agility at all. Moreover, their defense was very good. Su Len had accumulated a large number of materials and asked Hathaway to make them. Many of the equipment Su Len and the others were using were made by her. Master. Chris was like a beautiful snake as she wrapped herself around Su Len. Did you miss me? Slap. Su Len slapped Chris's perky butt, which was like a full moon. The sound was crisp and pleasant. Her butt shook slightly, and the elasticity was very good. Behave now again. I'll deal with you tonight. A small flame rose in Sullen's heart, but he forced it down. Chris pouted and pressed his head hard against her body, letting him have a taste of suffocation. Only then did she get up. Master, is there something you need from me? I've prepared new equipment for you. Su Len took a deep breath. The suffocating feeling just now was too strong. New equipment? For me? Chris's eyes lit up at the mention of new equipment. Of course it's for you. Su Len rubbed her head. Let's go. Soon, Su Len brought Chris to a room. There were many stone platforms in this room. These platforms had been sealed by magic barriers, and pieces of equipment were floating on the platforms. Su Luen took her to a stone platform and gently inputted a magic password on the stone platform. The protective barrier on the surface of the stone platform disappeared, and a piece of equipment appeared in front of them. This weapon is called Poison Fang. It's the strongest and sharpest tooth I took from the Hydra's head when I killed it last time. It has armor-piercing, anti-magic, sharpness, poison, and paralysis effects. Try it and see how it works. Su Len took the dagger and handed it to Chris. Other than using a whip, Chris also used a dagger. Her dagger energy was very strong. Chris grabbed the dagger with one hand and did all kinds of fancy things with the other. She was very familiar with the dagger. Very good. That's good. Hathaway turned around and took a delicately made belt. This is the Giant's Belt of Strength. After wearing it, your strength will increase greatly. You need to get used to it in advance. Hathaway made 2 Giant's Belt of Strength. They were made from the body materials of the Frost Giant Chief and the Swamp Giant Chief. The 2 Giant's Belt of Strength were basically the same. The only difference was the color of the belt. The Frost Giant's belt was blue, and the Swamp Giant's belt was yellow. This kind of Giant's Belt of Strength had very few uses. Its purpose was to increase strength. It could give the wearer the strength of a Frost Giant or a Swamp Giant. The best belt of strength in the material plane was the Frost Giant King's belt. It was said to be made from the skin of a Frost Giant King. It could increase the wearer's strength by 8, and the highest was 35. The 2 belts made by Hathaway could increase the wearer's strength by 4, and the highest was 30. There were restrictions on relying on external forces to increase the body's attributes. For example, attributes added by equipment, such as strength, could not be stacked and had a limit. The second kind was the increase in strength from spells. At the same time, the attributes added by spells could not be stacked and would be covered. The third kind was the eruption of the body's potential. The most common was Berserk. The attributes in these 3 states could be stacked. Chris took the belt and put it on. As she put it on, her whole body immediately surged with a heat full of power.